Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm a former Boeing 737 pilot, and we are going to fly today from FLYTAMPA's Amsterdam to a couple of the most beautiful airport add-ons that we can find in the immediate vicinity of Amsterdam. On our first flight we are going to go right over to Copenhagen, as we did not quite manage to get there last time, and FLYTAMPA's Copenhagen airport really is one of the most beautiful in my opinion in the immediate vicinity of Western Europe. So that's gonna be our first destination today. Now, as for our airplane, we're sitting here in the 737-900 today, and we've got a lovely CRJ wiggling over there, interesting to see. But one thing that did strike me is how much traffic there really is at Amsterdam these days. I mean, look at that. We've just locked down to Vatsim. There's one CRJ somewhat finding its way over there. We've got an LL 737 here, KLM over there, and if we look to the other side, the airport is just completely full. And I also want to take a moment to appreciate how the guys at the Dutch VACC are staffing this up. I mean, it's 12 o'clock on a workday right now, and they've got a tower approach and a center controller online. So that is totally amazing. Alright, so that's pretty much what we've got here. So let's take seat in the captain's seat, and we are going to fly our lovely 737-900. Now, as for the first flight, I'm quickly going to turn on the power so that the airplane can start powering up, and that we can start aligning the IRS. So just a real quick check over there of the most important things. And let's also go ahead and set that parking brake. Alright, and with that done, let's then go ahead and have a real quick look into our flight plan. Because I thought that, well, if we're flying KLM already, then we also gotta have a look into their OFP layout, which is quite different from those that I am usually using, so let's just take it right from there. So, Navigraph charts, I'm not sure when the feature has actually been added, but they are able to show you the operational flight plan right within the chart app now, which is quite cool, especially for those who don't have an EFB yet. Hint, hint. Alright, so very quick look into the format over here. Our scheduled departure time is at 3:00, so that's not all that far in the future. And we have about an hour of flight time coming up towards Copenhagen. Now, Copenhagen itself promises to be quite interesting today. The only hope we can have is that by the time we get there, live weather is working. Because look at that, we've got a lovely gust at 30 knots right now in Copenhagen. Only it seems that live weather is down at the moment. Or rather, if I'm looking outside, well, that is what it looks like. So it does seem like Microsoft has some problems with their servers at the moment. And Flankers, a 10 Australian dollar donation. Thank you very much. Good day, 737NG driver. Finally caught a live stream. Excited. Thanks for being a legend. Oh, thank you very much, my friend. Okay, cool. So, with that weather over here in mind, I'd say we take just about a little extra fuel because our alternate Malmö isn't forecast to be that much better with gust at 25 knots. Even though it's almost down the runway, it's a 2-2 over there, so yeah, 50 degrees, that's maybe crosswind component at 15 to 20 knots, but you know what, we're not flying low cost here, we're flying legacy carrier, so that means we can take as much fuel as we want to. So I'm going to take like half an hour extra, 1.2 tons. So block fuel 5.4 by standard, let's make that 6.6, just to be on the safe side. Alright, cool, let's go ahead and load that in. So, fuel track request, 6,600 kilograms. That's it, and then for the passengers we take 189. Keep in mind the KLM 900 is one of the only Boeing 737-900, so not an ER version. That means, due to the limit of having only 8 overwing exits, the plane is limited to 189 passengers, even though there would be space for more. But that means lots of leg room in the plane, which is probably quite appreciable as well. Alright then, very good. So I'd say the cabin is quickly going to finish up their couple of checks, and then we can start with our pre-flight procedures. Now, in terms of weather, 20 degrees, so I tell you what, we're just going to fire up that APU in order to get some air conditioning going, especially when we've got clear skies like we have right now that can otherwise become pretty hot in the airplane. Okay, so fuel decision is made, 6.6 tons. Then we can start refueling as soon as these guys are ready, and we'll also get some loaders in place. Now, let's see if we've got any information about the actual cargo in that plan. Yeah, cargo weight, 4,700. Wow, that seems a lot, but tell you what, if that's what they tell us, then that's what we are going to use. Reduce the capacity, nice. Does the same happen in the front as well? 2,700, let's try that once more. Yeah, okay, so our cargo holds are going to be completely full. I wonder what that's going to look like in terms of the weight. I mean, I did look at the flight plan beforehand, and 65.2 tons, zero fuel weight. In the 800, that would be our takeoff weight towards Palma for a 2-hour flight. Well, anyway, it's just a little anecdote there, I suppose. Okay, cool, so you guys can start loading as soon as you're ready. I'm going to keep the page open because otherwise I am 100% sure I am going to forget, and that would be a little bit annoying, seeing that we've got quite a lot of cargo to load up. Alright, so APU is there. Give it 2 minutes then before we can turn on the bleeds. So what's the temperature? Yeah, 34 degrees, that's what I thought. Tell you what, we've waited a minute, that shall be enough. APU bleed coming on. Just want to be absolutely sure that by the time our passengers start coming on board, we've got some good temperatures in the plane. Alrighty, so that is pretty much this. Now, my first impression of Amsterdam, by the way. Before we actually start doing too much, first impression there is that we are looking really, it's beautiful. It's really beautiful. FLYTAMPA have once again outdone themselves, even though it looks somewhat similar to the P3D version, but then again, even back in P3D it was an amazing scenery. Okay, so with all the weather problems today, I really hope that we are not going to be forced to disconnect from VATSIM. Keep in mind, VATSIM does have a rule that you are required to use real live weather, which if it's down we can't, so I just hope that they are not going to force us to disconnect, but they could if they wanted to. In other words, we better not misbehave today, otherwise things are going to backfire pretty quickly. So I suppose the cabin has had enough time now to start preparing their stuff, so let's start the boarding. 189 is going to take a little while through single jetway, and then we can start working on the FMC here as well. Alright, so it's a 737-900 with blended winglets, a 26K engine, and the nav database's current position in it we'll take straight from the GPS. Here we go, and for the routing we are gonna go EHAM origin request. Oh, look at that, we even got several routes. I thought it would show us only those with a departure of EHAM, but that's alright. We're gonna go to Copenhagen, select that. I said select that. Here we go. Okay, flight plan is requested, and it's gonna be the KLM 17 Golf, which is the real-life routing, the real-life call sign from that particular route. I did make sure that all the routes and the call signs we're flying today were flown by 900s in real life, just so that we've got the, just so that we get maximum immersion factor here. Okay, then for the lights, as I said in that separate video I did on the topic, I do like to turn them somewhere to the middle. In the real 737, turning them to the middle is an automatic position where the plane is automatically going to adjust the brightness depending on what the brightness sensor sense. So you can see those little white dots down there. That is actually the brightness sensors that the airplane has. Alright, squealing bagpipes, good question. Does Europe have graphic area forecasts? If so, where can I find them? Well, to be honest, I don't remember that term, graphic area forecast, but there are a couple of private companies that do offer this kind of stuff. But if those are available for flight simmers, I'm really not sure. Alright, for the arrival, let's really hope that the weather is going to be realistic today. So ILS 22, and we've got the 203 Charlie arrival. Alright, activate, and, well, we're not flying Ryanair, so I don't have to follow their SOPs. I'm just going to take things straight from a little mixture from the real Boeing AFCOM and the procedures we used in my company. Okay, so, reserve fuel. Let's see if we've got that somewhere in here, if we need to calculate, but I do suppose we need to calculate. No, we don't. Down here it is. FMC reserve fuel, 2.3. Using the KLM format for the very first time here, and if I'm blunt with you, I didn't even take the time to familiarize myself with it beforehand. But looks like quite a good format over here. Certainly does. Winds for the descents. FMC stuff in here. That does look alright. Okay, so zero fuel weight 65.2 is the forecast for our flight. Let's see where the actual is going to be. And why is that invalid? 65.2. Interesting. Is that above what PMDG considers maximum? Come on. Why is all of that invalid? Am I being dumb right now? Or did I choose the wrong units? No, my plan is in kilograms. That's strange. Well, anyway, we'll see. We'll let him load it up, and then we'll see what kind of weight we're getting out of it. But I'm curious, what can I enter here? 63 works, but interesting. Okay, so 370 is what they told us, but we'll see about that and how that's going to work out. Okay, so average wind, where can we find that in here? Tailwind 39, well that's not the format that we need. Do they have that in this KLM format here? Doesn't look like it, does it? Well, tell you what, with the live weather services being down anyway, we can just leave that blank as well, can we? Okay, cool. So that's that stuff. Then let's go ahead and have a look at the departure chart. And we are departing 3-6 left most likely. Why does this give me a totally different sit, by the way? We're looking for the spiky bore Sierra Papa Yankee. For Victor, that should be in here. Interesting. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'm being stupid right now. Spiky bore for Victor, straight out. That's it. Cool. Alright, so for the emergencies, we're gonna make it a 25-mile ring, and that's gonna be about it. Okay, very good. So, with all of that set up, let's go ahead and listen to the ATIS and see what they've got to say. It's gonna be on 13298. So, 132980, and obviously we want to listen to it, so we better click that one. Here we go.
feet. Temperature 14.12 QNH 1013 hectopascal becoming. Broken 1,700 feet. End of information, Charlie.
Okay, 1013, that's what we've selected.
This is Skipple information, Charlie. Main landing, runway 18 right, main takeoff, runway 24, transition level 4.
Okay, runway 24.
130 degrees, 5 knots, variable between 100 and 160 degrees. Visibility 10 kilometers, light rain. View at 1,700 feet. Broken 3,200 feet. Temperature 14.12 QNH 1013 hectopascal becoming. Broken 1,700 feet. End of information, Charlie.
Go on 3, I'm information Charlie on board.
This is Skiffle information.
Question here from
Alright, let's go ahead and grab our clearance just to ensure which SID we are about to use.
Departure, initial climb to level 60, squawk 1000.
Runway 24, the core 3 Sierra departure squawk 1000, initial climb 6000 Air France, 32 Lima Hotel.
32 Lima Hotel, report correct, report fully ready.
Schiphol Tower, good afternoon, KLM 17 Golf information, Charlie request clearance to Copenhagen.
KLM 17 Golf, good morning, clear to Copenhagen, on deck 2 Sierra departure, runway 24, initial climb to level 60, squawk 3162.
KLM 17 Golf, cleared to Copenhagen, on deck 2 Sierra departure, runway 24, initial climb flight level 60 and squawk 3162.
KLM 17 Golf, report correct, report fully ready.
Bilko. Okay, that's 603162. Here we go, and Andeck 2 Sierra departure. That is fine, let's use that. Okay, then we just need the chart once more. No, not you, GSX, but that one. So, flight level 60. Come on, simulator, don't lag, please. There we go, and that is going to be 220 knots maximum restriction, I'm fairly sure about that. Alright, that looks better. Cool, then we can just select the new SID in here.
Yeah, I'm already asking him 3 times now to start the takeoff roll.
So, Andeck to Sierra.
Indeed.
And here we go. So, that's Alpha Mike 005, max 220, that's what I guessed. Oh, look like we just got weather. We did.
Easy 2923, stand.
Okay, well, so Alpha Mike 008, max 220, then Alpha Mike 026, Pampus, and Andeck. Alright, so that is all we need. Schiphol departure 119055. Lovely. Did you hear the guys on the radio just say like, is that guy eventually going to start his takeoff run? Now I'm looking at the chart. Execute takeoff immediately after receiving the clearance due to converging approach and departures. Lovely. Let's just welcome the VATS in once again. Alright.
Bristol via the Volca 3
Cool, so that's pretty much that stuff. So I suppose, have we finished boarding yet? No, they're still in the course of boarding. Right, tell you what, if they're still boarding, then we are going to go ahead with our departure briefing now, and then we'll continue doing the rest of the stuff later. So, threats for the departure, well, it can probably get quite busy with many pilots unfamiliar with the airport, so we make sure that we taxi carefully along the clearance that we receive, and as per the chart, we execute takeoff immediately when clearance is received. And that should be mostly it. Let's go ahead with the route check then.
So, Falco 3 Sierra departure, runway 24, initial climb flight level 60, squawk 7330.
KLM Heathrow Falco 3 Sierra, runway 24, flight level 60, squawk 7.
Okay, so where is that route? In here, there it is. Echo Hotel Alpha Mike to Echo Kilo Charlie Hotel, and we are the KLM 17 Golf. So, routing is via Andeck, November 873 Just, direct Dosur, Papa 729 Tutlo, runway 22 left, and that is supposed to be a ground distance. Do we have that somewhere in here? Distance, no, nothing accumulated. Have it up here somewhere. There, yeah, there it is. So, ground distance 385 versus 397, that's alright, 3.7 tons remaining, and the minimum is 2.3, so that's plenty of extra fuel. So, UTC time 1021, altimeter 1013, reading about 0 feet. The flight directors are on, minus master, standby instrument set. Left seat takeoff, runway 24, flaps 5, noise abatement procedure 2, and we have no specials. So, pack throttle bleeds on. It is going to be a wet runway, so we make sure to take the wet runway figures later on, but that shouldn't be much of a problem. So for the emergencies above 80 knots, I will only stop for engine fire failure. Predictive wind shear warning, aircraft unable or unsafe to fly. If I call stop, I simultaneously close thrust levers, disengage auto throttle, apply max manual braking, verify operation of the RTO auto brakes. Manually raise speed brake lever, apply max reverse thrust. When the aircraft comes to stop, I will set the parking brake. And Brandon, hi, nice to see you. Aren't you sitting on the incorrect seat? Yeah, let's go over to the right seat, at least for that part of the briefing we do. So, if you call stop, I note the brakes on, speed call speed brakes up, or speed brakes not up, and thrust was normal out, normal indications. Call 100 knots, 80 knots, 6 knots, and the runway distance remaining. Verify your actions, call in emissions, I call auto brake disarm, and select flaps 40 when the brake has been set, and advise ATC of the reject. So we're going to identify the failure and decide together. Most importantly, take it slow, decide on the actions needed. The only thing where we need to decide quickly is if an evacuation is required. If we do that, read the evacuation checklist on the back side of the QRH, you grab the load sheet, I pull the CBR circuit breaker, and then we get out. If the call before we want to keep going, there will be no actions below 400 feet except to cancel and no warnings, erase the landing gear with a positive rate. At 400 feet, verify heading, select and carry out the memory items. At the MFRA, buck up, recheck the flaps and schedule, flaps open and light, select level change, max continued thrust, engage the automatics, non-normal checklist, normal checklists, and then we are going to decide on the further actions. In terms of taxi, we are parking down here on the Alpha 4 apron, so we are going to taxi most likely via Alpha 4 Echo straight ahead onto Bravo and then somewhere over here to Sierra 7, Sierra 6 or Sierra 5. Now for the SID we've got the Undic 2 Sierra departure and that is right on here, so as per the notes, immediately when the clearance is received we're going to execute the takeoff roll, transition altitude 3000, which we can quickly put in here as 3001 as well. Okay, out of one required, we do have that. Remain on tower frequency until passing 2000 and contact Schiphol departure. Speed max 250 below flight level 100, so if we have a quick look, that's down here. Alright then, for the routing, we climb on track 237 towards Alpha Mike 005, then max 220 in the turn, left turn, inbound to Alpha Mike 008, then it's going to be 117, 4 miles, Alpha Mike 026, that's alright, left turn 038, 13 miles to Pampas, and then 013, 25 miles towards Undic, and that's it. Okay, any questions? No? That is very good. Then safety inspection checklist and before start checklist down to the line. Services and shocks checked, maintenance status checked, batteries on, electric hydraulic pumps on, landing gear lever down. Ship's library checked, safety inspection checklist complete. Before start checklist, IRS mode selectors, nav, gear pins 1 and 3 should be down there, and here they are, and removed. Probe covers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 removed. Light test, I always forget that. Okay, so as known per the MEL, the 2 pack lights are inoperative. And that is it. So, light is checked, oxygen. Test 100%, yaw damper on, nav transfer and display switches, normal and auto, fuel. So, 5.4 required, 6.6 on board, 4 pumps on. Cabin utility IV galley power on, emergency exit lights armed, fast melts on, window heat on, air conditioner pressurization, packs auto bleeds on set, pressurization mode selector auto, instruments cross-checked, auto brake, RTO, hydraulics, normal, speed brake, down to 10, parking brake set, step from cutout switch is normal, wheel fire warning checked, radius, radar and transponder, set and standby, radar and aileron trims, 3 and 0, takeoff briefing is discussed and holding at the PA. So let's see how they are doing down here. Okay, looks like they are done. Very good. Then you guys can remove the jetway please, close the doors and...
Alpine 67 Golf Zulu, wanneer draait Cleveland, wind van voor 037 knots.
Cockpit ground, go ahead. Please disconnect external power. Right, parking brake is set, you can remove the chocks and get us a pushback tuck. We are about to be ready.
Good morning, good afternoon, cleared Manchester, Brigade 2 Sierra departure runway 24, initial climb level 60, squawk 6273.
Alright, cool. Then let's go ahead with the performance. We are now fully loaded and that is 63.6. Okay, so we are like 1.5 tons lighter than what the operational flight plan has calculated, but that is totally alright.
KLM 590, my line Patron with 24, share 6.
Okay then, so with that we are pretty much good to go. Okay, let's, before we calculate that stuff, we've got a wet runway now, and we're going to put the acceleration height at 3,000. No, actually it's going to be at 1,000. It's noise abatement 2 over here.
Air France 32 Lima Hotel.
Okay, wind, all that stuff is alright, don't need to overdo things. Unfortunately we don't have takeoff performance calculator for this one, but I can tell you at this weight and that long runway, 22k is going to be just fine. Okay then, flaps 5, we'll take the trim as it is over here, 6.1 tons. And yes guys, I do agree, it is about time that the EFB comes out so that we get a proper performance calculator. I do absolutely agree. Alright, that's 6 units at trim, 43, 50, 56. That looks about right. Okay then, let's quickly say hello to the passengers and then we can depart. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel. In the name of KLM, welcome on board our Boeing 737-900 on our flight to Copenhagen. Flight time about 1 hour with a smooth ride at 37,000 feet. We would like to say thank you very much for being our guests today. Now sit back, relax and enjoy the flight with us. If there is anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask any of our cabin crew. Finally, the cabin crew is shortly going to point out the safety features of this Boeing 737-900 aircraft. I would like to ask you to pay full attention, as that is not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the other passengers sitting around you. In the meantime, thank you very much for your attention, and we look forward to welcoming you again. But for now, enjoy the flight with us. Did you just see the people walking around in the terminal there? I didn't notice those before. Very nice. Alright, cool. So, let's go ahead and do the rest of the checklist. So, PA complete, FMC CDU set, M1IS box automatic, 22k full, speeds 43, 50, 56 set. Step trim 6.7 set. Performance weight and balance, sign send, phones off, EFB, airplane mode stowed, flight windows and cockpit door are locked, doors closed, passengers seated. Before start checklist complete. Alright then, let's get our pushback clearance. Skipper Tower, KLM 17 Golf, request pushback and startup. Information Hotel QNH 1013, pushback and startup approved, KLM 17 Golf. Alright then, pushback facing east sounds about good.
On Alpha 19 Whiskey.
Before start checklist below the line. Air compacts off, anti-collision light on, parking brake set, transponder alt off before start checklist complete. Okay, ground cockpit. So, pushback is approved, parking brake released.
24 is the 296. KLM 877,
Roger.
4, cleared for takeoff, the wind 140 degrees, 7 off, go back. Take off from Richard KLM 87, thank you.
Alright, and here we go.
Hotel behind departing KLM 787, minus away 74, set up 7 behind, expect short delay for wake 78.
Line up way behind Wilson, short delay, thank you, Air France 32 Lima Hotel.
So, exactly 30, so we are going on time.
Leipzig 077, information hotel, QNH 1013, pushback and start up to
Alright, clear of the red lines. Engine 2 start.
1074, information hotel, QNH 1013.
Okay, parking brake set. And 2. Oil pressure, and 1. Now that's going quite too fast over here. The engine starter's still really off in the PMDG. The Zebo is better in that.
KLM 740, confirm ready for push, did you say?
Did you just see the low oil pressure warning flicker over there? I could swear I just could see it flicker, but it went off straight away again, and oil pressure is there, so I'm not gonna bother with it too much. Okay, starter cutout, monitor 2, and let's do that. Starting 1.
KLM 740, you filed an invalid flight plan. You've not filed with a valid departure routing. Could you please refile?
So we've got N2.
Air France 32 Lima Hotel, runway 24.
Oil pressure, N1.
Runway 24, clear for takeoff. Air France 32 Lima Hotel.
So valves are operating. Again, something that most flight simmers don't seem to check, but it is a really important check to make sure that both the spar valve and the wing valve are operating correctly. And Papa Charlie, am I sure that Amsterdam is really one of the most beautiful airports? Well, good morning, first of all. Certainly not the real one, but the simulated one definitely is.
Locker 3405, feedback is correct, report validity. KLM 877, automatic handle procedure, contact departure when passing 2,000 feet.
Right, started cutout, monitor 1. 1 is stable. Well, that was interesting.
Hello, tower. Good afternoon to the 9
Okay.
KLM 2505, hello, runway 18 right, clear to land, wind 140.
Flight control track. Full up, full down, full left, full right, and the rudders, full left, full right. After start checklist. So, generators on, APU off, start switches continuous, probe heat on, anti-ice off, air conditioning, PEX auto bleeds on, isolation valve, auto flaps. That's 5 required, 5 selected, and a green light. Step trim, 6.1 required set. Start levers idle turn, flight controls checked, recall checked before start checklist. Sorry, after start checklist complete. KLM 17 Golf, request taxi.
KLM 17 Golf, taxi on the point Sierra 7, runway 24 by Alpha 4.
Point upon Sierra 724 by Alpha 4, KLM 17 Golf. Okay, cool.
What was your assigned gate?
Clear left side, clear right side.
Delta Food 3, we're taking Alpha 4 whiskey.
So,
Okay, Delta, Lufthansa 8 Foxtrot
checked.
November, you have to take Alpha 4 whiskey and make it Bravo 3-1, please.
Bravo 3-1, Lufthansa 8 Foxtrot.
So straight out left side.
Second gate on your left.
Cheers.
And it is getting pretty dark inside here.
126, readability fine.
Come on, lights. Here we go.
KLM 740, affirmative, you are cleared to Kaapstad, 2003 Sierra departure, runway 24. Initial flying flight.
Okay, that Lufthansa is coming in on the right side. Now watch this. With him being exactly on the line and us being exactly on the line, those two aircraft are going to fit perfectly within one another. It's going to be only a meter or two between the two wingtips. But look at that. See? That's why you've got the maximum wingspan 36 meter restriction over here. Of course, the 320 and the 737 both basically have that.
77 Delta, squawk 0174. 0174.
That's 07, ready for taxi.
Let's gear 077, are you able to get a fine?
Okay, so that guy is holding.
Let's gear 077, taxi on a point, get a 5, and 24 via Alpha 6.
So they've got a standard taxiway system here, aircraft going westbound and aircraft going eastbound, basically all around the corner. But for us, that should be onto Bravo if we want to go to the left side here.
740, information hotel, 1013, push back and set up proof, safety.
The problem is they charted that really bad, because in most charts you can't find it.
Good.
Okay, so you can see over here, it's basically not drawn into the chart,
Lovely together.
but it's only if you go...
17 Golf at Alpha 6, give way to that Leipzig Air Embraer coming from the left.
KLM 17 Golf, number 2 behind the Leipzig Air. Okay, that's it. This guy most likely. Leipzig Air does like to show up as Lufthansa in the sim. But man, he's speeding. He's really speeding there. Okay, so our assigned entry is Sierra 7. That means we go all the way to the end. Pretty much behind the EasyJet.
Line up away, runway 24,
Right, cool. So, just to show you that standard taxiway system. Yeah, here it is on the standard. Or is it? Yeah, here it is on the taxi chart. Over here you can see those lines drawn in. So Alpha is that way, Bravo is that way. Something to keep in mind when you get taxiway clearance here, as they will typically not tell you about that. Okay, cool. So, got 2 departures ahead, so no reason to rush at all. But we can go ahead and do the taxi checklist in the meantime. Or the before takeoff checklist down to the line. So, config, checked, flaps, 5 green lights, step trim, 6.1 set, takeoff briefing. It's going to be left to takeoff runway 24, flaps 5, noise abatement procedure 2, and automatic handover at 2,000 feet. So, we've got PAX auto bleeds on, anti-ice off, and our takeoff speeds for wet runway 143, 150, 156. And the SID is going to be straight out with a left-hand turn and climb to 6,000. MSA-wise, 2,000 around the field keeps us safe. However, in case of engine failure, we're going to go straight out to 3,000 feet just to get a little bit higher. Okay. KLM 17 Golf, confirm in sequence line 24.
24, KLM 17
Golf, again.
Disregard.
KLM 2505, taxi gate Charlie 9er via.
Okay, cool. So, cabin secure before takeoff checklist completed to the line. Now that EasyJet there wasted a lot of runway. See where he's standing? That's why it is so important to make your lineups correctly. You're standing over here. First of all, we take the left part of the intersection, because this is like easily 200 meters of runway. You don't want to waste those. Also look at, he lined up from here, but then taxi forward all the way to here. That's just a waste of runway there. So even if you would line up over here, you would go like this, to the left, and then make a 90-degree turn so that you're standing basically here. That would easily give you an additional 50 or 60 meters of runway, which can be exactly the difference between making it and not making it.
Easy 2926, runway 24, cleared for takeoff, the wind 120 degrees, 6 knots, bye-bye.
Clear for takeoff, easy 296.
KLM 17 Golf behind the departing EasyJet Airbus A320, line up away, runway 24, Sierra 7 behind.
KLM 17 Golf behind the departing EasyJet via Sierra 7, line up runway 24 behind. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. Okay then, before takeoff checklist below the line. MCP? Wait a moment, let's get it rolling at first. Why are we not rolling? Here we go. Okay. So, before takeoff checklist below the line. MCP set, transponder Tara, strobe lights on, holding at the landing lights. Man, now it's getting dark. And the rain is getting stronger. But we should be just about fine.
69 Echo requests clearance broadly.
We did take the wet figures, and we don't have any ATM either.
KLM 17 Golf, runway 24, cleared for takeoff, the wind 120 degrees, 6 knots, bye-bye.
Runway 24, clear takeoff, KLM 17 Golf, bye.
Freebird 439er Mike behind the departing KLM, Boeing 737, line up away, runway 24.
Okay, landing lights on, before takeoff checklist complete. Timing. Stabilized. Set takeoff thrust.
KLM 69er Echo, cleared to Prague, Arnhem 3, get a departure, runway 24.
Takeoff thrust set, indications normal.
clear Prague, RNM 3 Sierra, of 24, initial climb level 60,
80 knots.
1000, Philip 69 Echo.
69 Echo, read back is correct, report fully ready.
Look up.
Sierra 1074, can you accept Sierra 6?
Rotate.
KLM 1074, can you accept Sierra 6?
Gear up.
Say again, KLM
LNF.
1074? KLM 1074, can you accept holding point Sierra 6?
Okay, I tell you what, with this kind of weather.
1074, we can accept.
Okay, come on, A. Why did Togamo drop out? That is certainly not supposed to happen. Level change.
Report 39 Mike, runway 24, clear for takeoff, wind 120 degrees.
Okay, back up.
Can take us,
Let's do 220 straight away. Flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1.
Push and start approved, inclination 121.
And flaps up. Speed checked. Flaps up. Automatic handover at 2000.
123.8, thank you very much.
Schiphol departure, good afternoon, KLM 17 Golf passing 3400, climbing flight level 60. Okay, set standard.
7 Golf identified, climb flight level 130.
Climb flight level 130, KLM 17 Golf.
12 Romeo Juliet, turn right heading 150, cleared ILS 180.
Set. Flight level 130 checked. Okay, VNAV. Flaps up, no lights. We're on standard already. After takeoff checklist. What's the temperature? 16. Okay, then we can switch that off for now. So, air conditioning and pressurization. 2.4, climbing and set. Altimeters. Standard, passing flight level 56 now. Checked. After takeoff checklist complete. Okay, altimeter vent. Come on, what are you doing? Here we go, that's better. And 1 VNAV speed. Those click spots over here can be a little annoying at times. I just hope we're gonna break out of the clouds in a moment and then break out of the clouds and then be able to see something again, except for that black hole that we have here in the cockpit.
Mike identified, climb flight level 130. Eurowing 8 Hotel November, descent 2000.
Electrox Soldier, what's an airport scenery I would like to see next? Well, Frankfurt and Düsseldorf. Because the just sim Düsseldorf sucks, and Frankfurt, yeah, we just don't have anything good.
17 Golf, monitor Unicom 122.8. Good afternoon.
122.8, KLM 17 Golf, good afternoon. So, 122.8. Alright, so we got a little bit of silence now. That is good. And I'll tell you what, how about we just go direct to some nice waypoint if there is nobody online. So I suggest, I do believe it's normally just where they send you to, over here. Well, let's do that. Right, just looks good. Execute. LNAV available. LNAV. Alright, reaching the top of the clouds slowly. And then we can continue our climb. I'm initially going to make it something like 250, just in case a Mars Fleet radar comes online. Altimeters. Passing level 101, climbing 260. 10 checks. So, fuel is balanced with 4 pumps on. Lights off, APU off, aircon and press, 4.0 climbing set. Fast modes, we'll keep them on for now, but let's release the cabin crew. So fast modes on, recall checked, and finally 1 to 1.5 monitoring. 10 checks complete. So let's just check for the inbounds, make sure we don't run into anybody, as we're flying somewhat off the route. So that's the exciting part when you're on VATSIM. There is no ATC online. I do like to fly those directs that you could somewhat reasonably expect to get in real life as well. And in an aspect like this, you know, going direct 100 miles is something that I would totally expect to get. But obviously, flying on VATSIM, we just got to be 101% sure that we don't fly into anybody, because we are responsible for our own separation. Alright, can't see much of Amsterdam anymore. Well, so be it. Lovely looking airplane, by the way, the 900, isn't it? And I thought the SkyTeam livery makes it look somewhat cool as well. But it's strange to see all those 737s with a different length of fuselage, isn't it? But the 900 is looking really good. 800 still is my favorite, but the 900 is probably the next one. Also nice, by the way, that we are flying a 737, which is not like skyrocketing. I mean, in the A330, 2,000 feet a minute would be a lot already. Usually ain't gonna get that, but it is quite nice. Okay, cool. So, looks like we are staying clear of all those clouds, but I'm certainly going to keep the seatbelts on until we are clear of the entire weather system here, because this could be a little bit turbulent. Now, not as turbulent that I would, you know, fly turbulence penetration speed, but then again, it is quite, it is certainly going to be a little bumpy. Especially when you fly over something like that, or that one over here as well. So, that direct we've taken is taking us pretty much straight through all those, which is quite appreciable. Okay then, let's have a very quick look into our VNAV pages. So optimum 359, max 381. Let's see, 370 is what they've planned. Let's quickly see what 350 gives us. So that's 44, 3.5, and if we take 370, it's both the same. Well, then let's see, 359, tell you what, in the 900 the difference between the optimum and the maximum is quite a bit, and that optimum is going to come up a little, so if we go to 370, we're probably going to be a little closer to the optimum for most of the flight. Another thing that we can always check is top of climb 112 miles, top of descent 218, so it's only going to be like 80 miles in cruise, and that again would be an indicator that 350 is probably going to be the best level, because the additional fuel that we are going to burn as we climb to 370 is just not going to be offset by the savings and the descent that we have later, so 350 is probably the best level for us then for the cruise. So we're going to set that down here, and we'll set it up here as well. Okay, good. So just waiting until we climb through this little layer over here, even though that looks a little bit less turbulent, because this is a pretty stratiform cloud. So basically the most turbulent clouds are always going to be those which have the strongest contours on the outside. So if you look down there, that is certainly going to be turbulent. If you look up here, you've got a very stratiform, a very uniform looking appearance of the cloud. That is typically not going to be very turbulent, because there is just no energy in it. And Sharky 1213, realistically, at what height would seatbelts usually come off? Well, normally 10,000 above the departure aerodrome, provided that you don't have any reason to keep them on, like, you know, like turbulence or like special country regulations. For example, when you're flying into and out of Israel, then you need to keep the seatbelts on for the entire time you're inside Israeli airspace. And Nordic Aviation, have I tested out the FTSM Plus sound pack? I did on the 800, I do believe, but I kind of like the PMDG sounds better, and if I'm 100% honest, neither of the two sounded like the 737 that I'm used to. Now, that doesn't mean the PMDG is bad, it simply means that I'm usually sitting in the real airplane with an ANR headset on, so, well, that ANR is going to change the sound entirely, and then every different headset is going to sound different, So I flew with a Bose ProFlight, I flew with a Bose A20, and I flew the 737 with, what's it called, Sennheiser S1, and all of them, the plane sounded completely different. So I tell you honestly, whether FTSM Plus or PMDG sounds is more realistic over here, well, neither of them sounds the way I would hear the airplane in the cockpit. But you can always sit in front of your computer and put an A&R headset on, you know, and then you probably got the most realistic feeling to it as well. And Ika, didn't expect to hear you departing Amsterdam, nice surprise. Well, I'm gonna be back afterwards, so we are certainly going to fly back, and then we're going to do at least one more sector, but maybe two. Depends a little bit on the time where my girlfriend's gonna come home today, and well. Okay, so entering some clouds, engine anti-ice on. Tie-tie. Alright then, let's continue to climb flight level 350, which is going to be final. Set 350 checked. And then we've got 350 set once, twice, and 3 times. Monitoring. 1 to 1.5. Okay, perfect. So this time then, no freeze on the arrival into Copenhagen, please. This time it gotta work. I even did a test off screen before I started live stream, just doing a quick flight on that arrival into Copenhagen, and it did not freeze up, so let's see what's gonna happen today. Knowing my luck, it's gonna happen anyway, but tell you what, we'll just keep it at that. Okay then, so passing 250, gonna reach the top of climb shortly, and then let's have a quick look in front. 170 miles to the top of descent, that means we got a little bit of time to relax then in the climb. So this does not look like it is going to be turbulent, but I'll just take things safe, keep the belts on. That's probably something that I came into by flying long haul. You know, if we depart somewhere in Africa and we go through the intertropical convergence zone, you know, we might have an hour of flying next to a thunderstorm. So on a 10-hour flight though, you know, keep them on, doesn't matter. It's just nice how flying long haul you can just take everything slowly. There is just no time pressure whatsoever. That's such a big difference compared to my life on the 737, where it's always been like, okay, 25-minute ground time, do I really want to go to the toilet now, or shall I rather do it in flight? You know? And now it's just, yeah, 90-minute ground time. Take it easy, setting up an Airbus takes 5 minutes at best. Okay, well, those I don't think are going to be bumpy, so let's release the passengers. And that's it, animals out. So, quick look down here, progress page 2. Outside temperature is now minus 39, and once this reaches minus 40, we say that the moisture in the air is so incredibly frozen that it cannot by any means freeze to the plane anymore. So we've got minus 40 now, engine anti-ice off. And now, even though we might fly through a little bit of clouds over here, that stuff cannot freeze to the airplane. Because it's just so frozen, it's simply going to bounce off the airplane surfaces. And Fanetti Matsakura, my apologies. Hello, great content as always. Why don't you use FS2 Crew? Mostly because I don't like this very structured flow of FS2 Crew, which basically forces me into a certain operation. You know, in real life you do follow the SOPs, but you are going to need a lot of time. Well, you have a lot of times where you in real life would just do slightly different procedures. For example, isolating a pack, or, you know, delaying a certain action and stuff like that. In FS2 Crew you can't do that. In FS2 Crew you always run exactly the same scripted flight, which is nice for, you know, which is nice for most flight simmers, because they don't have to, well, you know, because most flight simmers don't tend to know the entire AFCOM, and therefore are not typically in a position to being able to decide when it is appropriate to delay a procedure and stuff like that, or to run things slightly different. But, you know, when you are used to doing that all the time in real life, and then you fly with FS2 crew and it is 100% scripted, there is no room for doing things slightly different, even though you may see fit. That is something I personally don't like. So for that reason I'm not using FS2 crew on my flights over here. Alright, Ninja plays. Do you feel the GSX loading times are realistic? I feel like 25-minute turnarounds are quite hard to achieve. No, I don't think that GSX loading times are realistic. Even with the slider set all the way to the maximum, which does have an influence, by the way, so if the more passengers you can display, the more, or the shorter the boarding and deboarding is going to be, but GSX is taking too long. So deboarding with 189 passengers on 737 usually took us between 5 and 7 minutes. GSX is taking a lot longer. Boarding, again, takes you roughly 10 minutes maximum with 189. So, yeah. You know, the 25-minute turnaround basically works like that. You arrive on stand, it takes about a minute until all the passenger guidance systems are in place and you can start deboarding. Then it takes about 5 minutes to deboard, then it's usually like 3 or 4 minutes in between where the cabin crew does a bit of cleaning, then you also do some security stuff, and then you start, you know, by the time you start boarding you're on the ground for about 10 minutes maybe, and then you start boarding. But you're supposed to be finished with the boarding latest 5 minutes prior to scheduled off-block. That leaves 10 minutes maximum for the boarding, usually a little bit less. And at 8 minutes prior to off-block, the ramp agent would come in with the load sheet already, and by that time normally boarding is complete. So, you know, it takes maximum of 10 minutes to board 189 people, and GSX is taking a lot longer. Not only GSX, by the way. For example, if you take the real-time loading of the Phoenix Airbus, that also takes a lot longer than what we would take in real life. Now, even on long haul, when we are boarding 300 people in the A330, it usually takes like 20 minutes or so, and we are mostly doing it through a single door only. Only the business class comes in through the front door, through one left, the rest comes in through two left. So, if you do 300 passengers in GSX, it's going to take you, I don't know, half an hour or so. And hi Metaleye, nice to see you here. And Dragon Monster, hey, how's it going? I'm a big fan and much love from Germany. Well, vielen Dank. And Faneti Matsakura, I struggle with my ATPL theory. Please give me a little motivation and tips. Well, first of all, we got 1000 to go, so let's just quickly go vertical speed here, reduce that a little bit. So we do that stuff first. ATPL theory, I tell you honestly, I learned it while I was doing flights on the simulator. So I did long flights like, you know, 8-10 hours, or maybe 2 4-hour sectors if I wanted to fly a 737 or an A320. And then en route I started studying. So that's how I did it. And it worked fairly well. So I can certainly just recommend you to do the same, you know, get some sort of motivation, watch some Just Planes videos, watch Pilots ITV if you speak German, that kind of stuff. And that kept me motivated, even when they've been asking me for the 100th time how many hurricanes appear over Darwin in spring, or whatever, you know, or what's the average size of a sand grain. Yeah, I don't care. And honestly, VNAV, if I ask a captain like, oh, do you know what the average size of a sand grain is? The only thing that's gonna happen is that he's probably gonna behead me with a fire axe. So, yeah, very useful stuff, but you just gotta learn it. And Metaleye, planning Frankfurt JFK while learning. Yep. And Joe OS, hi from Australia, love your wits. Well, thank you, Joe, and nice to have some Australians on here as well. I mean, usually I'm streaming at the time where you are hardly asleep, but yeah, nice to have you here. Alright, so, Capone has been asking earlier, will you be involved in headwind simulation? They're looking for A330 pilots. No, I won't, because I just don't have the time available between running the channel, testing for PMDG, and then that little side job of flying a real A330. So it just doesn't leave me sufficient time. To do another group as well. Especially taking into account Headwind are doing a good job for freeware, but then again it's freeware standards. So if there was something like a PMDG A330 coming up, I would absolutely do everything I could to get on that team. But yeah. Xenomatopia, so if it's largely niche and useless knowledge, is it just to prove that you can learn like that? Well, it's not largely that stuff, but there is a lot of that stuff. Now, a lot of the stuff that you learn in ATPL theory, when you're learning that, you are like, oh, I will never need that again, and then you'll just learn the questions by heart. But it is a little bit different when you actually get to flying the airplane. So once you get on the line, you will notice a lot of stuff that you've learned in theory where you've been like, oh, why would I ever need that? And all of a sudden you are like, oh, now I need to know it. A little example. In theory we had to learn that over the Congo there is usually a lot of thunderstorms, and we had to learn the entire reasons why. And we've always been like, yeah, why on earth would I ever need that? And now I'm flying the A330, flying to Africa, and guess what? Flying into the Congo, man, that looked impressive. I'll have a couple of shorts coming up from that flight in the future, so you guys can see it as well. You know, when you've got a CB ranging up to flight level 550, then you're really like, okay, where do I need to go? Or then there is stuff like the in-flight broadcast procedure. You know, you had to learn that phraseology by heart. I was always like, I'm never gonna need it. All of a sudden, I'm flying down in Africa, and bad what? You do need it. Same thing, for example, how does the GPS work? Yeah, you don't care about all those correction messages and so on in ATPL theory. You think like, yeah, it works. But all of a sudden, people are jamming GPS professionally over Iran and Turkey, and the entire airplane goes off track because the GPS has been manipulated in a way that it actually delivers reasonable data for the flight computers, but shows your position 80 miles off track. And the airplane systems are built in a way that if the GPS tells you a certain position and the fault checking of that GPS in the simulator actually tells you that you are or that the GPS data is valid, then all of a sudden the IRS position gets corrected from the GPS position, even though the GPS position has been spoofed and shows you something 80 miles off where you actually are. And that is something that's happening these days above Iran, Iraq, Turkey, and in that area. And that is something that only a professional, and I mean a really professional military can do. That is not stuff that a typical hacker or terrorist group would do. But spoofing the GPS signal is really high-level stuff that, you know, I do trust the large militaries of the world to be able to do it, but that somebody is actually doing it is something that I would never have imagined. But you know, all of a sudden that kind of stuff gets relevant. So yeah, ATPL theory is a lot of niche stuff that you need to learn about, but believe me, you will eventually need it. And Fletch G123, hi, another viewer from Australia. Hi, nice to have you. I'm preparing for my A320 type rating for Jetstar at the moment. Any tips? Yeah, get that Phoenix and just fly standard A to B flights with you. Don't bother to learn the entirety of the SOPs and stuff like that. Your airline will have on the internet, so do take a moment to view those ahead of time, because systems are systems. Those don't change too much. The FMS software versions do, but that's that. Apart from that, just do standard A to B flights with a Phoenix, and it is going to get you that little bit of background knowledge of how to operate the FMS, how to interact with the systems, how the systems are going to respond, and that is going to prove very, very useful during type rating. And then, Sharky1213, has that ever happened to you, GPS spoofing? Well, not GPS spoofing, but GPS blocking has happened a lot to me when we flew to Jordan. All the time we flew down to Aqaba. Approximately by the time you overflew the Israeli border, you started to run into the GPS jammers that were applied all over Syria, and then you would end up without GPS for like an hour or so. And if you look at an en route chart in the area Israel-Jordan, there aren't too many nav aids over there, so the airplane doesn't have anything that it can do its position updates on. So you usually end up on radar vectors for a short while before you eventually get south enough that you run outside the areas of the GPS jammers. So that stuff actually does happen. And all of a sudden all this stuff like GPS navigation does become relevant again. Did I say GPS? Meant VOR. Sorry. Okay, so, Metal Eye, what is the average size of a sand grain? Was it something like 0.08 millimeters or so? And if that number is correct now, then shoot me, man. And Daniel, do you fly A330neo or CEO? I'm flying the 200 and 300 these days. Hoping to get the Neo one day, but I tell you what, I'd rather not have the Neo, because if they don't get the 330 Neo, it means they get the 350. And I'd much rather fly a 350 than a 330 Neo one day. Okay, so 70 miles to run till our top of descent. Let's go ahead and start preparing for our approach into Copenhagen. And they are actually online at the moment. Very nice. We've got a Copenhagen Tower and... yeah, Copenhagen Tower. So let's get the arrival dates. 12275.
status, 4,100 status, temperature 14, 2.5, altimeter 1009, new start in effect with error 2211. Make sure you have updated your database. If using error 2210 or earlier, advise controller at first contact. As first contact with approach, state aircraft type. This was Copenhagen arrival information Alpha. Advise on initial contact, you have information. Alpha. This is Copenhagen arrival information Alpha, at 1050 Zulu. Expect ILS approach. Runway in use for landing 22 left. Expect Charlie start. Visual approach on request. Transition level 65 wind 280 at 18 just 31. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. 3,600 status. 4,100 status, temperature 14, 2.5, altimeter 1009, new start in effect with error 2211. Make sure you have updated your database. If using error 2210 or earlier, advise controller at first contact. As first contact with approach, state aircraft type. This was Copenhagen arrival information Alpha. Advise on initial contact, you have information. Alpha.
Okay, so information Alpha, runway 22 left, and we can probably go for a visual approach with the clouds in 3,600, even though I will make it at least 5 miles, just because, you know, they've got this lovely little gust in there. So we do want to have the approach stabilized rather early, which is a certain argument against the visual approach, but we'll see about it. So, a little feature of the 737, which I'm not sure anybody of you knew. If you take those winds in here, execute that without entering them, and then go descent wind request, it is going to give the winds for the levels that you entered, which is quite nice. Oh, and we just got to contact me from Copenhagen on 121375. Copenhagen, good evening. KLM 17 Golf, level 350 inbound Dosur. Copenhagen, good evening. KLM 17 Golf, flight level 350 inbound Dosur.
Last station called Copenhagen, broken second.
Copenhagen, good morning, afternoon actually. KLM 17 Golf, flight level 350, inbound Dosur.
KLM 17 Golf Copenhagen, hello, identified. Information Alpha will be up shortly. You are cleared 223 Charlie arrival. You can expect ILS runway 2 to left. When ready, descend flight level 120.
Information Alpha is actually on board already. Cleared Tutlo 3 Charlie arrival for the ILS approach runway 2 to left and descend flight level 120 KLM 17 Golf. Okay, set. 120 checked, and he said when ready, so we are going to delay the descent until the top of descent. So, runway 2 to left, and we are going to make it a 10-mile ring and a 4-mile ring, as it is VMC. So, 10, 4, and then the last one is going to be 105.
KLM 96 Foxtrot, Copenhagen, stand by shortly.
Very good. Okay, so, we do have a couple of vertical restrictions on the arrival.
KLM 96 Foxtrot.
First of all, going to start from here. Tutlo 3 Charlie, that is Tutlo, Lugas, Corsa, and Corsa got a max 250 restriction, which we have. And then we are going to go via Charlie Hotel 654, max level 120, waypoint 645, 638, 631, 626, and Abegi, and from there we join the final. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we'll take 626 in 3000.
KLM 17 Golf, proceed direct Charlie Hotel 631.
Direct Charlie Hotel 631, KLM 17 Golf. Alright, that looks very good here. Execute. LNAV available? LNAV. Very nice direct. Okay, now let's take 626 and make that 3000 feet. Like so. And that should hopefully give us the ability to turn final just over here. What we can also do, if we just want to have the plane calculate that stuff for us. So we take the Fox India, put it behind here, and then delete that once more. Yeah, 3000, so I guesstimated okay. 206 knots. So tell you what, let's make that 206B / 3000. Looks good. So if we're at that altitude, we're going to be able to turn visual onto the final, making us the flight a little bit nicer there. Okay, so, 2 to left, let's set up the ILS anyway, because we still want to use that stuff as a backup. So 217 on the courses. Here you go, 217 once, and we're gonna make that 217 twice. Like so. Okay, frequency 109.5, and we're gonna make that active on both sides. So, passing top of descent, let's just make sure it doesn't overspeed. Okay, I'm going to use a little bit of a speed brake here, just to make sure the speed stays away from the overspeed margin, but that should be fine. Okay. Nice, and then finally for the minimums, 208. Let's pre-select that. Here we go. Cool, so, arrival briefing. Threats for the arrival. The gusts may give us a certain possibility of a wind shear, so if that happens, wind shear escape maneuver is going to be press toga, firewall, thrust levers, pitch up 15 degrees, then follow the flight director. Make sure that the speed brakes are retracted, no configuration change until we're clear of wind shear, and when we're out of it, whoever notices first is going to call clear of wind shear, and that is going to be the signal for us to reduce thrust. Something like 90% should give us a good way to recover, and then 3000 is missed approach altitude. Make sure we don't bust it. However, if we're still in the wind shear by that time, then we may bust it as well, but be sure to advise ATC on it. After that, we're going to go into the normal go-around procedure, so that is going to be, again, press toga, go around, flap 15, set go-around thrust, positive climb, gear up, flaps 5, flaps 1, flaps up. There is no speed restriction on here, so we can use the standard go-around and clean up all the way straight away. Okay, apart from that, let's see, what else do we have? Well, honestly, not too much. Yeah, just one last threat, that is going to be the taxi, so we're gonna land 22 left, vacate most likely Bravo 4, Bravo. We've got runway 30 in between, so we gotta make sure that we have crossing clearance by the time we go across here. And then I have no idea where we're going to park, so let's just get out the parking chart, and then we'll see what ATC is going to give us. Alright, cool, so that's the threats for the arrival. Then let's quickly go over it. We just talked about the routing already, so that stuff is in. But what we're going to check real quick is frequency is 109.5, set once, twice, and 3 times. Course is 217, 1, 2, and 3. Minimums 208. We have left and right. Okay, for the missed approach, straight at 500. In here we've got the runway point or 1 DME OXS after the DME, so that's going to be that point over here. And then whichever is later, turn left onto 187 degrees, climbing 3000. We've got 187 in here and 3000. Unfortunately, we cannot enter in here. The real one can do it, by the way. Okay, so 250 below 100, forecast page. That's going to be a transition level of 70. And it's filled in. Fixed rings 2 to left, 10 miles, 4 miles, as it is VMC. Missed approach we talked about. Then let's see, we're going to burn 400 kilograms, and that's a landing weight of 67.2. 67.2. Now, we are rather heavy, but with those gusts, I still want a flap 30 landing. So let's make it flap 30. Short turnaround, so auto brakes 2 will have to do, so that we don't heat up the brakes too much. Alright, 3.6 for the approach. 3.6 on arrival versus 2.2 for a diversion to Malmö. Weather at Malmö is alright, they got a couple of gusts as well, but honestly I would favor to stay in Copenhagen if we actually needed to. There's several runways available there, and we actually have it as a destination, so there's better handling there as well. Alright, taxi in we talked about, so I would say any questions? No? Very good. Then let's do the descent checklist. Pressurization, land out 0, anti-ice off, approach with fuel discussed, IS mailbox checked and set. Descent checklist complete. Oh man, I'm not used to flying such short flights anymore. All of a sudden you need to do some work and you can't just sit back and relax, you know? For a couple hours in the meantime. Flunkos, so cool to see all this live, especially the readout procedures. Super interesting in a sim. Super interesting as a sim-only pilot myself. Well, thank you very much. You know, that is exactly my intent for the channel. Being able to show real-life procedures and, you know, keeping it as realistic to what I'm actually flying as possible. And I know that a lot of streamers just favor to do the entertaining part, and I do favor to do the, I do definitely favor to do the, procedural part over the entertainment part. And as it looks like 140 people watching at the moment, that doesn't seem to be too wrong. Then Going Dutch Films. Hi Captain, can you give any tips on how to ensure proper separation during the approach using FSLTL? Was doing an approach this morning, ran into traffic on the approach at Heathrow. Well, you know, using FSLTL, are you combining it with real-life traffic then? Because that means separation is going to be almost impossible, because at Heathrow they just squeeze in aircraft in whichever gap they fit. So that is a little, you know, that's a little bit, a thing there. However, you know, try to fly ICAO standard speeds. 220 on downwind, 180 on base, 160 on final. And that is usually going to keep you somewhat within the limits of what aircraft are normally flying in real life. So that's probably my best bet there. And Sharky1213 posted a little bit earlier, I'm considering getting either the 700 or 800 soon, though both is a bit pricey. What are your opinions on it? Yeah, it is a little bit pricey, but to be honest, they're among the best simulations you have at the moment. I don't want to start a war arguing whether Phoenix or PNDG is more realistic, so I'm not going to get into that argument. But I tell you honestly, if you have those options, I would go for the 800, because it is the more widespread option, unless your favorite operator is an exclusive 700 operator, you know? If you want to fly almost exclusively Southwest, then the 700 might work for you. Otherwise, personally, I'd be a fan of getting the 800, as it is the most popular version. Today we're flying the 900, which is an exciting airplane as well, though it is mostly popular with US operators, and in Europe it's only KLM, CSA, and LL if you want to count them as European flying it. So the 900 is a little bit less widespread. However, it is still a very interesting plane to fly. So that's also an option.
KLM 17 Golf, descent flight level 80.
KLM 17 Golf, descent flight level 80. Set, 8,000 checked. Okay, so, AXA V just logged in, so I don't know if you're aware, but Amsterdam version 1.1 is out since yesterday. I don't think I updated, but I tell you honestly, 1.0 is looking very good as well already. I mean, they're all just looking good. Marek, sorry. What is the tail strike pitch limit on the 900? I do believe it is 9 degrees, though I'm not 100% sure. Didn't fly the 900 in real life, so I never really learned those values by heart, but I believe it is somewhere around 9 degrees of pitch. And these, what do I like better, the 737 or the A330? Well, the A330, because it is a much more relaxed airplane. In the 330, you know, first of all, Airbus designed the cockpit around the pilot, other than Boeing, who designed an excellent airplane and then remembered they had to put a crew into it. So the A330 is just a little bit more pilot friendly to fly, and that's probably the reason why. It's just a more relaxed working space, and if we're totally honest, as much as I have a passion for flying, ultimately the airplane you fly is your office as well. So yeah, it is your office, and you want the office to be as nice as possible, and for that reason I would go for the Airbus. And Chris, hi Manuel, love your videos. Just wondering, where do you get the checklists from for the tutorials? I suppose you mean the PMDG manuals. Now those came with the 737 NGX 10 years ago, and those included the real-life AFCOM and QRH and flight crew training manual. Now, unfortunately those are not included with the version on Microsoft Flight Simulator, but if you do a quick Google search, you are going to eventually find them. So I suppose that's your best bet on what you can do in order to get those manuals. And tell you honestly, it is worth just doing a Google search for 737 AFCOM. You are going to find a couple real-life manuals there, and any of them is really going to do the job. So that is my recommendation for what you should do. And all the operators are going to have different checklists. Indeed, I'll have a video up on why checklists are different between different operators very shortly, so that is something that you can already look forward to. But the most important thing here is that any of those checklists is going to work for flight simulation. Now, as an example, the Ryanair checklist, for example, is very extensive. They do check almost every switch in the cockpit. Compared to that, the standard Boeing checklist, the one that I used on my tutorials, checks only the most important safety critical items. Personally, I'm in favor of the latter, you know, just checking the safety critical items, because you can see how or in what manner I'm reading my checklists here. It does involve a lot of checklist discipline to not just do a rhyming response, so don't just respond with what's in the text, but actually check the system before you do it. And as much as I'm trying to focus on, you know, doing it correctly, I do notice every now and then that it does happen that I'm, at least in the simulator, in real life I don't think it's ever happened to me, but in the simulator it does happen to me, that I'm just slipping across, you know, missing a step, because it's just so many. And then there is things in there which aren't really that important, like the yaw damper, you know? Yeah, switch it off. Here you go, plane still flies. And when you do a recall, you're gonna get that master caution, so the plane is going to advise you that you have it off. So why check it with a checklist, you know?
KLM 17 Golf, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1009.
KLM 17 Golf, descend 4,000, QNH 1009. Set, 4,000 checked, set QNH 1009. 1009 cross check, passing 10,160. Now, checked. So yeah, as they say, sometimes less is more, and in case of how many items to put in a checklist, I do absolutely think that that is the case. So look at the new Airbus checklist.
KLM 96 Foxtrot, climb flight level 360.
And Vito, hi Emmanuel, how are you? Looking forward for the line training. Any tips on which documents I should read and prepare? Mostly the SOPs. And then there should be some information in your operations manual part Delta telling you what discussion items there are, but start with the SOPs and then your trainers are going to get you working from there. Okay, altimeters. Passing 9,300, descending 4,000, 10 checks. Fuel, balanced, 4 pumps on. Lights on, angle of bank 25, air cannon press 3.3, descending set, fast belts. Oh, we should certainly have put those on, but that's why we're doing these checks. So fast belts checked, recall checked, and we can deselect 1 to 1.5. We don't need that zoo on the approach. Alright,
KLM 7,
and that's the 10 checks complete. So speed is getting a little high, let's use a bit of speed brake to get rid of that. Something interesting about the 737-900. The speed brakes in here are actually more effective than those in the 800. The 800 is the most slippery of the 737s. The 900, due to the larger weight, is actually better controllable than the 800. And is a little bit less slippery. But you can see the speed brake still isn't that effective. On the 330 they are so nice, you know, you pull them out and immediately you double your rate of descent or your rate of deceleration. In here, yeah, take it from here, huh?
KLM 74 Golf, Copenhagen, hello, squawk 4472.
4472.
Copenhagen Control, good day, Lufthansa 24 Mike, flight level 240.
Okay.
AMSTERDAM, again Airbus 20, information Alpha.
Lufthansa 24 Mike, Copenhagen, hello, squawk 2015.
And Captain Steve, hello, loving the stream, thank you. Have you missed flying the 737 yet, or do you still get enough of a fix from MSFS? Tell you honestly, MSFS is enough for me in terms of 737.
Identify 50
Totally happy with the A330. At the moment, I really don't want to go back. At the moment, I really don't. Okay, so we are receiving the idents. Let's go ahead with the frisk check. Frequencies 109.5. Fixed rings, runway 22 left, 10 miles forward. KLM 17 Golf, descend 3000. Set, 3000 checked. Okay, idents, Oscar, X-ray, Sierra, standby instruments set, and the course is 217.
You are
approach checklist. Altimeters and instruments. Trust checked. Approach aids checked and set. Approach checklist
when ready,
complete.
descend flight level 90.
Okay, let's see. Field should be somewhere over there. I think this is it. Yeah, field inside. But let's wait until we're below the clouds before we are going to ask for the visual approach. And they probably want to get us clear of the city as well. Look at that. How beautiful is Microsoft Flight Simulator? It's really... it's still amazing. It really is. And Zachary, hi, we're going into Copenhagen. Isn't that just beautiful, honestly? Let's watch it from here, though. Like the jump seat perspective. Even though that would be a little bit further back and you wouldn't see anything in the front. But you get where I'm going with this. Okay, so we are clear of clouds and we should be able to keep the field in sight at all times. KLM 17 Golf, field in sight, request visual approach.
KLM 17 Golf, no traffic. Cleared right-hand visual approach runway 2 to left, report final.
Cleared right-hand visual 2 to left, Wilco KLM 17 Golf. Alright, very good. Then let's go direct to the Fox India. Execute. So down to 1,200. And then automatics off, flaps 1. Going to take a little bit further out than what we have in the box right now. Flight directors off. Auto thrust off. Okay, let's pre-select the tower frequency, 18.1. And here we go. Okay, flaps 5. So we will need a little bit of speed brake to get down. And then let's go gear down, flaps 15. Okay, missed approach altitude 3000 set. Let's get the speed down. Checked. KLM 17 Golf, right base.
KLM 17 Golf, thank you. Contact Castle Tower, frequency 118.1. Have a safe landing, bye-bye.
118.1, KLM 17 Golf, thank you, bye-bye. Castle Tower, good afternoon, KLM 17 Golf, visual approach, right base, 22 left.
KLM 17 Golf, Castle Tower, good afternoon, report on my side.
Runways inside, KLM 17 Golf.
KLM 17 Golf, Roger with 272 knots, got 32 knots, to the left.
Runway 2 to left, clear to land, KLM 17 Golf. Okay, flaps 30, and we're going to use VRF plus 15. Keep descending, keep the speed under control. Stable gate is 500. Landing checklist. So, start switches. Continuous. Recall checked, speed brake arm, green light, landing gear down 3 green, flaps 30, green light, and landing lights on, landing checklist complete. Okay, overshot a little bit. And here we go. Okay, going through 500, we're stabilized. So it might get a little bit turbulent on the short final there. Checked. Because of the wind going through all those poles and everything. Continue. Right on the marker. Very nice. Okay, speed brake up, thrust reverse normal. Manual brakes. And then we've got 80 knots, 60 knots, and off we go. Alright, that was a nice first sector, and a very nice visual approach. So, let's quickly grab that taxi chart. What's quite tricky on those high-speed turnoffs here in...
KLM 17 Golf, welcome to Copenhagen. Taxi via Bravo, hold short of Zulu, cross runway 30.
Taxi Bravo, hold short Zulu, cross runway 30, KLM 17 Golf. Alright, so, what's quite tricky is, while you've got the high-speed exits, which you can certainly use, those turns over here, where you go on the main taxiway, are limited to 10 knots. So, you really need to lose that additional energy quickly when you're using the rapid exit taxiway over here. Okay, Bravo is on here, we go straight ahead and cross runway 30, and then we hold short Zulu, which is the first taxiway on the crossing on the other side over here. So that is the plan. Alright then, time to clean it up. Do a little bit of housekeeping. I am going to keep the strobe lights on because we are going to cross a runway over there. Okay, next up is going to be the parking chart. Coming from here, Bravo, and hold short of Zulu. So, systems and brakes are normal. Recall is checked.
KLM 17 Golf, contact Patron on 121.625, expect stand Alpha 20.
121.625, expecting Alpha 20, KLM 17 Golf. See you later.
Bye.
321, roger that, 20 blocks, I'll call you back.
Okay, clear left and right, clear the cross. Apron low, KLM 17 Golf, crossing 30, hold short Zulu.
KLM 17 Golf, good afternoon, via Bravo and Yankee, hold short Papa.
Bravo, Yankee, hold short Papa, KLM 17 Golf. Okay, Bravo straight ahead. Then Yankee is to the left, and hold short of Papa, that is over here in that first apron. And Alpha 20 is going to be over here on the back. Okay. So that taxi routing is understood for now. And we clear the runway, strobe lights going off. Clear left side, clear right side. Taxi here in Copenhagen can be quite confusing because it is a rather complicated apron layout, and they want an air safety report for every single time you take a wrong turn over here. So it is quite challenging to taxi in Copenhagen. Okay, so we continue over here, we hold short in front of that terminal over there. That's taxiway Papa. And in the meantime, let's prepare GSX. Gate Alpha 20. No follow me needed, thanks. Handling by... yeah, Menzies sounds good. Okay, there's an A320 coming out of Papa. Suppose that's the reason we gotta wait. Let's turn off the taxi lights. Just to signal to them that we will be waiting. So, we are past 3 minutes for the engine cooling, but we're above 63 tons, so we're not going to do single engine taxi. We'll leave both engines running.
Behind the Scandinavian passing right to left, continue Yankee, Lima, Juliet, Alpha 20.
KLM 17 Golf behind the Scandinavian A320 right left, continue via Yankee Lima Juliet, gate Alpha 20. And where's the Scandinavian turning?
Scandinavian 17 Golf, hold position. Charlie holding position, sorry, it's the wrong track. On the right, yes, Foxtrot, that's the track. Scandinavian 17 Charlie, yeah, make a sharp right turn to join Foxtrot to your 2 o'clock.
That's what I meant. Taxiing can be difficult over here, and that guy just took the wrong turn and came in front of us. He was probably instructed to go straight ahead over here. Yeah, right on Foxtrot, see, over there. So he was supposed to go over here. But that's exactly what I meant. The apron layout can be a little bit confusing here in Copenhagen. So for that reason, understanding a taxi route is very important here. And Joe OS, how often do you perform visual landings without automatics in real life? Well, in my old operator it was not allowed. In my new operator, in 2 months flying, I've done it twice already.
3, 2, 1, have you received the pushback here?
Okay then, clear of him.
Negative, I said I will call you back when clear.
Oh lovely, that guy pushed without clearance.
No problem at all. Are you completed with your pushback?
Okay, so we continue via Yankee, Lima and Juliet. So straight ahead to the end, right, left. Well, and there we are already at Alpha 20.
This is 3, 2, 1, second.
Alright.
Scandinavian 17 Golf, call tower 118.1.
Sky 175.
Okay then, there's a Scandinavian 320 over there. I probably forgot to disable the static aircraft. Is he on our gate? No, he's not. We're parking left of that. Alright, that's good. Otherwise we would need to advise tower, but doesn't matter.
Side 0175 for today. Your start is at full. Once you go to Charlie.
Okay, so Alpha 20, straight ahead. Over there.
135, go for Charlie, set pushback approved.
Okay, Lima, then a slight left on Juliet, and then Alpha 20 is over here. Let's see if the docking system is working.
QNH 1009. The point is going to be Romeo 1 facing south.
Romeo 1 facing south, QNH 100.
Alright, that's looking good. So, that guidance system is not working, it seems. Do we have a marshal eye anywhere? Ah, now it's working. Okay. So, stand 20, KLM 737. 739, okay, perfect. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Okay. So, brake set, APU is available. That's 2 blue, 1 red, engines dead. Cabin crew, all doors in park. Alright, so Engines 1 and 2 below 20%. Transit shutdown checklist. Electrical on APU, fast modes off. Probeat auto, anti-ice off. Voice recorder on. Air conditioning, PAX auto bleeds on. Isolation valve, well, open. So, auto brake off, speed brake down to 10, flaps up no light, parking brake set, start levers cut off, weather radar off, transponder 2000 standby, CBR CB in, cockpit door unlocked, and that is the checklist complete. Alright then, let's go ahead and start the deboarding straight away, because it is going to take a little bit of time in this airplane. So, chocks in position, jetway request, ground power request, fuel truck request, and then passengers via the jetway. Very good. Target is 0. And you guys can go ahead with the deboarding or the unloading as well. So, the doors may be opened. Start the deboarding. Perfect. Alright, cool. And that is our first sector done. On to the return. I do hope that you guys all enjoyed this one already. So, we are going to quickly do our sim brief planning. I'll take you through it, the way that I do the planning. And then we are going to fly back. In the meantime, I want to know from you guys where we are going to fly. Are we going to fly from the captain's seat or from the first officer's seat on the flight back to Amsterdam? That is what I want to know from you. In the meantime, while you guys make that up, Cuckoo asking, may I ask, can you explain the saying 2 blue, 1 red, engines dead? Yeah, that's quite easy. You've got the 2 blue lights of the generator off bus, indicating that the APU generator has taken over. And then we check that the parking brake is set as well, because by shutting down the engines, we are losing part of the hydraulic system. So that's why we do 2 blue, 1 red, checking APU generators online, and parking brake is set. And then engines dead, yeah, shut down the engines. Okay, so we have got a couple votes, and as far as I can see, Magoo C23 Foxtrot. Sounds good, we are gonna fly from the cabin. No, most say we are going to fly from the first officer's side, so if you guys decide on that, then that's what we're going to do. So, pilot, and we want co-pilot. Here we go. So we'll be first officer for the flight back. Okay then, in the meantime, let's go ahead and do our sim brief planning, and I'll show you how I usually do it. So, I'm gonna start straight on here. And then, I did a little bit of research ahead of the flight and made out a call sign, which is going to be KLM 18 X-ray. Again, real-life call sign used by KLM 737 on this particular flight. So, we are going to be the KLM 1134 from Copenhagen to Amsterdam, and it is going to be a Boeing 737-900. And we are going to take the PMDG, well, first class config, I do believe. Registration is Papa Hotel Bravo, what was it, X-Ray Oscar. Cost NX30 is what KLM seems to use according to some internet databases, and the call sign KLM 18 X-Ray. Going on from there, alternate surely not going to be Frankfurt, but instead we're going to use Rotterdam. And a quick look into the weather itself. Amsterdam Schiphol is currently IFR, light rain, few 400 broken, 600 broken, 1100, 14 degrees 1012. Recent rain and drizzle. So that's not too great, but looking at the forecast, it is IFR, but it is still very good weather for IFR flying. Then, quick look into the alternate, Rotterdam. Pretty similar, broken 600, and all of that is not particularly good. Tell you what, we're going to change the alternate. Let's see if Eindhoven is any better. Eindhoven, weather. Yeah, Eindhoven is very good, even though the forecast says temporary 1500, broken 200. No, not good. Okay, what else do we got then? Let's see how Brussels is. Brussels down there. And Brussels is good. Okay, so we're gonna take Brussels. Scheduled off-block time is 12:15. We should be able to make that. And apply that as well. No fin number, no cell call. Of P layout, we are going to take KLM once more. And scheduled block time is 1 hour and 25 minutes. That's what they scheduled for the real one. Runway 22 right looks good. Let's quickly grab a real route. And for that, I'm going to use ADDON, which is like my favorite for getting real life routings. And this looks quite good. See, that routing is just a lot more efficient than what we had in SimBrief, as it is a little bit more direct. And that looks good to me. Okay, arrival runway is probably going to be 36 right. Yeah, you can plan the stars based on that. I don't know why, it sometimes seems to lose the star over here, but let's just quickly re-enter that. Ilda 1 Alpha, apply. And then go to Charlie. So passengers, we are once again going to be rather full. Let's take 165, and the freight, none, so all of that does look good to me. Okay, cool. So, generate the flight, let's see what it is going to calculate for us. And Agent Wolf, which sim hardware do I use at the moment? I'm using the Thrustmaster Boeing Yoke together with the Honeycomb Bravo throttle and the Thrustmaster Pendular paddles. Also, I have the WinWings F-16 with the Orion 2 base, but for the Boeing flights at least I'm not using those. Alright, so very quick check that everything is looking good in here, and that does seem fine to me. Flight level 300 is planned, that is rather low. Let's see if there's a reason. Yeah, planned optimum flight level. Let's see real quick. Give me the wind barbs. So flight level 300 looks like this. Let's say level 360. Okay, the wind is a lot less at level 300, so we are going to go with that. Perfect, so SimBrief has actually done some good job there. So, pre-file, FATSIM. Takes a little while usually. Okay, here we are. So let's quickly check the flight plan that we are about to file. Time and route, 1 hour and 12. Routing is looking good. All of that is looking good as well. And going down here, that stuff looks good as well. Okay, file flight plan. Thank you, flight plan filed. And with that, we are back in our cockpit. Now, the last thing that I do is I go into my vPilot and then click Fetch from Server to make sure that the flight plan is actually filed. And with that, the flight planning part is actually completed for my taste. Okay, you guys haven't started unloading. Lovely. That should have been done by now. Are the passengers out at least? Yeah, almost. That's good. Alright then, in terms of the fuel, we need to make a decision. So let's get the Navigraph chart app, where we should have our flight plan available now. Give it a little bit of time to load. Looks good. Okay, unload. Import from SimBrief. Copenhagen to Amsterdam. And view the OFP. So we had to look at the weather earlier already. I'm not going to check it in here once again. But what I am going to do is, I do expect with this kind of weather there might be a little bit of arrival delays. So let's take 15 minutes of fuel on top. That's going to be about 600 kilograms. So 6.6 is going to be our block fuel then. So 6.6, yeah, that's the same we took on the way over. Sounds good to me. Okay, start the fueling. Also, we've got shocks in place, so park and brakes can be released for now. Temperature here is 13 degrees, so I don't expect the need to use any APU, but let's check the air conditioning real quick. Yeah, it's like 27 degrees inside, but on that indicator, it's not very precise anyway, so this can show you literally anything, and the cabin crew is going to complain anyway, so if we've got like, if you've got something like that, totally fine, as long as it is below 30, and for the cockpit you just gotta feel for yourself. I mean, the dock tells me 32 degrees, with the air conditioning off, or rather with the bleeds off, the dock temperature usually equals around about what you have, but tell you what, it's fine for now, we're gonna stick with it for now. Alright then, very good, so refueling is going on. Then, let's see about the cargo. That is where we want to have our eyes peeled upon. So 61.7 is the estimated zero fuel weight for this flight. Now, 61.7, if you remember previously with 189 passengers, we loaded our holds up all the way, and we just about reached 63 point something. So 2 tons less. Yeah, if we take just 165 passengers, that is going to be totally fine, and we'll be good in terms of our load. Okay then. Well, let's go at EKCH. Flight plan request. And my simulator got stuck. Come on, don't crash me. Why is my simulator freezing right now? When we entered Copenhagen as departure airport, that's interesting. Last time we flew to Copenhagen, we had some problems as well there. So I do suppose that it doesn't like Copenhagen for some reason. And the simulator is completely frozen up now, but don't worry, I'm just going to restart it and then we'll just load the flight again. I want to go back to Amsterdam, I really do. The only interesting question now is, did it hang up when we entered the origin Copenhagen, or did it hang up when we clicked on flight plan request? I really don't know which of the two to choose here. But yeah, looks like simulator is frozen up. I can't do anything with it anymore. So I do suppose we are quickly going to kill it and going to restart the simulator. That is a pity. It doesn't seem to like Copenhagen, and I don't know why. It is such a nice airport. Okay, tell you what, gonna restart the sim, and then we'll start the flight again. That's unfortunate, but we'll be back in a moment. In the meantime, Marc-André, how did I choose the 600 kilograms of extra fuel? Well, quite easy. In the 737, you have some basic ideas on the fuel usage in the airplane. So you know that 5 minutes flying needs 200 minutes of fuel. Did I say 200 minutes? It's 200 kilograms, obviously. So 5 minutes flying, 200 kilos of fuel. And then if we continue that calculation, then we said we wanted 15 minutes extra. That's just to enable a couple of holdings in case we get some arrival delay. So we want to have that holding time available. And in order to get the holding time, we need to just take the 5 minutes, 200 kilos and multiply that, and then you end up with 15 minutes, 600 kilos. Now, why did I choose 15 minutes? Well, let's start with it like that. So, oh, Simon, thank you for flying to Copenhagen from the apron. Thank you, Simon. I will be back. Just my simulator just crashed, so I just need to load the flight again, and then I will be back. Give me 10 minutes, and I'll be straight back on the apron for the outbound flight. And thank you very much for the ATC, Simon. At this time, and 2 o'clock on a Thursday, I really didn't expect any ATC at all, and now we did a flight with almost full ATC. That is really, really appreciated, Simon. Okay, to get back to the explanation, how did I choose the 500 kilogram of extra fuel? So, or rather, why did I choose 15 minutes? Basically, the weather that we had didn't suggest too much of a delay. So the weather is well within landing minima for an ILS Cat 1 approach, let alone even having to use low visibility procedures. So we don't need to worry about any of that. And this means that I do expect to use approximately just some holdings, but no arrival delay. Or rather, just some holding, but no go-around or airport shutdowns or stuff like that. So, in order to get some margin, you know, when you have conditions like these and if they do deteriorate into low visibility procedures, then air traffic control will need greater minima between the aircraft on approach, and that is going to cause delays for, well, most aircraft approaching, at least if it is busy, which I do expect at the moment. Ever since FLYTAMPA released their Amsterdam airport, it got really busy there in Vatzin. Now, with our arrival the way it is planned right now, basically what we are going to do is, there might be some arrival delays, so we need some extra fuel. However, don't take too much extra, because it is just going to cause additional fuel burn. So for that reason, my old airline said 15 minutes if the weather at the destination is bad, but the alternate is good. And our alternate Brussels, as we've just checked on our flight planning, certainly was good. Now let's have a very quick look into that again so that I can show you. Let's get rid of that and look over here. So arrival airport, Amsterdam. You know, they got broken 600, so that is not too bad actually. Looking at the forecast, prop 30, or it's becoming scattered 400, broken 600, and then there's a prop 30 for broken 300. If that happens, even though it is scheduled to happen after our arrival time, but if that does happen, then they might go into low visibility procedures, and for that reason we might need the additional time for the fuel. Now, if we quickly check our alternate airport, Brussels, then you will see over here weather is perfect and weather is perfect. So the alternate is good. That means we will be able to land somewhere. Landing basically is assured. And for that reason, I'm just taking 15 minutes and not something like a lot more. And that's it. So that's my idea behind the fuel decision. And Simon, Copenhagen is online just for me. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really mean it. Chris, do airlines use kilograms or pounds typically? Usually, most seem to use kilograms. Pounds really seems to be mostly the United States. Even Canada is already switching to kilograms. So, it's really just the US that is using pounds. Alright, so simulator is slowly starting back up. What we can do in the meantime, let's a closer look into all the charts that we have available for the flight. So that's just general overview, but here we go with a significant weather chart. Let's make that one big for now. So we can see that from Copenhagen to Amsterdam, most of the route is totally fine. Now, in here, we've got a jet stream at flight level 380 that is going into this direction. You can tell that from the direction the arrows are pointed. Now, you've got the big arrows over here, which is 50 knots of wind, and we've got two of them, so that's 100 knots. Then you've got a large one over here and a small one over here. That large one is 10 knots, the small one is 5 knots, so it's 115 knots of wind into that direction over here. You will remember that SimBrief has basically told us flight level 300 is going to be our cruising altitude, and that is planned as the optimum flight level. Now, there's a few things we need to understand. First of all, with a cost index of 30, we are flying on a pretty balanced fuel numbers. And what I mean with that is, if you fly a particularly low cost index, for example cost index 6, flying low flight levels is going to cause you a very low cruising speed. So if we flew cost index 6, for example, at flight level 300 with a plane like this, we'd be cruising at something like Mach 0.68 or so. However, with cost index 30, we are more opting for a high true airspeed profile. And if you look in the route over here, in the route string, and you've got 441 knots of a true airspeed, that tells you that at flight level 300 we're probably going to do something like Mach 0.74 or so, I expect. But let's look into the flight plan and see if we can actually see that in the KLM plan. Haven't dealt with it for too much, but let's look down here. Yeah, so Mach number is up here, so we're going to fly 0.75 for the cruise, and that's going to result in 440 knots true airspeed. Now you will probably remember 440 knots true airspeed is something that you would roughly fly for your typical cruise in flight level 370, flight level 380, or something the likes. Now, flight level 300 is about the flight level where you've got the best true airspeed for a given Mach number. Why is that? Well, because the Mach number depends exclusively on temperature. And once you reach the tropopause, typically flight level 360 in our longitudes, once you reach the tropopause, the Mach number and true airspeed relationship stays the same. However, if you are climbing at a constant Mach number, you will notice that your that your true airspeed is slowly going to increase before it then starts staying constant or even decreasing in the further climb. So level 300 usually gives you the highest possible cruising speed. And as you can see, at Mach 0.75 we are flying an airspeed that is equivalent to 0.78 in flight level 370. On top of that, with the additional wind that we've got coming, you can see the wind barbs on here indicate something like 70 knots of headwind on the flight. Now, 70 knots is a lot, but as you can see, if we go flight level, or if we go to a lower level like 300, you can see that it's only something like 45 to 50 knots. And seeing that we are flying the higher speeds of 0.75, giving us a true airspeed that is similar to what we would fly at flight level 370, but with 20 knots less headwind, that means our flight time is going to be greatly reduced. Now, let's see if we've got some operational information in this flight plan format. Like 2,000 feet higher would take us so much longer. But it doesn't look like we have that in the KLM format, unfortunately. Well, that's unfortunate, but that's fine. The basic idea that we have here is if we fly higher, usually we would use less fuel. But if we fly at lower altitude, we use a little bit more fuel, but it's not too much actually. We use a little bit more fuel. But on the positive side then, we have less headwind. So what SimBrief is doing is it's calculating how much fuel do we burn and how long do we fly if we take a lower altitude compared to the optimum just based on the weight. And it's basically running the calculation for every 1,000 feet. And then it just determines, okay, at flight level 300 we've got the least fuel burn. And therefore that is the flight level that we're going to take. Now, in real life, what usually happens is the dispatcher who calculates your flight plan gets all the different flight plans shown for minimum cost, minimum time, minimum fuel, and so on. And then the dispatchers are going to decide which flight plan they're going to forward to the flight crew. And there may be different philosophies at play here. For example, a minimum cost flight plan might also involve additional information like connecting passengers who might miss their flights. So even though you might burn a ton more fuel, it may make more sense just to take that other flight plan in order to you know, reduce the overall cost for the airline. Okay, so our simulator is loaded finally once again. So let's go ahead and set that up real quick once more. So first of all, we decided that we wanted to fly from the first officer's seat, so let's go over to the FO, and then let's quickly bring the airplane back into the state where we were. So this is supposed to be off, this is supposed to be on. Transit turnaround state basically that we are loading right now. Yep, that looks about good to me. Okay, let's connect back to VATSIM and hope that nobody has taken our position in the meantime. Otherwise, I'm just going to use GSX in order to reposition us to a different stand. Okay, so KLM 18 X-ray 737-900, connect. Okay then, fuel, they would have been finished by now. So let's make that 6,600 kilograms as we have decided. So 6,600 payload, we are going to empty that. And then ground services. So power is connected, fuel truck is done. We certainly don't need any stairs, we are going to use the jetway instead. And then we said we have 165 passengers and we are going to request those. And once again we are just going to fill the holes completely. Because that is kind of what we used on the way over. Should give us some good numbers. Okay, perfect. So that stuff is all done. And then we need to connect the jetway. Jetway request and door open. Alright, and that should be about everything we need so that we can start boarding. Here we go. And I am going to open the handling on this side so that we actually think about starting the cargo loading as well. Alright, perfect. So I just did a quick check here if I was able to insert the route, because if it froze again, then, well, that would have been unfortunate. But looks like things are working again. Alright, cool. And with that, we are pretty much completed. So it's going to be KLM 18 X-ray. From here we can resume normal operations, to call it like that. Runway 22 right, and we've got, I believe it was Lango. Let's get out the charts once more and get the operational flight plan. So, Copenhagen to Amsterdam, that's the one we're looking for. Okay, so routing is via Lango indeed. So Lango to Charlie, and for the arrival, let's plan 36 right initially, let's go for the Polderbahn. AL to 1 Alpha and RTIP, I'll just take RTIP transition, that is going to be fine. Okay, cost NX 30, and let's quickly start the loading over here. So cost NX 30 reserve fuel is going to be 2.5. Zero fuel weight, the prediction for that is 61.8. And flight level 300. So, eyesight deviation -1, that means we gotta take -45 degrees. Transition altitude, I do believe is 5,000 here in Denmark, but we're going to cross-check that anyway. Yeah, unable 250 at RTIP is fine. Speed 250 below, well, flight level 70 in Denmark. So let's go ahead and set that. And that is going to be all we need. Alright, perfect. So just one more quick check, weather, let's go real time. Thank you. Okay, very cool. So that is that, and EKCH, and we want a 25-mile ring around that. Perfect. Okay then, so that's that part of the setup. Let's just keep the charts small over here for now. Okay, so quick system scan, refueling is done, so seatbelt can go on. This is looking good, this is looking good, and we're looking for flight level 300 for the cruise. And our destination is right on the sea level. Oh. Okay, so ignition on the left, flight directors can come on. Initial climb, usually flight level 70 in here, so let's pre-select that. 71, and we set the runway heading was something like 22 and a bit. Let's see. Runway heading 2 to right, 217. Okay, cool. Then 1009 was our QNH. Like so. So, quick check. Oil quantity is good. Hydraulic quantity is good. And then we don't need anything in the radio, so let's just get rid of that ILS frequency. We're flying from the right seat, so we're going to select the transponder to number 2. And that is basically it. Okay. Yep, that's it. So let's go ahead and grab some ATIS. Departure ATIS is going to be on 122.85. Here we go.
Temperature 14, dew point 5, altimeter 1009. At first contact with apron control, advise if unable to perform customized pushback. This was Copenhagen departure information Charlie. Advise on initial contact, you have information, Charlie. This is Copenhagen departure information Charlie, at 1150 Zulu, runway in use for takeoff 22 right, wind 290 at 23 gusts 34, visibility 10 kilometers or more, 3,700 scattered, temperature 14, dew point 5. Altimeter 1009, At first contact with apron control, advise if unable to perform customized pushback. This was Copenhagen departure information Charlie. Advise on initial contact, you have information, Charlie.
Okay, so we have information Charlie. And then we can call for our clearance.
Charlie.
Copenhagen Apron, good afternoon again. KLM 18 X-ray information Charlie, request clearance to Amsterdam.
KLM 18 X-ray, good evening to you, new controller. You are cleared to Amsterdam, ship provider, line go to Throttle departure, runway 22 right. Initial climb flight level 070, squawk 5206, and we have information Charlie.
KLM 18 X-ray cleared to Amsterdam via Lango to Charlie departure runway 22 right. Climb flight level 70, squawk 5206.
Hi KLM 18 X-ray, read back correct.
Okay, so 5206.
Nordic 503 now, we should
520 and 6.
Nordic 553.
So Lango to Charlie as cleared and flight level 70 is cleared as well. Perfect.
Push back to 04.
Right then, let's go ahead with the departure briefing. Threats for the departure once again is the taxi routing, especially since I'm not too familiar with the stand where we're parking right now. Also, they want us to advise the air traffic controller in case we're unable to carry out a customized pushback, and I am not 100% sure we can, so we are going to advise them for that. Apart from that, I don't see any threats for the departure, so let's go ahead with a route check.
And we have the response here in Copenhagen, response 26, are you available for custom pushback?
Okay, Echo Kilo Charlie Hotel to Echo Hotel Alpha Mike and with KLM 18 X-ray. Routing is for Lango, direct Alaza, direct Eelde, and Eelde 1 Alpha arrival with a ground distance of 363 versus 374. Good enough, 3.8 remaining versus 2.5 for the diversion, so we got roughly half an hour extra fuel. Okay, UTC time 1218, altimeter 1009, reading 20. And no MFRA. Flight director Saron minus master stamp instruments sat. Obviously we should have an MFRA in real life, but I just can't be bothered to dial that in with a PMDG. Okay, right to take off, runway 22 right, flaps 5, noise abatement procedure number 2, and we have no specials. Now engine out, straight at 25 miles, climbing 3000, that's gonna keep us safe above the MSA of 1700 in that region. Emergencies as briefed. If the call before we want to keep going, no actions below 400 feet except to cancel in warnings, raise landing over the positive rate. 400 feet, verify heading, select carry out memory items. Set the MFRA, buck up, retract flaps and schedule, flap up and light, level change, MCT, automatics, non-normal checks, normal checks, and number decide. Okay, taxi. Pushback without a custom release point, I do suppose. Well, even though Juliet 4, yeah, we should be able to do Juliet 4. Yeah, standard pushback to the right is Juliet 4. Okay, so we can do Juliet 4. And then taxi out, most likely Lima, Zulu, and Alpha. And that's it. So, for the sit, we've got the Lango to Charlie, which is a fairly easy sit. Speed restriction 250 at or below flight level 70. And that is what we have. And then, after takeoff, remain at tower until 1000 and contact Kastrup departure 12498. Radar vectoring will normally be provided by departure to expedite outbound traffic. That is alright. When instructor lineup, squawk assigned SSR code. Yeah, we do that anyway. Okay, so for the route, we're going to go straight out to Rubat on a 217 track versus 216 track. Then right turn 234, 35.9 Tobis. That matches, and thereafter it's going to be 233, 33.7 towards Lango. Alright, any questions? No? Very good.
45, are you available for custom pushback?
Alright, let's start up the APU. Loading should be done by now. So these guys are gone. Passengers, 15 to go. Okay. So let's start with the checklist then. Transit before start checklist to PA. So, gear pins, 103 removed. Oxygen test 100%. Yaw damper on. Fuel, 6,000 required, 6,600 on board. 4 pumps on. Fast melts on, window heat on, air cannon press, pack auto bleeds on set, press mode selector, auto instruments cross-checked, auto brakes, RTO, speed brake, down attempt, parker brake. set, stop from cutout switch is normal, and radius radar transponder standby, rudder aileron trans 3 and 0. Take a briefing discussed and holding at the PA. Alright, cool. So for now it's just waiting for the boarding to finish, which is happening just now. Last passengers coming on board. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, very good evening from FLYTAMPA. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel. In the name of KLM, welcome aboard our flight to Amsterdam. Our flight time today approximately 1 hour 10 minutes. We expect a smooth flight at 30,000 feet. Thank you very much for being our guests today. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight with us. If there's anything we can do for you to make your flight more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask any of our cabin crew. Finally, the cabin crew is shortly going to point out the safety features on board the 737-900 aircraft. I'd like to ask you to pay your full attention, as it is not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the passengers sitting around you. Thank you very much for your attention, and once again, you're very welcome aboard our flight. Alright, so these guys are done. Then, the APU generator is online, so you can disconnect the ground power and the chocks. Might close up over here as well. So the jetway is gone already, very good. Alright then, let's do our performance real quick. So 61.5 versus 61.8, that's 300 kilos down, that's fine, and that's 68.1. We're going to do a 22k D-rate, no assumed temperature because of the gusts. And then it's going to be a flap 5 takeoff, and we'll take standard CG from the FMC. 6 units of trim, and the takeoff speed on the dry runway 47, 47, 54. Okay, so let's set the trim real quick. Here we go, 6 units, and the speed's 47, 47, 54. Here we go. Alright, cool. So, how's GSX doing? Oh, very good, they got the release points. Lovely. Then let's go. Well, you know what? Let's first of all finish the checklist. So, continue the checklist from PA. PA complete, FMC CDU set, N1IS box. We have automatic, 22k full, and takeoff speeds. Come on, GSX, stop playing on my CDU. 47, 47, 54. Set. Step trim, 6 units set. Performance, weight and balance, sign send. Phones off. EFB airplane mode stowed. Flight windows and cockpit are locked. Doors closed. Passengers seated. Before start checklist complete. Alright, let's go. KLM 18 X-ray Alpha 20. Request pushback.
KLM 18 X-ray push and start approved. Please from Alpha 50 QNH 1009.
Push and start approved. Alpha 50 QNH 1009. KLM 18 X-ray. Okay, Alpha 50. And why is GSX shitting around? I told it to prepare like 3 minutes ago, and only now it starts locking the gear. That's just about as inefficient as it gets. Okay then, anyway, before start checklist below the line. Air compacts off, anti-collision on, parking brake set, transponder alt off, before start checklist complete. So, ground cockpit, please confirm all doors and hatches are closed, ground equipment removed, and bypass pin is installed. What is it doing? Are you serious, GSX? Okay, brake is released. Look at that, instead of lifting the plane up, it pulled the nose down into the ground. Like, how stupid can you be? GSX, that's really... Anyway. So be it. Can't change it now.
KLM 6905, contact Copenhagen Tower 118.1. Yeah.
Okay, next frequency 18.1, we can pre-select that. Now look at that. Can you see my mouse over here? I can't even change that aft part of the frequency. Now I can. Because over here, there is the hidden boundary of the GSX window. So what happens is, as long as it is active up here, with that hidden boundary, my mouse still wants to act on the GSX window instead of being able to manipulate my
Nordic 553, I am sure you're aware you have Shafk in front, just stand by 1 minute.
instead of being able to manipulate my controls. But anyway. So where is it taking us? Well, I don't care. Let's start the engines. Engine 2 start. So, release point Alpha 50. Oh, that's into the gate. Okay, I see. Well, that's interesting. But it does make sense. Because then they can get the Norwegian clear. He's at Juliet 4. And over here in Alpha 50, he will be able to taxi past. And they push us just into the gate, facing nose out.
5 is walk 4501.
GSX, why does it continuously adjust my CDU? Such a pain.
Sure, okay, 2105, taxi by Romeo, Victor, Yankee and Foxtrot, hold short 112.
And Marc-André, how do I have the release points on GSX? I downloaded a profile for Copenhagen from flightsim.to. And that profile had all the custom pushbacks in.
Incorrect, taxi by Romeo.
Okay, start a cutout, monitor 2, starting 1.
Hold short 112.
So let's see, right now it's 20 and a bit degrees, no need for isolated pack.
Correct, Romeo 2125, be correct.
Okay, GSX, just kindly don't touch my CDU. So, N2, oil pressure, N1.
Nordic 553, taxi via Lima and Kilo 3, hold short, Kilo 3, runway 12.
Taxi via Lima, Kilo 3, hold short, Kilo 3, runway 12, and Nordic 553.
Engine start again, taking a little bit too long compared to the real airplane. Alright, but look at that. The pushback into Alpha 50 was quite good. And now they're driving right in front of the Norwegian. Good job. And now he's running for his life up there. Yeah, you better run now. Unbelievable. Okay, we got 2 good engine starts. Clear disconnect, clear signal left hand side with a pin, and have a good day. Okay, flight control track. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudders, full left, full right, neutral. After start checklist. Generators on, APU off, start switches continuous, ProPeed on, anti-ice off, air conditioning, PAX auto bleeds on, isolation valve, auto, flaps. That's 5 required, 5 selected, and the green light. Step trim, 6 units required set. Start levers idle intent, flight controls checked, and recall is checked before start check. After start checklist complete.
Nordic 553 incorrect, 118.10.
118.10.
KLM 18 X-ray, request taxi.
Take open, I can tell 118.10.
Oh. KLM 18 X-ray, request taxi.
KLM 18 X-ray, taxi by Lima, Kilo 3, hold short, Kilo 3, runway 12.
Taxi Lima, Kilo 3, hold short, in Kilo 3, runway 12, KLM 18 X-ray. Okay, so we go out to the right, straight at Kilo, and hold short at runway 12. So they're going to make us taxi past the runway. Okay. Taxi routing is understood, then the lights are coming on, brakes off, config. Okay, right side clear, left side clear, and the Norwegian is inside Kilo 3 as well, so we are just going to follow the Norwegian.
EC658, push and start approved, please point Juliet 4, QNH 1209.
Alright. Alright, the left side is clear, the right side is clear. So straight ahead, Kilo 3 and hold short runway 12. EasyJet waiting over there as well, so we'll probably be number 3 for the departure. Okay, so just waiting for a handoff to tower now, so that we can continue the backtrack before we are going to run the checklist.
Salada 1515. You are cleared to Amsterdam by the line go to Charlie departure runway 2.
Lovely, how everybody's flying to Amsterdam.
070 squawk 4422.
Okay, and hold short in front of the runway. Again, quite important, when you're holding short of something, make sure to taxi all the way forward to the line. Like, you can't see it up here anymore, but there's like 10 meters in front of the plane that you can't see from the pilot's seat. So if you go to the outside now, you'll see that we're actually...
118 X-ray, hope you're gonna have a great flight down to Amsterdam. Contact Copenhagen Tower 118.1.
118.1, KLM 17 X-ray. Thank you so much for being online. Alright. Then departure is going to be 121.375.
Contact the departure after departure. Nordic 558.
And I'll provide contact control on 121. Bye-bye.
121.375, sorry about that. Nordic 558.
Copenhagen Tower, good afternoon, KLM 18 X-ray and Kilo 3.
180 X-ray, Casper Park, good afternoon. Taxi to home point Alpha 1 on the 2 flight via runway 12.
Taxi Alpha 1 via runway 12, backtrack KLM 18 X-ray. Okay, strobe light on, taxi light on, and we are clear on the right, clear to enter runway 12. So routing is pretty much as expected, via the runway onto Alpha to holding point Alpha 1, which is the first. Alright, then we don't need those anymore. So we're on a backtrack, means we can go 50 knots. But I'm not going to take it too fast because we want to catch the correct taxiway on the way out, and it's not too long on the backtrack. Alright then, so before takeoff checklist down to the line. Config, check, flaps, 5 green lights, step trim, 6 units set. Takeoff briefing, right to takeoff, runway. 22 right, flaps 5, noise abatement 2, speeds 44, 44, 55, and that is where the PAX auto bleeds on, anti-ice off. Okay, that's Alpha coming to the right, and we got to take the first right, so the sharp right here, not that one, that is Charlie, I believe. Yeah, so to the right over here. Alright, so for the SID, it's pretty much straight ahead, passing 1000 feet, we contact departure 121375, which is pre-selected, and finally for our engine out case, we can continue straight ahead, climbing to 3000 feet, which is going to keep us safe above the MSA of 1700 feet. Any questions? No, very good. Then waiting for the cabin. And clear the runway, let's turn the strobe light off again. Right, Alpha 1 is going to be the one over there. Sign should say it as well, yes it does. Very good.
KLM 18 X-ray, expect departure 2 minutes.
Roger. Yeah, probably the guy in front is probably going to the same destination. For that reason I need to sequence us on the departure. Okay, so with that we are pretty much done with that part. And I'm just keeping the plane rolling at like whatever speed it's doing right now. Because we don't need to rush to the holding point just to wait there. I'll just keep it rolling like that. That's all. Lovely airplane, the 737-900, isn't it? I really like its size. And yeah, I know, that's what she said. Look at that windsock. That looks quite intimidating. It's almost a complete crosswind now. That's gonna be a fun takeoff, that's for sure. Okay. Straight at the line. Let's see what that looks like from the cockpit. Can't reach that park and brake. Here we go. Yeah, look at that. This is what it looks like when you're standing straight at the line.
First, KLM 1 and X-ray after departure contact Copenhagen 121.375. To SLV 211 on the smooth line, clear for takeoff.
KLM 1 at X-ray after departure 121.375 runway 2 to right, cleared for takeoff. Thank you very much for controlling and see you next time.
Bye-bye. Get to the 46, Captain,
Cabin crew, prepare for departure. Before takeoff checklist below the line. MCP, set, transponder, Tara, strobe lights on, landing lights on, before takeoff checklist complete. Okay, timing.
658, Tower hello, taxi to 184 on the 2 climb, Dubai on the 1 2 left.
Set takeoff thrust. Takeoff thrust set, indications normal. Okay, let's use a little bit of right aileron into the wind. Tracked. Okay, now comes the interesting part, when the nose wheel lifts off the ground, but the main wheel is still on it. Okay, gear up. And now, getting out of the crab, just slowly let go of the rudder and use aileron to keep the wings level. LNAV. Okay, here we are. Now we're airborne. And that's it. Okay, Command B, buck up.
Leaving level 350, descending level 130.
Speedbird 9 Delta Victor, thank you.
Flaps 1, speed checked, flaps 1. Copenhagen, good evening, KLM 1 at X-ray, passing 1700, climbing level 70. Flaps 0, or flaps up. Speed check, flaps up.
KLM 1 8 X-ray, Copenhagen, hello, radar contact.
Okay, just radar contact, no climb instruction. It might have just broken up, but for now it's just radar contact, it seems. Fine for me.
KLM 1 8 X-ray, Copenhagen, hello, radar contact, climb flight level 190, unrestricted.
Climb unrestricted, flight level 190, KLM 18 X-ray. Set. 19,000. Checked. Okay, flaps up, no lights. VNAV. Set standard.
Jet time
Standard cross
296,
check,
traffic
passing level
at 11 o'clock, 8
Now.
miles, and on the ILS runway 2 to left, report side.
We have traffic.
Okay, after takeoff checklist.
296.
Aircon and press.
Jet time
That's
296,
2.2 climbing and
runway 2 to left,
set.
report final.
Altimeters.
Roger, number
Standard.
2 behind mentioned traffic.
After takeoff checklist complete. Release cabin crew.
Jet time 296.
Yeah, we'll wait until we're past this cloud up there. That might hold a bit of turbulence. A quick word here. ATC has cleared us to climb unrestricted.
77 Romeo Alpha, direct to
With that, he basically meant that we could ignore the 250 knot restriction. However, I am keeping that restriction because of the risk of bird strike damage. I did just have a bird strike in Africa a couple of days ago, and believe me, things did not look neat. There was quite a dent in the airplane. And if we flew faster than a 250 at that point, the dent might have been even bigger. But now, Flight 70, that is what they say in Denmark, where the 250 restriction ends, so we are going to accelerate over here.
Scandinavian 1218, via Patron, join chase to 3 Charlie, arrival via left runway 2 to left.
Alright, so we made it out. Now, let's see, what's gonna be our arrival time? 13:41, so in exactly 1 hour. Very good. By the way, something many of you might not be aware of. The 737-900 is actually a little bit of a test bed for PMDG, where they are trying out some new functions. So we're flying the 900 today, and some of you may notice that the sounds seem a little bit better than on the other versions. That is because the 900 actually has an additional sound layer at the moment, which is still somewhat under development.
KLM 18 X-ray, climb flight level 300.
KLM 18 X-ray, climb flight level 300. Set. 300 checked. Alright, then we've got 300, 1, 2, and 3 times, monitoring 1 to 1.5, and we're passing level 104. 10 checks. Fuel is balanced with 4 pumps on, the lights are going off, APU off, air cannon press, 4.3 climbing, and set. Okay, fasten belts. Yeah, I don't think there will be any turbulence. Let's release them. Animals out.
KLM 18 X-ray, proceed direct Ilde, Edo Lima.
Direct Ilde, Echo Lima, KLM 18 X-ray. That's a very nice direct. Okay, we'll take Ilde and we'll... you know what, forget about the points. Just go Ilde. Unavailable.
5,000 feet, QNH 1009.
Right, so passengers out and 1 to 1.5 monitoring, 10 checks complete. Unable 250 knots at RTIP. Yeah, don't worry about that. Alright, cool, on the way. And just about an hour to run. Level 300 is fine, as we've discussed at length in the pre-flight. So with that, we are pretty much almost done.
When ready, descend flight level 120.
Alright,
So,
Sharky1213 has been asking earlier where to start, as in what airports to fly to. Did my first one from Kiev to Amsterdam, bringing it home. After that, bit of a round trip. So, when I prepared for the live stream, I basically looked at what would be the highest quality add-on airports that we could find in the area. And certainly, fitting for FLYTAMPA Amsterdam, and seeing that my simulator froze on the way into Copenhagen on my last live stream, Copenhagen was an obvious option, because it is a very high quality airport as well. Now, apart from that, I looked at some of the airports from Pyrenees Dev, most importantly Edinburgh, since that is the real-life KLM 737-900 route. Also, London Heathrow was on my list. That's the flight that KLM is doing every day with the 737 as well, but with the shorter version, normally with the 700 or the 800, not with the 900. So Heathrow would have been interesting. And then what I'm actually aiming to fly to next is going to be Prague. And we'll probably even do that on the live stream, but if air traffic control happens to be online at a different place and we can go somewhere with ATC online, I might change from Prague over to Heathrow or something the likes. But that is going to depend on the ATC that will be available at the time of the flight. But Prague is definitely on my list as a high quality airport in Europe. Vienna is good as well, even though the Gaia Sim Vienna is slowly but steadily losing a little bit of its quality compared to what is releasing these days from other developers.
KLM 423, turn right heading 250.
Stockholm from OpX is also very high on my list, but it is a little bit too long for the length of the flight that I aim to do on the live stream. But if you want to do a 2-hour flight, then Stockholm is a very good quality airport.
KLM 423, confirm right turn.
Also, I really like Dublin from MK Studios.
With correction, Sierra Victor Romeo 2105. No,
then Munich is looking good as well.
From 122
There's just so many very nice. There's just so many nice other airports that you can fly into. But those are the airports that I thought about for the live stream. Okay, passing level 200, quick pressurization check, cabin altitude in 3000, and differential pressure is now 6.5, climbing and set. Quick check here as well. 28 degrees showing. It's probably a little bit less, but I'm totally happy with that. Also, the sun slowly starts coming down, so let's just put those sun visors in place here.
KLM 2, correction, KLM 423, descend 2000 feet.
KLM 423, descend 2000.
Alright. So, that's what we have. Now, we talked a lot in the pre-flight procedure already about the benefit of flying lower in case of the headwind. Let's do a little calculation here in order to determine how much benefit there actually is. So, on the left side, let's go to the progress page and note the arrival time in fuel. It's 41 and 3.5 tons. So let's go ahead now and say optimum is 360 according to this, but keep in mind that doesn't take into account the winds. Let's just enter that. Execute. 38, 39. So you can see by flying in flight level 300, interesting, now it's 40. You can see it takes about a minute or two longer than if we climb to flight level 360. But now taking into account the following. We could see on the pre-flight that the average headwind component at level 360 would be 20 knots more than at flight level 300. So 20 knots for 1 hour flight time means 20 nautical miles. Now, losing about a minute here by entering the lower level means we need to make up at least 1 minute of flight time by flying lower. Now, 20 knots of additional wind means 20 nautical miles more that we have to fly within that 1 hour. Now, 20 nautical miles at a cruising speed of about 400 knots gives you what? Well, 400 knots means 5 miles a minute, so 4 minutes extra flying by climbing up to level 360 and taking the 20 knots of headwind. Therefore, we only need to save 4 minutes from the difference between level 300 and level 360. And that way, you can easily determine that flight level 300 really is the most optimal level for us. And Nitrox, I saw one of your colleagues got struck by a truck in the airport. May I ask how that could happen? Well, I'm probably gonna regret what I'm about to say, but they hire so much inexperienced staff that barely speaks the languages that are being spoken on the airport, aka German and English. And you know, if those people don't speak German at all, they struggle with English. How shall you teach them? And then they apply incorrect procedures because they have problems understanding you. And the result of that is that they eventually drive into an airplane. And it hasn't just happened to, you know, it's happened to so many aircraft. Condor has recently had 2 ground accidents. Eurowings Discover had 1. Lufthansa also had 1. It's incredible what's going wrong with the ground handling these days. I've had a case not so long ago where we wanted to push back, and we got a special pushback instruction that was pushback approved, facing west, stay clear of Charlie 15. So when I wanted to tell the pushback driver, push approved, face west, clear of Charlie 15, he didn't understand. He didn't understand in German, he didn't understand in English. Now, it was at a German airport, so I could have reasonably expected both languages, but he didn't even understand in English. It cost us like 10 or 15 minutes of delay just telling the truck driver where to push. Now, imagine the cost of that. But then again, they still prefer hiring people without language skills and stuff like that, only because they can pay them a little bit less. But yeah, it's crazy. But that is, you know, if people don't speak the language, they cannot learn the procedures because they don't understand what they're being taught. And then things are going wrong, like hitting aircraft and stuff like that. 1,000 to go. So, in my opinion, that's how this stuff happens. But looks like the leaders of those airport companies, handling companies and so on, they still need to understand that even though they might be able to save on salary by hiring people who don't speak the languages, that doesn't save money ultimately. TRG, what suggestions would you have for new pilots? Could you elaborate, like new pilot in what kind of situation exactly? And then Carfagon, why are you using Command B? Basically because we're flying from the first officer's seat. The captain would usually use Command A, the first officer would use Command B. Now, why is that? Well, that is because Command B uses the course and the nav radio on the right hand side. Compared to that, if I go to Command A, you can see how the master light here is changing now. Now the master is on the left side, now the left course and the left navigation radio is used. So that way, by using the autopilot on the associated side, you ensure that the plane is using the data on your associated side as well. And that is the reason for using Command B when flying from the right seat and Command A when flying from the left seat. Technically, the two autopilots are exactly the same, so there is absolutely nothing you need to worry about that Command A might be more capable than Command B or something. That is not the case at all. The two autopilots work exactly the same. Okay then, let's quickly go ahead and request the latest weather. Also, we might enter this already. Okay, give me 1 second. I just hear the doorbell ring, and that is my supermarket delivery, so I'll be back in 1 minute.
Clear 223 Charlie arrival, expect ILS runway 2 to left. When ready, descend flight level 130.
Okay, when ready, descend flight 130 to low 3 Charlie, and expect the ILS 22 left. Scanner taking flight.
KLM 18 X-ray, no further C available. Switch to the dark side 122.8. Have a safe flight. Bye bye. KLM 18 X-ray, no further C available. Switch to the dark side 122.8. Have a safe flight. Bye bye.
He had a delivery. He'll be right back, I think.
KLM 18 X-ray, Copenhagen.
KLM 18 X-ray, sorry, I had somebody ring the doorbell. We are back now, and I suppose you're sending us to Honeycomb?
Yeah, unfortunately no further C available, so over to 1228. Have a safe flight, bye bye.
1228, KLM 18 X-ray, bye. Alright guys, I'm back on here as well. My apologies for that. Yeah, it wasn't even the delivery I waited for. It was just 5 packages for the neighbors. My apologies for that delay. And didn't even have the time to tell ATC. Well, couldn't do anything about it. So yeah, Metal Eye, you name it. You have control on communications. Yeah. I hate when I have to leave the radio, like that, but yeah, what can you do, huh? Ultimately, that's the difference between real-life flying and simulator flying. In real life, you normally do have a second pilot to handle the radios. On VATSIM, yeah, the guy was busy talking, otherwise I would just have asked him for permission to leave the frequency for a bit. But the problem is with all those delivery guys these days, they only wait for 10 seconds. If you don't open up within 10 seconds, then they just leave, and you don't get your packages anymore. So, yeah, I suppose that stuff happens. But yeah, we are going over to the dark side for a moment over here, and we've got Amsterdam approach on line 11205, so we will have ATC shortly again. Let's just pre-select that already. With a bit of luck, we might even get some center control, but otherwise we know where to go anyway. Alright, so where did we leave off? I suppose we just had a wind uplink coming, so let's load that in. Here we go. Yeah, tell you what, we're just going to do the entire preparation for the arrival. And doorman, it's different in the US. Everything is just left at the front door without even knocking. Yeah, that would be, you know, that's how I would like it, but they don't do that here. Okay, MHSD, I noticed when you put it to vertical speed, the PMDG always does a massive dip. Example, it just went to 650 when you set 1000. Does the real plane do that as well? No, it doesn't. The real one reduces the rate of climb really smoothly until it reaches exactly the commanded value, plus minus 50 feet. That's the difference that you have in the real plane, plus minus 50. And it used to work correctly in the PMDG. I'm not sure what they broke now. I mean, I'm honest with you. During the type rating, I didn't do too much beta testing. And look at that. Now, the plane's got several different problems. Well, suppose I just gotta do a bit more testing. Now, what we can do in the meantime is just grab an ATIS there. So, Amsterdam arrival ATIS 12275. Actually, no, it's 13298. Let's see if we're receiving anything. Not yet. Okay. Well, it would have been pretty early. 120 miles to run. That is totally fine with us. Okay, so let's have a quick look into what you guys wrote during the entire departure. Because I do have to admit I'm doing everything on a single screen, so when I'm taking off, then I usually don't read your comments. But yeah, Brandon, how do we use continuous ignition? Well, basically we use it whenever we've got the anti-ice on and for takeoff and landing. Apart from that, you'd also turn it on when you've got very strong precipitation, but only when it's actually really strong. If it's just normal precip, then don't bother with it. If it's like really strong, then you would put it into continuous. But that's really it. Nothing much to worry about. There are also some aircraft equipped with auto ignition in the 737. If you've got one of those, then you only need to turn, then you can turn the anti-ice on with auto ignition. And you'd only need to put those in a continuous when you run into significant precipitation. But that's really that. apart from it, I saw a couple of you say something when I entered my arrival runway, that I entered an incorrect runway, and yes, that might very well be the case. Now, if only we had data link available, then we could grab the ADDON straight away, but I tell you what, we can always just use the pilot client, have a look in there. And if we do that, we have early access, kinda. So, let's quickly do that. V-pilot, where are you? Here you are, but you ain't working. Okay. Well, here you are. Okay, so this is Schiphol information kilo, main landing runway 18 right, main departing runway 24, transition level 45. Let's go ahead and enter that. So, transition level 45, wind 080 at 5, variable between 050 and 110 degrees, visibility 7 kilometers, thunderstorms and rain, clouds scattered 400 feet, broken 600 feet, broken 1100 feet, scattered 5000. Cumulonimbus, temperature 14, dew point 15, QNH 1012 hectopascals. Tempo visibility 8 kilometers, light rain, light showers of rain. Operational report, contact approach, call sign only, noise abatement, procedure 2 shall be applied. Acknowledge info kilo. Okay, that's what we have. So, they said main landing runway is going to be 18 right, so I believe I put something incorrect in there, so... ILS 18 right, and we'll take an RTIP transition, like so. Let's have a very quick look into what we just put in. Oh, that looks horrible. But we're going to get radar vectors after RTIP anyway, and RTIP between level 70 and 100 is perfectly fine. So let's just see AM621. I just want to see what it would give us as optimum at RTIP. So let it calculate. So 265, 106. Yeah, perfect. Then 250 at level 100 is going to be just fine. Let's just make it 250 knots or less, and not exactly 250 knots. And that's what we need in there. Okay. So apart from that, landing runway is going to be 18 right. I knew it. Here we go. Runway 18 right, and we'll take a ring at 90 miles, a ring at 10 miles, and then it's going to be 5 miles since we are in IMC today. So it's going to be a little bit more interesting, that approach, than previous one. Alright, and that's basically this part of the setup already. So let's grab the Navigraph charts and see what we have. So no need to sync that anymore. Edit, remove, remove, remove. Done. Okay, ALDA1 Alpha arrival, that should be just about alright. Yep, ALDA to RTIP. And then let's see for the approach. ILS 18 right. And for the taxi chart, I am going to tell you a little bit about the specials for taxiing into Amsterdam in a moment, but for now let's just take this. Okay, 18 right means we've got 182 on the courses. Here we go, 182 set once, 182 set twice. Frequency 110.1. Set once and set twice. We need any VOR? Not really. Okay, fine with that. And the minimum's probably going to be something very low. Yes, 187 feet. Told you it's something low. Okay, here we go. 187. Also, we got an H's, so let's pre-select QNH 1012. Like so. Perfect. Also, we can quickly go to max continuous thrust, even though we don't really need that anyway. Okay, very good. So, with that, we seem to be pretty much prepared for the arrival. with about everything we need to do until we actually start our approach briefing. So, Forrest, hello, just joined. Where are we going? We're going to Amsterdam. And Frank 4, what is the reason for sometimes getting control wheel steering pitch in the PFD when activating the autopilot after takeoff? The reason is that is the bug. Simple as that. It is a bug. Not supposed to happen. Now, what is happening there is basically when the vertical mode is deselected, like so. We are in VNAV right now, but if I'm deselecting VNAV, you can see now it gives you control wheel steering pitch. But since we are close to the target altitude, it just changed in altitude hold straight away, because, well, that's Boeing logic. Basically what happens is, for a reason that I don't know, the vertical mode drops out after takeoff, and that is a bug. Simple as that. And since we just reselected VNAV, we also need to reselect max continuous. And Malaysian Aviator, good day, Captain. I recently discovered that the meter altitude on the PFD can be used as a distance from the aerodrome for top of descent. Is there a way to make this more accurate for speed management? Well, you can somewhat use it, but when you do, then keep in mind the following. If we activate the meter option here, normally we say for 1000 feet altitude we need 3 nautical miles. Now, conveniently, 1 foot or 3 foot is roughly 1 meter, but it's not exact, so you can use that to a certain extent. But here's what I would do. If we want to make an exact calculation, then let's take into account the following. We're at 30,000 feet, we have a headwind of 60 knots, and our target descent speed, for simplification, let's say, is 300 knots. So here's the exact formula that we would use on the 737. Altitude times 3, so we're looking at 90 nautical miles, plus 1 nautical mile per 10 knots above 200 that we want to lose. So, as we mentioned, 300 knots for the descent means we need to lose 100 knots, aka 10 miles. So we've got 90 plus 10 is 100 miles, and then minus 1 nautical mile per 10 knots of headwind, or plus 1 nautical mile per 10 knots of tailwind. So 60 knots of headwind minus 6 miles mean we need 94 miles in order to descend from this level all the way to landing. That is the exact formula we would use. And then you could, of course, cross-check that in the FMC. Obviously, that does not take into account any altitude restrictions you may have. So over here, as you can see, we've got ALD below level 260, so we have a restriction there anyway in place. Which is going to make the entire formula a little bit less usable, because now we can calculate, okay, so at altitude we need to be in level 260 or below that. Okay, we need to be in 260, so we've got to lose 4,000 feet times 3, 12 nautical miles. So top of descent should be like 12 miles in front of Eelde. And now if we compare that, we can see 56 miles to top of descent, 68 to Eelde. So yeah, that is 12 miles, taking into account that we are still accelerating a bit since we're maintaining constant Mach number. Actually, no, we are decelerating because we're going down at speed. Okay, but then again, we've got the headwind, and the FMS knows a little bit better than our mental calculations do anyway. So that is pretty much how we would do these kind of mathematics on a flight like that. Forrest, have I flown the 900 in real life? And if so, how much does it differ from the 800? I haven't flown it in real life, unfortunately. However, I have spoken to a lot of 900 pilots during the beta, obviously, and it is a little bit more stable, and it loses speed a little bit nicer than the 737 800 does. The 800 is the most slippery of all the 737 NG fleet. So the 800 is worst, and yeah, 800 is worst, and the 700 is best, but the 900 is a little bit less slippery as well. And TRG, just repeated from before, I'm interested in becoming a pilot in Australia, going to flying school in a year. Just want to know if you have anything you think I should know or any suggestions. Well, most importantly, try to gather, you know, as much of a general knowledge as you can. Now, you're in one of my live streams, that means you're probably a fan of flight simulation. So I do suggest you get the real-life operating manuals of your favorite airplane. You can Google, like, you know, almost any AFCOM these days. So just get an AFCOM for your favorite airplane and try to learn it as good as you can, following the real-life procedures. The knowledge you gain through that, both on systems and on SOP, is going to become very handy, as it gives you somewhat of a background when you are sitting in ATPL theory. And that's the most important thing there. When you're sitting in theory, all of a sudden you can associate everything that you do with that theory that you're learning. In my opinion, that makes it a lot easier to learn your stuff while you're sitting in flight school. Then, Devenge, hey Captain, I've seen some sim pilots landing manually without having a visual on the runway. They follow the flight director. Is that a good practice? Well, for landing, not at all. However, as long as you have reasonable, as long as you've got a reasonable way to believe that you are going to be able to see the runway at the minimums, for me personally, I would say that the main cloud coverage is at least 200 feet above the minimum, then you can absolutely hand fly using the flight director. But for landing, you need to be able to see the runway. And Sully, am I flying on VATSIM? Yes, I am. Forrest, do you have an MPL or CPL, and do you think it is worth to take the CPL instead? I absolutely suggest to take the CPL instead of MPL, mostly because the MPL has an operator restriction on it, so you can only do it for a certain operator. However, the CPL you can use to apply to any airline after your training. Obviously, if you can get training directly with an airline, then by all means go for that, regardless of the type of license they do. But if you don't have that ability, then always go for the CPL. And Lennox365, may I ask which flight school you went to? I went to the TFC Käufer in Essen. Alright then, 30 miles to the top of descent. Let's go ahead and do a quick approach briefing so that we've got that part covered and can start a nice and smooth arrival in Amsterdam afterwards. So threats for the approach. The thunderstorms certainly are one, so we might encounter wind shear on the final. Now, we briefed that on the way to Copenhagen already, so I'm not going to repeat the entire wind shear escape maneuver over here. Most important thing though, toga, rotate up to the flight director, all 15 degrees at first and then flight director, and don't change configuration, make sure speed brakes are retracted. Apart from that, I don't really see any specials there that we should keep in our mind. Okay, let's see then, for the approach itself. In the FMS, we got 250 below low 100, forecast page is in, fixed page is filled out for runway 18 right. The arrival itself, ADDON Alpha is ADDON Nova and RTIP, and RTIP 250 knots between level 100 and level 70. After that it's going to be radar vectors, and approach is actually online, so we don't even need to vector ourselves, but they will take care of that for us. Apart from that, landing runway is going to be 18 right, approach starting at Alpha Mike 622 1300 and Alpha Mike 621 2000. Speed restrictions in here are alright. We are going to do that stuff ourselves anyway. Missed approach 500 feet, then Alpha Mike 624 climbing 2000 feet, max 220 knots. Now 220 means we can clean up completely. 210 is going to be our green dot. Vero 40 plus 70, and that's it. For the arrival, 3.3 tons versus 2.5, 800 kilograms. That's 20 minutes extra indeed. We're burning 800, 700 now. However, that's still with that long RTIP arrival in. So what I'm gonna do, 700 in here. Let's make it 500. Then we are conservative. Makes a landing weight of 65 tons. Okay, with that weather, I certainly anticipate some gusts. So we are going to use flaps 30. And we will use auto brakes 2, get it off at the first, probably the second exit, and that shall be it. Taxi, standard procedure, but let's just quickly grab the chart once more, just to be sure that we're on the safe side. Okay, give me that airport chart, please. Thank you. Okay, so landing 18 right, vacating probably Victor 2. If there is nobody behind us, I'll just let it roll to Victor 3. and then via Victor, and either crossing the runway in Whiskey 5, or we might go all the way to the top or to the bottom. Finally, ending up somewhere down here. Delta is southbound, Charlie is northbound, and then Bravo is counterclockwise, Alpha is clockwise. So that's what we need to have in mind when we are doing the taxiing here. Unfortunately, you cannot see that on the general airport chart. Only on the parking chart you've got that information. Like here, if you look at the arrows, you can clearly see Bravo counterclockwise, Alpha is clockwise. So you kind of need to use all kind of different charts. Like on here you've got it for Charlie and Delta, Charlie northbound, Delta southbound. But that is quite annoying that you've got to collect your information across all the different charts. And I'm really not a big fan of that. But apart from that, I would say the briefing is completed. Descent checklist. Pressurization, land out 0, anti-ice off, approach with fuel discussed, ice and outbox, VREV 3150, Minutes Barrow 187, checked and set, approach checklist complete. So approaching top of descent, the airplane starts to reduce its airspeed automatically to the target descent speed. Now, PMDG almost got this right, because what should happen... Actually, no, they do have it right. That's how the plane would do it. I was a little bit confused for a second, but that was Airbus confusion. This is exactly how the plane would do it. Okay then, let's start our descent. Initially something like flight level 150, and then we'll call approach in time. Like that. Alright, cool. Then I'll do a very quick PA to the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, from Flytech, this is your captain speaking. We will start our descent toward Amsterdam shortly, and we have about 25 minutes of flight time remaining. Weather in Amsterdam at the moment, a couple of rain showers in the area of the airfield, but apart from that, we do expect those to move out rather soon. We'd like to thank you very much for flying KLM today. Hope that you've enjoyed your stay on board, and we look forward to welcoming you again on board of a future flight. Thank you very much for your attention, and we wish you all a nice and safe continuous journey. Stay healthy, and we'll see you all again soon. Alright, so that is that. So, starting the descent, and then we can... well, let's leave the seatbelts off for now, but we will turn them on in a few moments. But for now, it's alright. And G. Walker, Captain, FO speaking. Yeah, true that. It happens, especially when you're switching around so much in the sim. However, I can say with confidence it never happened in real life to me that I mentioned the wrong position just because I flew something different in the simulator. Okay, we might be scraping those clouds. Anti-ice on. Tie-tie. Alrighty, looking good. Okay, Magnus88, question. You selected minimums 187. If I remember correctly, you always added some feet on top of it because of the engine spool-up time. Now that is only correct for non-precision approaches. On non-precisions in the 737 we added 40 feet to the published minimum. However, for precision approaches, so for ILS, GLS and MLS, you take exactly the number from the chart. The difference is that on a non-precision approach you must not descend below the MDA, while on a precision approach at the MDA you need to make the decision. So, legal difference there. And those 40 feet are added on top of the minimum for a non-precision approach in case we how do I say the best? Yet when the airplane is descending, it's got a certain inertia. So when you're pitching up, then you will still lose a little bit of altitude, and you add those 40 feet, because that is roughly the amount of altitude you are going to lose when you press the toga button and initiate the go around. So in order not to descend below the actual MDA, you add 40 feet in the 737, and that's it. Interestingly enough, on the A330 we don't do that at all. So on there we just take the value from the chart, and that's it. Forrest, what GPU did I use before the 4090 and how much RAM do you have? Prior to that I had a 3080 Ti and it's 32 GB of RAM. And Salsky, why don't you use the well-worn texture pack for the PMDG 737s? Because I don't like such worn textures. In my 5 years flying 737s I've flown like 300 different aircraft and none of them was so worn like the texture pack looked. In my opinion, flight simmers are asking for a lot too used looks on those aircraft. Again, in 300 737s I've flown, they usually look like this, but not much worse. Now, on the A330 fleet that I'm flying now, those aircraft have an average age of something about 18 years. And those actually look a little bit worse, but still not as bad as most flight simmers want their aircraft to look. So it's really a flight sim myth that aircraft would be looking so bad. Obviously there are some airlines who just don't take care of their aircraft. But honestly, in the majority of cases, it's totally fine the way PMDG developed it. Or the way Phoenix did it. The Phoenix is a little bit dirtier, but that's still fine. But those worn texture packs that you can get, in my opinion, they show aircraft like you would see them on a graveyard, but not the majority of planes you have in actual operation. Alright, let's go ahead and give approach a very quick call.
1670, descend to 4,000 feet, keeping it from 0.
Skipper approach, good afternoon, KLM 18 X-ray on the ADDON Alpha arrival, passing flight level 203, information kilo.
Hello, KLM 18 X-ray, call me back in 3 minutes. Yes, on my show.
Roger. So, in 3 minutes, that is basically overhead Noven. So let's go ahead and mark Noven on here. Just as a quick reminder.
Okay, the one at X-ray.
Go.
Yes, now acknowledge on my scope. It will be ILS approaching. We have a tight information. This is flight level 110.
ILS 18 right, Info Lima, descent level 110, KLM 18 X-ray.
Wait, 9 and 2, ILS 1 right, information to Lima. Proceed direct to Sierra Papa Inc.
Lima to Sierra Papa Yankee, that's not
KLM X-ray, direct Sierra Papa Yankee.
Sierra Papa Yankee, KLM 18 X-ray.
9 and 2, descent level 70.
Okay, Sierra Papa Yankee. Spike your board, that's what we want. Execute, and we'll just take level change for now. Okay, so we make it Sierra Papa Yankee and then Pavos. Like that. And back to VNAV. Okay, almost on profile, very good. So, fast melts on.
1670, speed 200. 68 for X-ray Lima, speed 180. 180, confirming to me. 68 for X-ray Lima, can you accept the 8 mile line? Thank you. Alpha 9 and 2, speed 300 per grade. KLM 1 X-ray, speed 290 or less.
290 or less, KLM 1 X-ray.
KLM 1 X-ray, speed 290, yeah. 6.
KLM 1 X-ray confirmed 290 exactly.
Yeah, speed 250, correct, speed 290.
Roger, speed 290, KLM 1 X-ray.
Top 6, 8 for Lima, turn right, heading 140 degrees, to intercept cleared ILS. 140 degrees, cleared ILS, and sky,
82926 on the Belfry 3 Sierra departure, driving through 2500 to 6000.
Hi, EC 2926, time level 130.
Level 130, 130 for EC 2926.
Get to 2289, climb level 130.
So, I just went into level change here in order to do...
Descent level 90.
KLM 1 X-ray, descent level 90. Set, 9000 checked. Alright. Cutting those clouds a bit, plus 8 degrees. Yeah, I'll just keep the anti-ice off, because we're mostly clear here for now. And Tyler Aviator 99, member for 9 months in the business class. Love the videos and live streams. Would you consider doing a specific video of flows you use for the 737 for different phases of flight? I'll think about it. I'll think for something good to come up with the flows. And 27 after 2. Hi Emmanuel, love your content. Long time listener, first time caller here. Question, would a Ryanair aircraft with a Maltese registration use the Maltese call sign or the Ryanair call sign? They would use the Ryanair call sign. The easiest way for you to find out is by looking at Flight Radar and seeing under which call sign they fly. If they fly under Romeo Yankee Romeo, so under Ryanair, then they're going to use the Ryanair call sign. If they fly under Mike Alpha Yankee, they would use the BlueMed call sign. But in 4 years for flying for these guys, I never used BlueMed. It's always been Ryanair. And Andrew, Captain, when flying, do you always carry paper charts, maps and manuals, and data just in case you can't use the tablets? No, not at all. We've got 2 tablets on board, and that's all we need.
1670, speed 180.
Let's pre-select that. Send flight level 60 KLM 1 at X-ray. Do you need us to maintain high speed below 100? KLM 1 at X-ray, confirm speed 240. Roger. Right, that's set. 6000 checked, and speed going back 240. So 14 degrees. That's going to be fine without anti-ice.
Will be after Arcade and Sierra Papa Yankee.
And then about to pass 100. Let's quickly turn those things on. So, fuel balanced, 4 pumps on, lights on, angular bank 25, air can press 4.0 descending set, fast modes on, recall checked, and 1-to-1.5 is deselected. And that's the 10 checks complete.
1228. Bye bye. Unicom,
Unicom, easy 150 now.
1670, the tower, 19230.
And quote Wagneriana, you just admitted to flying for Ryanair, you were not supposed to. Well, I'm no longer flying for them, so I don't care anymore. KLM 1 at X-ray, speed 250, descent level 45. And can we leave the frequency for 2 minutes?
Yeah, that's okay.
Thanks.
Go back.
Alright, just got another delivery. See ya in a moment.
Station College, Hagen. Solid Air 151 will be ILS approaching at 1 at right. Information Lima, distance 5 level 70. Solid Air 151, leave RTIP and then Sierra Papa Yankee. Solid Air 151, after RTIP, direct Sierra Papa Yankee.
So approach doing it for 46 coming to precisely.
Heading 8446, identified, climb flight level 130.
Flight level 130.
From 992, reduce speed to 20.
620, step back.
EC658 now direct to Sierra Papa Yankee. EC658, you may descend to level 45 for now.
45,
Amsterdam approach coupled in Shamrock 60 Alpha, descending to level 100 inbound to go information Lima, we're in A320.
Shamrock 60 Alpha, info Lima correct, ILS approach, runway 18 right, descend flight level 70.
Descend flight level 70, Shamrock 60 Alpha.
Shamrock 60 Alpha, after Sugo, direct Sierra Papa Lima.
After Sugo, direct Sierra Papa Lima, Shamrock 60 Alpha.
Speed full approach Nordic 89 uniform inbound Malvern. Level 240.
Nordic 89 uniform, call me back in 3 minutes. Will do.
Well, speed was 4, Charles Kilo with you, level 174, that's the one off.
Hi, Spirit 4 Charlie Kilo, ILS approach. Runway 18 right, information Lima, descend flight level 70.
Descending 70, second tower, 185.
Spirit 4 Charlie Kilo, leave Sugo, and then a question direct Sugo, and then Sierra Papa Lima.
Direct Sugo after that,
Alpine 81, Hotel November, good afternoon sir, for River 1 Delta arrival.
Alpine 81 Hotel November, ILS 1 flight information Lima, descend flight level 7, question descend to flight level 45.
Descent flight level 45, information Lima on board, Alpine 81 Hotel November.
Putting 8446, Honeycomb 1228, good day.
128, Union 46, good day.
Also 992, reduce speed 180, turn left heading 210 degrees, clear ILS 1 right.
P180, left, sorry, say left heading?
Left heading 210, clear to approach.
Left heading 210 to left, 20 right, turn to left.
KLM at X-ray. 654, descend 3000, QNH 1012. Air descend 3000, 1012. 3000, Solid Air 151, descend level 45. Solid Air 151, descend level 45. KLM at X-ray. Solid Air 151, descend flight level 45. Shamrock 60 Alpha, descend flight level 45.
Descend level 45, Shamrock 60 Alpha.
Alpine 81 Hotel November, turn right 035 and then speed to 20.
220 and right to 035, Hotel November.
KLM 1 at X-ray.
Alpha 92, contact tower, 119.230.
Okay, back. I hate delivery, guys. 18 X-ray back on frequency, sorry.
Yeah, 100 X-ray reduced to 180, descend to 2050, QNH from 012.
180, 2000, 1012, KLM 18 X-ray. I hate delivery. Present heading 18 X-ray.
Simple approach, goedemiddag, Hearing 6 Romeo X-ray and the Sierra departure for FLYTAMPA 6
Hearing 6 Romeo X-ray, that's 555 little
130, are you doing 6 Romeo X-ray?
Okay, flaps 1. So guys, I do apologize for that. I absolutely hate delivery, guys. I absolutely hate them. So speed is coming back, and then level change. It's 5. Left 220, cleared approach, KLM 18 X-ray. And flaps 10. Man, I hate it. I totally hate it. But well, let's get back to flying the approach now. Okay then, gear down. That's gonna be a lovely intercept from above, but we can make it. And we should not use approach mode, but only Warlock for now. So, set altimeter 1012. Warlock captured. So, let's see if we can make that. Flaps 15. Yeah, glide slope's coming alive. That is alright. Okay then. Quick frisk check. Frequencies 110.1 rings. 18 right, 10-5 islands. Victor Papa Bravo standbys. Set. Okay, within half a dot. Glide slope is armed. And approach checklist. Altimeter instruments, trust checked, approach rates checked and set. Glide slope capture. 19230, KLM 18 X-ray, sorry again.
658, turn left heading 265. Way 24 via Alpha 4, KLM 443.
Alright, we got it back. Hello, KLM 18 X-ray, ILS 18 right. Flaps 30. Continue. Oh boy, this was literally exactly what not to do. I had warned the controller, or rather, I did talk to the controller over private message beforehand though, so he knew about it. Okay then, landing checklist. Start switches, continuous, recall, checked, speed brake, armed, green light, landing gear down 3 green, auto brakes 2, flaps 30 green light, and landing lights. Well, on checks complete. 1 right play land, KLM 18 X-ray. Alrighty, so let's just about put those lights on. It's a little bit dark in here. Checked, and we're stable.
You're ring 7185, Charlie 18 ready for start. Ring 7185, which we can start to 2. Press start approved,
Okay, automatics off.
For Charlie Mike, take 0.77, runway 24 via the Owen line.
Five and continue. Approach lights in sight. Come on, plane, keep going down. So on the Poppy, we're going via the Poppy right now. Check. Continue.
Clear for takeoff, runway 24, KLM 443, bye bye.
Okay, speed break up, thrust reverse normal.
Lima, take the blue line now. Blue line.
Man, very hard to see anything here. Doesn't look like there's anyone behind us though, so we'll just keep it rolling. First exit, we're going for the third. 100 knots is passed. Second exit, next one we'll take, 80 knots. $60 knots. Manual brakes. Auto brake disarm. And here we are.
Alpine 8 on November, number 199, clear to land.
Clear to land, one is right, Alpine at 1 North November.
140, mechanical range, runway 24.
Okay, and here we are.
Tower KLM 1 Bravo, Scorch,
KLM 1 Bravo, speaking to 2, thank you.
KLM 1 at X-ray, runway vacated.
Man at X-ray, Roger, continue on Victor, I'll get back to you, sir.
On Victor. Alright, so time to clean this one up. So, odd altitude plus 100, and speed can go back to 100 as well. So, Victor is straight ahead.
Station for taxi, call center. Alpine 96 November Bravo, taxi on the point, Shadow 7, runway 24.
And here we go. Okay. So let's get a couple charts ready as well. Oh man, that was about the worst possible timing that this delivery could have had, right? On the approach. When passing 8,000 feet. That is really exactly where you do not want to receive a delivery. Oh man, but we made it. Okay, Crimson Ghost looks like a decent simulation of wet surfaces. Honestly, I found it too wet. I found them, well, normally you can see more in real life. Like the runway really has to be badly contaminated if you just see this little. However, with thunderstorms moving through, who knows if that might have been the case, so I'm certainly not gonna blame anybody. Okay, so he said continue on Victor, he's going to call us back, so that means we go all the way straight to Victor Mike over here, because after that it splits out in a Yankee Zulu and Whiskey 13. So we'll just continue via Victor until Victor Mike, and from there we are going to make, from there we're going to decide on what to do. Our plane is a little bit heavy for single engine taxi, unfortunately, because on a taxi like this, single engine taxi would obviously make lots of savings, but we'll see about it. We'll just continue for now, and then see where they are going to park us at all.
Grapple doing Shamrock 60 Alpha, fully established 18 right, 5 miles.
Shamrock 60 Alpha, clean touch, number 1, with 1003,
Approach number 1, Shamrock 60 Alpha.
Watch 423, runway 24, clear takeoff, with 1003. Charlie 254, contact departure.
Madhav Menon, hey man, guten Tag, greetings from India. Wanted to ask that during your flight training days, when you first in real life, after that, did you feel upset to invest in flight simming?
Taxi gate Delta 5 at Whiskey 13, cross 18 center.
Taxi gate Delta 5 at Whiskey 13, cross runway 18 center, KLM 18 X-ray. Alright, cool, so we go via Whiskey 13, that means we go by the middle, then south on Delta, and then Delta 15. So let's see if we can find that.
13 and cross runway 18
so Delta, then 13 is, wait a moment, which one? Delta 5, okay. The Delta 5 is up here, okay. So, standard taxi routing all along. I really like how they do these, how they do these abbreviated taxi instructions over here, because it means that you can simply, yeah, you can save so much time on the frequency, because all of these are marked with standard taxi instructions. But I'll show you as we come along. So, first of all, let's slow down a little bit, as we're about to go left over here at Whiskey 13. So it says Whiskey 5 on the sign, but it is Whiskey 13 until we cross. Whiskey 5 is only afterwards, so might be a bug in the scenery, I'm not sure. Okay, so cleared across, runway 18 center, strobe lights on. And then we're gonna cross over here. Okay, clear right and clear left. And Lennox, any particular reason why you didn't do your training with Aerologic or Condor at TFC? Yeah, they ignored my applications. Okay, so we go to the right over here. And now you can see we've got the arrows on here indicating to us the standard taxi routing. So Delta is the southbound taxiway. So we're gonna go in here. Okay, and once we are reaching the area over here, then we gotta check whether we take Bravo or Alpha, but it is going to be Alpha. You can see that on the parking stand chart then. So in here you can see Alpha is the one going clockwise, so Alpha is the one we are going to take over there as well. So it's going to be the second to the left. It's really lovely how they can do a taxi instruction like that. You know, for such a long taxiway, just, you know, by saying it's a single taxiway. This, by the way, is also how they do it on Mallorca in real life. On Vatzim, unfortunately, they don't do it because they are afraid of too many people messing it up. But on Palma, they just say something like taxi runway 24 right via Juliet. And then you find all the rest of the taxiways for yourself. Because they've got the standard taxiway system. If any Dutch VACC controllers in the chat, by the way, would you mind commenting on how often you see people taking the wrong way? Or do people generally take the correct taxiways here? It would be interesting to know how many actually read those charts correctly. Okay, so Alpha is next left. Here we go. And then we can switch over to the parking stand chart. So we're looking for Delta 5. That means we're going to go all the way straight around the corner until Alpha 10. And at Alpha 10 we're going to enter the apron and then down here to Delta 5. Okay then, GSX, and you can prepare for the Delta Pier. Oh man, they... Come on, you could have done that in a little bit more pilot-friendly way. Okay, so I suppose it's category 4 Schengen, or is it? Yeah, gate 5, Delta Pier. That does seem fine to me, but I tell you honestly, FLYTAMPA put a lot of work into that GSX setup, but let's be honest here. Most of the stuff they put into there is relevant for passengers, not for pilots. Like, I don't care if we're going to this Schengen section or somewhere. I just want gate Delta 3 through Delta 40 something, and that's it. Nice bridges, by the way. FLYTAMPA did an awesome job here on the scenery, did they? Okay, what's that EasyJet doing? KLM 1 at X-ray, is that Easy in front going to move, or is he stationary there?
Yeah, he should be ready to taxi any moment.
Roger. So that guy probably pushed back into the wrong location, but we can't pass behind him. We would smash our wing into him. So I suggest we simply have to stop here and wait. Yannick, have I read your scenery review by any chance in German on cruise level? No, I haven't. And Lucas, what density for GSX do I use? Something close to the maximum, I believe, but I tell you honestly, I'm not using any of that stuff with the boarding or deboarding and stuff like that. But I do simply use the aircraft's own features for boarding and deboarding. And that's it. And Cuba, those arrows are not in the AIP charts, but Dutch VACC controllers do give simplified taxi instructions. Yeah, that's because you should find it on the textual description in the AIP. And Tyler Aviator 99, the abbreviated taxi instructions, where do I find more about it? Basically, in the general sections of the charts. So let's have a look at that while we're standing anyway. So you can see you've got loads of general pages here. So if you read through all of those, you're going to find some information on it. So that's probably not for the taxi. Yeah. You know, you could just skip through all of that and try to find it somewhere in here. But that is where you normally would go for. Okay, come on, easy. Are you going to taxi? Well, I'll tell you what. While the easy is waiting, how about we quickly head out with the custom camera. Okay, easy is moving. But let's take a quick moment to have a look into the terminal here. So that is how FLYTAMPA made the interiors. Quite hard to see through the windows. Actually, from the inside you can't see through them at all, but it does look quite alright. Alright then, is the easy moving? Slowly but steadily. But overall a really nice looking scenery. A little bit hard on the frame rate though. Some others have pointed that out in the comments as well, like, yeah, it is one of the biggest airports you're going to find in Europe, and it's certainly not the complete easiest on frame rates. But for an airport this size, not really surprising. Okay, easy. Come on, get taxiing now. We want to go to the gate. G Walker, what happened to the last ever 737NG livestream? Well, read the title again. I said last ever 737NG livestream as an active 737 pilot. I never said it was the last 737 livestream, but it was the last as an active pilot on the type. Of course I'm still type rated on it, but I don't see myself flying the 737 in real life again. Unless something dramatic happens, like my new airline getting bankrupt or something, which surely doesn't look like it. But in case something like that might happen again, well, even then, you know, there aren't many airlines in Germany flying the 737. Indeed, there is only TUI left, and, well... Okay, easy. And Quotenwagnerianer, does the type rating expire if you don't get actual hours on type? Not because of hours, but once a year you need to do a check ride on the type in order to keep the rating. So, yes, by the end of December, if I haven't done the check, then the rating is going to expire. And seeing that doing the check privately is going to cost a couple €1,000, I just don't see why I should do that, you know.
42, hello, pushback.
Even if you still hold a type rating, if you apply with a new airline and you haven't flown the airplane in a while, then they're going to run you through the entire rating anyway. So why should I pay like 3,000 or 4,000 euros every year just to keep the type rating if I don't gain anything from it? Now, with the Airbus type rating, things might be the other way around. If I would go back to a Boeing aircraft, I would probably keep my Airbus rating because it would allow me to quickly transition onto pretty much any Airbus type. Now, transitioning from the 330 to the 320, for example, would be a 5-day course. So, keeping an Airbus type rating is a lot more valuable than keeping a Boeing type rating. Okay, so let's see. We're about in the turn over here. So down here, Alpha 10, we're going to make the right and turn into Delta 5.
Alpha 95 Charlie, runway 24, clear for takeoff, wind 1037 knots for. Clear for takeoff, runway 24, Alpha 95 Charlie, bedankt voor de service, succes nog. Later. KLM Charlie 901, request push and start. You don't need to call me when I said I'm going back to you, sir. Stand by.
Vector 338, Vivo 338, vergeet het relay at Vector 1.
U bent geen landing klaar aan uitgebreid?
Okay, so Alpha 10 should be the next to the right, I believe. Is there a taxi sign somewhere?
Quality 119 request, push and start.
Is there literally no taxiway sign here anywhere?
Push start approved, 119.
Oh, there it is. Okay, Alpha 10, yep. Then Delta 5 is at the end to the left-hand side.
Vivo 338, vergeet het relay at Vector 1.
Roger, continue on Victor.
Continue Vector Vivo.
Alright, starting APU. And Forrest, when am I flying next time in real life? I do believe it's Monday.
Nordic 89 uniform request, taxi gate.
Nordic 89 uniform, taxi gate Bravo 17 via Quebec, at Whiskey 138, cross 187.
And Lennox, would I recommend TFC as a flight school? Yes, absolutely.
Taxi gate Bravo 17.
Oh, look at that. Discover. Okay, so we go to the left over here.
Whiskey 138, take Quebec, Air Mexico 025, taxi gate Chicago 6, at Whiskey 138, cross 187.
And here we go.
Bravo 17, Quebec, Whiskey 138, cross.
So Delta 5 is... That was a little bit too much braking. Delta 5 is over here. Taxi lights going off. And APU is available. Let's put that online as well. Okay, so where's the center line? Here it is. Okay, and here we are.
You need to line up and wait for the runway 24.
So, Boeing 737-900 is on the docking system, very good.
Number 49 Delta Alpha, second Delta 2. Delta Papa Mike, are you ready to copy departure instructions?
FM, go ahead, Delta Papa Mike.
Delta Papa Mike, after departure, flying 090.
Okay.
Flight level 60, remain this frequency.
After departure, heading 090, flight level 60, remaining frequency, Delta Papa Mike.
Papa Mike,
here we are.
Runway 22, cleared for takeoff, wind 160 knots, right.
Runway 22.
Okay, 2 blue, 1 red. Engines going dead.
Charlie 91, pushback and start approved.
Come on.
Alpine 242 in sequence, flying away to runway 24.
Alright, so cabin crew, all doors in park. Both engines below 20%, transit shutdown checklist. Electrical on APU, fast melts off, probe heat auto, anti-ice off, voice recorder on, air compacts auto, engine bleeds on, APU bleed off, exterior light set, start switches off, auto brakes off, speed brake down intent, flaps out no light, parking brake set, start levers cut off, weather radar off, transponder 2000 standby, CBR CB in, shutdown checklist complete. And here we are once again in Amsterdam. Alright, so welcome to Schiphol. Let's go ahead and get the deboarding going, and while they are working on their stuff, we are going to plan the next sector. The big question is, where are we going to fly next? So we've got a very nice scenery of Prague where we could go to, which is about a 1-hour flight, so that should be a pretty good flight time. Then obviously there would be Edinburgh, there would be Vienna, and there would be London, where we could go to, Heathrow. So those are pretty much the options we have for the next sector. We're probably only going to be able to do one more flight, and that'll have to do for the day then. So you guys get to decide which of those we take. My personal preference would be Prague, but we could go for any of the others as well. Also, if you know if maybe any air traffic control is going to come online, then we might be going there as well, but we'll have to see about it. Okay, then, Matav, question, during your flight, during your training, when... sorry, reading your question is a little bit hard there. During your flight training days, when you flew the first time in real life as a student pilot, after that, did you ever feel upset about investing in flight simming? Well, I never felt upset about investing in flight simming. Obviously, I do feel a little bit different about some add-ons, like... There are some add-ons where I just feel like they're total junk that the community rather appreciates, but I do suppose that's a different topic. Okay then, so you guys can open the doors please, and can start the deboarding. The jetway connected? Yes. Okay, so deboarding start, and you guys can start the unloading in a few moments as well. So, in the comments we've got one vote for Edinburgh, one for Prague and one for London. Well, in that case, let's just have a look at... let's have a quick look. So there is a tower and the ground controller in Edinburgh. But there is a center controller for Heathrow. I tell you what, we're going to Heathrow. So let me show you once again how I get my flight details now. So... Oh wow, okay, in the meantime we have like 6 comments for Prague. Okay, well, in that case it's gonna be Prague, sorry guys. In that case it's gonna be Prague. Actually a lot of you saying that. Okay. And DVIR, hi, how did you get the mouse and the sim to be smaller? Basically I didn't, but my simulator screen is running in 4K, and I'm streaming in full HD, that's where the difference comes from. And that's why it looks smaller, but it really isn't. Okay then, let's go ahead with the next flight planning. And to Prague, let's see, the flight number is going to be KLM 73 Whiskey. So let's go ahead and log off and on again with a new call sign. 73 Whiskey. Here we go. And I'll just move inside the cockpit once again in the background because it makes things a little bit more quiet. Okay, then you guys can start unloading. Okay, so let's go ahead and quickly plan the flight. This one is going to be the KLM 1359 from Amsterdam. By the way, did you know that if you enter IATA codes over here, it changes to ICAO automatically? In real life, ICAO codes are really only used for entering stuff in the flight management system, and all the rest we normally do via IATA codes. Okay, alternate Vienna. Well, I am not sure about that. Certainly does seem a little bit far. What about Dresden? That should be quite close. Oh, that list gotta be new here. So Dresden, let's take that. How's the weather there? Yeah, perfect as a diversionary airport. And in Prague it's good as well. Okay, cool. So our registration is going to be Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Oscar once again, and no FIN number, cost index 30, and the call sign KLM 73 Whiskey. Alright, scheduled off-block time would be 14:05. Yeah, we are not going to make that, so let's just make it something like a 25 or so. Should be good. Our OFP layout is going to be KLM. Scheduled block time of the real flight is 1 hour and 25, so we're going to take that. Departure runway 24. Okay, and arrival runway probably going to be 24 as well. Alright, so let's quickly grab a real-life routing, and I still love ADDON for that. KLM 73 Whiskey from 16th September, not even a month ago. Very good. So this is the routing we are going to take. So routing, I believe it's Renzi to Sierra that you normally get. But why don't they have a star from Lomki? Now they do. Interesting. Okay, anyway, that does seem to look good for me. Alright, cool. So, with that, I do think we've entered everything we need. Let's go ahead and hit the generate button and see what kind of flight plan we are going to get. And DVIR, how do I get real-life routing? Well, basically by the way I just showed you. Right, 138 passengers and a little bit of cargo. That's not too much, really. But that is fine for me. Okay, looks good. Our flight time, pre-file that flight, and here we go, on to VATSIM. Always takes a long while to load that thing up, but that's fine. Here we go. Okay, so hour and 1, routing looks good, registration looks good, all of that looked good. Pre-file flight, filed. Thank you very much. Alright, so let's see if we are going to get another simulator freeze or if it's going to work this time. And Forrest, there are a couple of videos out there already that describe the cost index. I do suggest that you simply look for those. Okay, so they are done down here. According to SimBrief, we are going to carry 1.5 tons of cargo per hold. So that's 1.5 and 1.5. And then for the passengers we had 138, but they're still deboarding, so that's going to take a little while. So fuel truck is here already, very good. Then let's quickly grab the Navigraph chart app to get our OFP. And once we've got the OFP, we can decide on the final amount of fuel. But do remember from our flight planning stage already that weather did look very good at both our destination and alternate, so I don't see why we should be using any extra fuel today. But let's just verify. So, flight plan. Let's have a quick look down here into the weather. So, Prague, light rain, few clouds, slight chance of gusts, but they're right down the runway. It's a runway 24 over in Prague, so that is alright. And the bad weather is only coming over the night. Okay, and alternate Dresden is basically the same thing. So weather is looking good, no reason to take any extra there. So let's go ahead and go with the standard fuel, which is 5.6. So 5,600, start refueling please. And since the trucks are in place, we can release the park brake, and we can quickly go on the ground power as well, saving a little bit of fuel from the APU. Alright, perfect. Then let's see. we are going to go from Echo Hotel Alpha Mike LKPR, and it is the KLM 73 Whiskey that we are taking today. So departure runway, probably going to be a runway 24, and I do expect the SID basically as filed Randy 2 Sierra. Here we go, and for the approach, in the Prague, ILS 24 and Lomki 8 Sierra. Let's quickly see where that one ends. Radar vectors after Irazu. Well, let's take the Irazu transition nonetheless. Okay, so cost index. Up here it is, 30. And then fuel reserves, we have that down here, 2.4. Zero fuel weight expected at 59.9. Cruising flight level, what did they calculate? 350. Okay, cruise wind, well, we just got the average component in here. Would be nice if we had the actual average wind component somewhere in that flight plan format. Or rather the actual average wind, but doesn't look like KLM has that. But it's fine. We're going to uplink the wind anyway, so who cares? Okay, eyesight deviation, where do we have that? +4, so minus 50 degrees. And execute that. Using reserve fuel, yep, sure. We haven't refueled all the way yet, so that is expected. Okay, cool, so let's go ahead and request the wind. In the meantime, that stuff does look good, and we can take a 25-mile ring around the airport. Like so. Here we go. Okay then, I'm gonna take a 30-second break. I will be straight with you guys. Alright, and I'm back. My apologies for that little break. Then let's go ahead with our flight planning. So we just about finished up the FMC. Let's quickly go over the rest of the plane. Fueling is done, so fast modes can come on again. And we're gonna go up to flight level 350 this time. Here we go. So landing elevation, do we have that anywhere here? Yep, here it is, 1,250. Like so. Okay, right ignition again, since we are flying through a maintenance base. Flight directors, initial climb is 6,000 if I'm not mistaken, but we are going to confirm that with ATC. And heading 235, which is going to be our runway heading. Oh, come on, heading bug. Hate it. I really don't like the interface of how to insert, you know, or how to dial switches in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Not just the 737, but any of them. Compare that, for example, to, let's say, compare that to X-Plane or to P3D. And I just hate that there is so much of a delay in there that you just can't accurately set your values in this simulator. But well, I suppose nothing we can do about it. Alright, so that is pretty much it. MFRA probably going to be something about 1,000 and... probably just about 1,000. Let's go ahead and dial that in. I also hate how long it takes to dial this in. I mean, just why? Alright, here we go. So that's about what we need. Okay, suppose that's it. Now, Inatical, do you have your graphic settings on Ultra to make the sim look so good? I do. Almost, at least. There's a couple of things I changed, but I did post screenshots of them like a year ago, and not much has changed since then. Not much. And tell you what, this looks really good, doesn't it? The Fokker up here on display, the overall light and the slight hole in the clouds there. This looks really good. That's really why I like this simulator so much. Okay then. So forecast uplink ready, yeah, in a few moments. Let's load that. Here we go. Okay, so in terms of payload, we said we got 138, 1,500 in each hold. Like so. Alright. And that should be all the loading we need. In case you're wondering why I'm just inserting it on the payload page over here and why I didn't use the real-time stuff, basically because I forgot to start the real-time boarding. And if I started that now, then it would just take too long. So I've just figured I would do this the quick way. Alright then, are you ready for the departure briefing? Threats for the departure? Well, I don't really see any. So that's it. Okay, so let's do a route check. Yeah, what just happened to the Navigraph charts? Did the app crash? Well, here we got it again. Come on. Okay, here we are. It always makes the simulator lag for like 10 seconds or so when opening that chart. I suppose the simulator really isn't made for the internet connection going on in the background here. Alright, so route track. Here it is. Echo Hotel Alpha Mike to Lima Kilo Papa Romeo, Kilo Lima Mike 73 Whiskey, and the routing is via Rendi departure towards Erupo, Zulu 739 Misco, direct Tivun, direct Esama, direct Komib, direct Tonzu, Zulu 35 Odomo, and then direct Lomki for Lomki arrival. And that is with a ground distance of, let's see, 447, 451, 2.9 remaining, versus 2.4 as a reserve. That's good enough. Okay, UTC time 1418, altimeter 1012, reading about 30 feet, MFRA is 1000, flight directors on minus master, standby instrument set. Left seat takeoff, runway 24, flaps 5, noise abatement 2, and engine outset straight at 25 miles, climbing 3000. Now, emergencies as briefed, and for the pushback it's going to be probably to the left-hand side, and then we're going to get simplified taxi routing here again, so do prepare mentally for that. Okay, where's my taxi charts? I thought I'd prepared them. Looks like I didn't. Okay, that one we need. Okay, so parking in Delta 5, taxi out is probably going to be over here to the north via Alpha 13, down onto Alpha, and then via Alpha we're going to go to Sierra 7 for runway 24 departure. Rendi to Sierra departure, Arnav, and that is on a chart 10-3 Victor 4 from the 21st of July. Transition altitude 3000, and in the magic box we've got 3000 as well. Let's make the 3001 real quick. Here we go, 3001. Okay, execute takeoff immediately after receiving clearance. That is clear, remain at tower until 2000 and contact Schiphol departure 119055. Speed maximum 250 below flight level 100, and that is in as well. Okay then, for the routing, straight at Alpha Mike 005, left turn Max 220 Alpha Mike 008, and then Alpha Mike 026, Iflut, Lunex, Rendi Edupo. And the initial climb is flight level 60. Alright, so let's enter flight level 60, and that should be 220 knots or less. Here we go. Alright, cool. So that's our routing pretty much prepared. Vishal 926, why do I make it 3001? I made a separate video about that, where I'm explaining it. It's basically because VNAV might otherwise level off at flight level 30 rather than altitude 3000. That's the main reason why we're doing that. Okay then, let's go ahead and grab the ATIS 13298. Here we go. And make sure we listen to it as well.
This is Skiffle Information Alpha. Main landing runway 18 right. Main departing runway 24. Transition level 45. Wind 090 degrees. 4 knots. Variable between 060 and 120 degrees. Visibility 10 kilometers, or more. Light rain. Clouds. Scattered 300 feet. Broken 1,500 feet. Temperature 2.15. QNH 1011 hectopascal. Temporary. Visibility 7 kilometers. Clouds. Broken 500 feet. Operational report. Contact approach call sign only. Noise abatement NADP2 procedures shall be applied. Acknowledge Information Alpha.
Okay, Information Alpha is on board. Let's go ahead and grab our IFR clearance.
So, Velcro 3 Sierra departure, runway 24. Initially planned flight level 60, squawking 2133.
Delivery KLM 63 Yankee radio check.
63 Yankee, hear you 55.
Thanks for 737 at stand Delta 10 with Alpha, request clearance to contact.
So just gonna be a little while until we actually can grab our clearance.
Southampton, Velcro 3 Sierra departure, runway 24. Initially planned flight level 60, squawking 7330.
Southampton, number Alpha 3 Sierra departure to 24, initial plan 60, 7330.
KLM 63 Yankee, read back is correct, report fully ready.
Okay.
Skiffle delivery, good afternoon, KLM 73 Whiskey Information Hotel, correction Alpha. Information Alpha, request clearance to Prague.
KLM 73 Whiskey, cleared Prague, Randy 2 Sierra departure, runway 24, initially climb flight level 60, squawking 1000.
KLM 73 Whiskey, cleared to Prague via Randy 2 Sierra departure runway 24, climb flight level 60, squawk 1000.
KLM 73 Whiskey, read back is correct, report fully ready.
Will go.
KLM 224.
Alright, so that's Randy 2 Sierra departure as planned off runway 24, climbing to 6000, and the squawk is 1000. Very good. So, with that done, let's tell GSX to get us a pushback tuck. And start up the APU. Okay, cool. So, let's go ahead and do the performance in the meantime. So we've got 58.6 versus 59.9. That's 1.3 tons down, but that is fine with me as well. Makes it 64.2. Okay, the thunderstorms are gone, so we can make it a 22k takeoff at 45 degrees. And that is flaps 5.
Full delivery. Good afternoon.
6 units are trim.
Information Alpha on stand Echo 20 ready for Alpha.
And the speeds, well, let's still make that a wet runway in here. And that's going to be 137, 145, 150.
Scandinavian 129er 6, standby 1.
Here we go. Okay, cool. So, that's pretty much our setup complete.
And Scandinavian 129er 6 over the way, you're cleared to your
so, parking brake is set, APU should be available by now, indeed it is. Also, passengers are ready, so let's go ahead and remove the ground equipment. Did they close the doors? Yes, they did. Okay, cool. Then, transit before start checklist. Gear pins. 123 removed.
Scandinavian 1296.
So oxygen chest 100%, yaw damper on, fuel that is 5.5 required, 5.6 on board, 4 pumps on, cabin utility IFE on, fasten belts on, window heat on, air cannon press, packs auto, bleeds on set, press mode selector, auto, instruments, cross checked, auto brake, RTO, speed brake. Down detent, park and brake set, stop and cutter switches normal, radius radar transponder set and standby, radar and aileron trims 3 and 0, take a briefing discussed, PA well, let's quickly do the PA. Or you know what, we're gonna do the PA after the checklist. So, FMC CDU set, N1 IS box, automatic, reduce 22k, speeds 374550 set, stop trim 6 units set, performance weight balance, sign send, phones off, EFB, airplane mode stowed, flight windows and cockpit door, locked, doors closed, passengers seated, before start checklist complete. Alright then, let's quickly say hello to the passengers, and then we're gonna go. And Milan, why do you keep QNH on 1012 while the ATIS says 1011? Did the ATIS? I might have missed it, but if it is indeed 1011... Oh yes, it is indeed. Okay. Good point. So, QNH 1011 now, reading 0. Good point. Very well spotted. Okay, cool. Then, let's go ahead with the PA, saying hello to the passengers, and then we're ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel, and in the name of KLM, you're welcome aboard our flight 1358 taking you to Prague. Flight time today about 1 hour. We expect a smooth ride at 35,000 feet, which equals to about 10,700 meters. We would like to thank you very much for being our guests today. Sit back, relax, enjoy the flight with us. If there's anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask any of our cabin crew. Once again, thank you for your attention and welcome aboard. KLM 73 Whiskey, request startup.
KLM 73 Whiskey, information Alpha current, Canadian 011, contact triple ground 121.805 for the push.
Info Alpha QNH 1011, contact 121.805, and startup approved KLM 73 Whiskey. So that's gonna be 121.805. Here we go.
Center.
Taxi Delta 4 via Yankee Cross runway 1 at 10, Finnair 5 Golf.
Finnair 5 Golf, conform Delta 41.
Roger Delta 41 via Vector and cross runway 1 at 10, Finnair 5 Golf. Kenya 118 request taxi.
Kenya 118, taxi holding point Sierra 7 for the runway 24.
Sierra 734, Kenya 118.
Kenya 117, contact tower 119 or decimal 230.
Busy on the frequency here. Scupper ground, good afternoon, KLM 73 Whiskey, request pushback.
KLM 73 Whiskey, information Mike, QNH 1011, pushback startup approved.
KLM 73 Whiskey, QNH 1011, push and start approved, but we've got information Alpha there.
Ground.
Okay, below the line. Air compacts off, anti-collision light on, park and brake set, transponder alt off, before start checklist complete. So.
Information Alpha 121 push by 5 for off.
Why is GSX only going to lock the gear now? That's like the biggest logic flaw in it at all. I told it to prepare for pushback like, you know, long time ago, but nothing's happened. They didn't do anything. Such a waste of time, this software. It's really unfortunate that there is no good alternative at the moment.
Combi 281, taxi holding point Sierra 7 runway 24, by Alpha 12.
By Alpha 12 to Sierra 724, combi 281.
Wil je extra taxi?
Right. Brake is released, and off we go. It starts raining again, but we calculated with a wet runway anyway, so that is alright.
KLM 59 Lima.
Okay, cool. So off block at 29. That is close enough to our schedule. Well, and why is GSX still pushing the nose into the ground compared to lifting it up? It's an incredible waste of... no, I'm not gonna say it. YouTube is just going to demonetize the channel. I'm not gonna say it.
Finnair 47, you're from Victor, 1 at right.
Finnair 47 uniform taxi.
So, where's that guy going?
Whiskey 13 cross runway 18 center.
Whiskey 13 cross 18 center, Delta 43, Finnair 47 uniform.
Okay, he's going up. That is alright.
Transfer for Tango taxi on Delta.
Okay, let's commence engine start.
We have standard routing in Amsterdam, so Delta Charlie 15 will be right on the right hand side via Quebec after Quebec Bravo.
And 2. And 1. Oil pressure.
People ground, Scandinavian 1296, ready for pressure start.
Scandinavian 1296 when clear of company behind pushback and startup of blue.
When cleared of the aircraft behind, position startup of Scandinavian 1296.
So, let's have a quick look outside where GSX is taking us. I suppose we might go all the way into here, and then taxi out like that.
KLM 30, hotel, hold short on Alpha, before Alpha 4.
Hey, from San Jose, South Cannon to hold before the gate, KLM 30.
Okay, good start on 2, starting
KLM
1.
17 Golf, taxi holding point, Sierra 5, runway 24 via Alpha 4.
And 2. Oil pressure. And 1.
Kenya 118, hold short, Sierra 7, runway 24, contact tower 119.23, Sierra.
Sierra 7 Tower 119230, Kenya 11. Have a good afternoon.
See you.
Transfer for Tango, can you see the taxi clearance?
I wonder when PMDG is eventually going to take out those wiper sounds here. This is really not what a 737 wiper sounds like. This sounds like a recording from a car or something.
Continue taxi Alpha Quebec and for Charlie 15, transfer 4 for Tango.
Okay, so they're indeed pushing us into here. That's a pretty long pushback route here.
Easy 658, see you Sierra 7,
Okay, start a cutout, monitor 1 stable.
Alpine 5 for Alpha Zulu, close taxi.
Alpine 5 for Alpha Zulu, taxi holding point, Sierra 7, runway 24.
So it's rather cold outside. You know, if it was really warm or if the sun was shining straight onto the airplane, then I would consider doing the air conditioning now, but with everything still taking so much time, all we do is generators on, APU off, and the rest of the stuff we're going to wait until the ground crew is ready. So, you can slowly start stopping here, my friend. You've pushed me enough now. We don't need to push all the way to a Prague.
Taxi holding point, Sierra 5, runway 24.
Where's it gonna take us? Oh, he stopped. Lovely. That was interesting. So, let's start a timer and see how long it's gonna take GSX to disconnect the ground equipment. In real life it's about 30 seconds.
Combi 281, also for you, contact tower 119.230, tot ziens.
119.230, houdoe, copy 281.
KLM 17 Golf, contact tower 119.230.
Okay, we have to wait with the flight control track until the ground guys are clear. So, 30 seconds. This is where everything would be gone. They would be done by now. And look at that. That guy only now starts moving to the plane to remove the gear pin. That's just so stupid. So incredibly inefficient, you know? And now they even leave that stupid thing on the page they last opened, rather to return it to where I last had it. Okay, let's do the checklist before we start with the flight control track. So generators on, APU off, start switch is continuous, probeat on, anti-ice off, air conditioning packs auto bleeds on, isolation mode for auto, flaps, 5 required, 5 selected and a green light, step trim, 6 units required set, start, levers, idle detent, flight controls, to go. So, where are you, GSX? There he is, okay. The pin is seen down there, flight control track. Minute and 30, 1 minute longer than it would take in real life. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, and the rudders, full left, full right, neutral. Okay, flight controls check, recall check, before taxi check is complete.
10 will go taxi Quebec, cross runway 18, then through west 13,
KLM 73 Whiskey, request taxi.
Transavia, correction, KLM 63, Yankee contact tower 119 decimal 230. KLM 73 Whiskey, taxi holding point Sierra 7, runway 24 via Alpha 10, correction via Alpha 12.
KLM 73 Whiskey, taxi holding point Sierra 7 via Alpha 12. Okay, that's got to be out to the right hand side. Yes it is. Okay, so we go over here, here, and then south on Alpha. Perfect.
Left Delta 18.
So that's really all we need. Okay, so, config?
Good afternoon, ground 85 requesting push back and start on stand Bravo 15.
So left is clear, right is clear.
85 push back start approved, mention Alpha.
Okay, push start approved with information lab. Sunset 2485.
Okay, next to the right is Alpha 12.
KLM 59 Lima, ready for pushback.
I wonder when Asobo is eventually going to update the sim so that those darker surfaces here don't stand out that much when you've got misty conditions. I mean, this looks horrible, doesn't it?
Alpha Q8 1011.
Yeah, in parking Dreamliner, Sun 87, push and status approved to
Okay then, clear right, this is Alpha 12.
KLM 59 Lima, thank you.
Okay, then right onto Alpha and via Alpha all the way to Sierra 7 for the holding point. Okay, clear left side, clear right side. Okay, is this Alpha already? Yeah, looks like it. So, clear on the left.
Scandinavian 129, contact tower 119.230.
Okay, onto Alpha all the way straight. Where the other aircraft are, that is where we are going as well. Before takeoff, checklist down to the line. Config, checked, flaps, 5 green light, step trim, 6 units set. Takeoff briefing. Left seat takeoff, runway 24, flaps 5, noise abatement 2, and the takeoff speeds are wet 137, 145, 150, and that is going to be PAX auto bleeds on anti-ice off takeoff. Sit straight ahead, left turn, passing 2000, we contact departure, and that's going to be 121-205. And finally, in case of engine failure, we proceed straight ahead on the runway track, 25 miles, climbing altitude 3000, which is safe above the field elevation, above the MSA of 1700. Cabin secured, before takeoff checklist complete.
KLM 48 Victor, taxi Charlie 18 via Quebec, at Whiskey 13, cross runway 18 center.
Charlie 18 via Quebec, Whiskey 13, cross 18 center,
Alright, so Sierra 7 is next left. So we are number 3 in the departure sequence. It's incredible how much traffic there is, even when we started the stream at 12 o'clock, you know, and it was really busy already. And now look at that. I mean, it's a Thursday, 20 minutes to 5, and there is so much traffic here. That really goes to show how much anticipated FLYTAMPA's Amsterdam was. And I'm really happy to see how well it turned out.
All flight 8, 1 Golf, Alpha information, Alpha Q-Lane, 101, pushback start.
And Pseudo Andy, funnily enough, KLM 1353, 737-900, flew from Amsterdam and Prague today in this exact livery. Well, take a guess where I inspired myself for that flight, and why Prague was my favorite destination here.
Okay, taxi to holding point Sierra 5 via Alpha 4.
But I just went over the 5-900s that KLM has and looked up interesting routes. 119.230 KLM 73 Whiskey.
Now 46 and then we want to try to get to that. 456 head off the ground, automatic 11805.
Skipper Tower, good afternoon, KLM 73 Whiskey, ready.
73 Whiskey, in sequence, line up away to runway 24.
In sequence, line up on way 24, KLM 73 Whiskey. Alright, so behind the easy we can line up. Might just have to stop here for a second. Oh, he's got takeoff clearance. Let's hope he's gonna make it rolling. So, before takeoff, checklist below the line. MCP set, transponder Tara, strobe lights on, holding at landing lines. Okay, he's rolling. And there you go, 182. Do you agree that since PMDG's latest update, the EGT temperatures at idle seem way too high? Depends a little bit. But yeah, in some cases they are. Like 600 degrees now is a little bit much, yeah. By the way, guys, why do you think the wipers are broken? I don't see that at all. I mean, the sounds of the wipers are broken. But the wipers themselves, they do what they're supposed to do. Oh boy, lovely steering here. This is full steering right now. Not realistic. Thanks for nothing, Microsoft. That taxi model is so broken.
And both automatic 11805. Back Lake, KLM 73 Whiskey, runway 24, cleared for takeoff, ready to go.
Runway 24, clear takeoff, KLM 73 Whiskey. Okay then, landing lights on before takeoff checklist complete. Timing. Stabilized. Set takeoff thrust. Takeoff thrust set, indications normal. Tracked. You're up.
We're red north 4522, that's only point on wind 24.
Just now, 4522, hello, line up away to runway 24.
LNF. Command A. with the weather as bad as it is right now, I just can't be bothered to hand fly that. Okay, back up. Flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1.
Yeah, that's 4532, runway 24, cleared for takeoff, wind calm.
Clear for takeoff, runway 24, red now 3.
Flaps up. Speed checked. Flaps up.
Skyhaven 541, turn left heading to 10.
And we certainly don't need that
Skyhaven
anymore.
541, turn left
Nor
heading
do
to
we need
10.
those anymore.
KLM 1018. KLM 1018, speed 180 knots, descent flight level 45.
What? 80 knots, descent level 45, yeah.
118.
KLM 118, monitor Unicom 12 to decimal 8.
Unicom, can you 118?
Combi 281, monitor Unicom 12
A little
to
busy
decimal 8.
here.
Unicom op 2 decimal 8, combi 281, fly now.
5 for Alpha Zulu, climb flight level 130.
Okay, set standard.
Climbing, flight level 130, Alpha and 5 for Alpha Zulu.
Standard cross check.
Lot
34,
165,
climbing
descent flight level
60.
45.
Okay, after takeoff checklist. And VNAV.
Confirm 4656 to right heading 090.
Okay, air condition pressurization 1.8 climbing set.
Easy 4656, turn right heading 130.
Altimeter standard after takeoff checklist complete. Let's
Get
do
a
speed
1000 to
intervent
left heading
and
360.
is all the way to 250.
Easy 4656, descend 2000 feet.
2000 feet, easy 4565.
Skipper, good afternoon, KLM 73 Whiskey, level 45, climbing level 60.
Easy 658, Unicom 122 decimal 8.
Departure, good afternoon, KLM 73 Whiskey, level 47, climbing level 60.
KLM 73 Whiskey, climb flight level 130.
Climb flight level 130, KLM 73 Whiskey.
Lufthansa 2 Papa Yankee to right heading 360.
130 checked.
Right, 360.
Alright, cool.
KLM 1000, descend 2000 feet, QNH 1011.
So, that was busy.
KLM 1000, speed 180 knots.
Okay, start on the left turn should be sufficient to avoid that bit of weather there. Man, that was a busy departure.
Easy 4656, turn right heading 160, clear to LS approach runway 109.
And that's a beautiful piece of weather out there, isn't it?
Lufthansa 2 Papa Yankee, descend flight level 45. Skyhaven 4541, turn right heading 270.
Alright, so let's see, we can close the speed window once again.
Lot 165, descent flight level 45.
Loads of arrivals here. Look at that. It's really busy.
Alpine 3 Victor Lima, descent.
Says a lot about the new scenery. That's really really a good job by FLYTAMPA.
KLM 1000, turn right heading 010. KLM 018, descent 3000 feet, QNH 1011. Top Sky EU 12 kilo, turn left heading 200.
Okay, so,
descent level 45, speed 180 knots.
I suppose we're going to keep the sterile cockpit until we are away from this frequency, because chances are too high that we might miss something.
45. Open 3 Victor Lima, turn right heading 150, clear to LS approach.
Altimeters, passing 100, climbing 130, 10 checks. Fuel balanced, and 4 points on, lights off, APU off, air cannon press, 4.0, climbing and set, fasten belts.
Yankee Unicom 122 decimal 8.
Okay, let's release cabin first and give them a little while. So recall checked and monitoring 121.5. That's the 10 checks complete.
Approach, Rhino 1970, flight level 9,000, flight 990.
Vertical speed.
Rhino 1970, turn left heading 360.
Turn left heading 30, Rhino 1970.
Okay, 2000 to go, vertical speed is limited already.
Contact Tower 119.230. Pivot 382 Tower 119.230.
Man, he's busy. I like it though.
KLM 40 Foxtrot.
Top Sky 12 Kilo, descent flight level 45. Lufthansa 2 Papa Yankee, descent 3000 feet, QNet 1011.
Descent 3000 feet, QNet 1011.
Okay, 40 Foxtrot.
KLM 40 Foxtrot information.
I'm not even going to interrupt him right now. I will simply let it go. Might have to level off at level 130, but that is fine with me.
Left heading 360.
He's definitely too busy at the moment.
Speed 180 knots, left heading 360 KLM.
KLM 1000, turn right heading 150. KLM 1018, where are you going?
Where are you going? Like it.
KLM 1018, turn right heading 270.
Okay, halt acquire.
Skip approach, Breton 4532 at flight level 60.
Breton 4532, klein flight level 130.
150, Breton 4532.
Kleine 1970, disregard. All stations too busy, too many people not listening. I'm downscaling, skip approach offline.
Sorry to hear that, mate.
No worries, have a good flight.
Wow, so he's going offline because too many people are not listening to the frequency. Okay, and if I hear people at flight level 6000, then that's the point where I'm leaving the frequency anyway. Okay then, let's continue to climb. Initially level 250. Okay, set. 25,000 checked. VNAV. Okay then, we can cancel the D-rate. Here we go. And I don't think it's gonna be bumpy anymore, so let's release passengers as well. By the way, let's take a very small moment here. Just go outside once more and appreciate how well those clouds look over here. I mean, this looks really, really good, doesn't it? So, as much complaint as you can have about Microsoft Flight Simulator, when at some points the visuals just make up for a lot. Alright, RLP, since when do we have weather radar? We don't, it's terrain. And Marco, we are going towards Praha. And Mike, yeah, sometimes I do really feel sorry for controllers as well. I mean, I've been a VATSIM controller myself for a time. Recently I didn't extend my ratings anymore because I just didn't get to do controlling too much anymore. However, sometimes I really feel for those people. VATSIM pilots can be annoying, especially if nobody's listening. I mean, he's got a super busy frequency. There were loads of people departing and approaching Amsterdam, and you know, then nobody listens to the frequency. That's just, yeah, not the way it is meant to be, and I can totally understand why he just went offline in frustration. I just feel really sorry for all the others who are flying to Amsterdam at the moment, because, yeah, those can't enjoy the ATC anymore then, but yeah. It is unfortunate at times when people just don't listen. It is unfortunate, but I suppose he took the only right decision, which was going offline. I really feel for him. Alright, in any case, we made it out of Amsterdam and are now on the way to Prague. Let's take a quick look into the FMS. So, optimum flight level 378, planned cruising level is 350. Let's see if there is anything we can do about it. So 378 versus 370. Let's go for the Navigraph charts real quick and have a look into the operational flight plan. And see if there is any information in there. So let's see. Not too familiar with the KLM layout here, but I do believe, since on the flight going here, staying higher would have been bad. On this one, going higher is probably going to be good then. But real quick of a check. Maybe we got a wind data block somewhere that we can use. Let's see. Any kind of wind data here? No. Okay. Well, alright. In that case, we are just going to... in that case, we are just going to trust the FMS. Especially since there is no notice in here like... you know, no notice like planned optimum level or so. And if it doesn't say that, then it probably didn't do it either. So, I suppose we're going to climb flight level 370. So, set, 370 checked, alt enter vent, and then it's going to be 370 like once, twice, and 3 times, and we are monitoring 1 to 1.5. And look at that, the fuel went up from 2.5 that we had previously to 2.6 now. So that's quite good. Then arrival 1547, looks good to me as well, so about 50 minutes to run. Top of climb in 76, top of descent in 251, but I wonder if that is accurate. It might even be a little bit earlier. Let's see if the route is actually entirely correct. Yeah, that does look alright. Okay. Even though we might get a small shortcut here, but not too much. It's alright after all. We're in the air, we're on the way, and we're about to enter some clouds, so let's turn on the engine anti-ice. Tie-tie. So I've had a case once, flying from Hahn, I believe, or maybe from Baden-Baden, I don't remember, where we had a problem with the anti-ice, and the anti-ice valve got stuck, but that was in August, maybe? 35 degrees on the ground, and then we had to tell the passengers, like, yeah, we can't fly, we need to wait for maintenance, because our anti-icing systems are not working. And the passengers were like, you're anti-icing? Are you kidding us? You gotta be kidding us. And we were like, no, it's cold when you climb. But man, those people really wouldn't want to understand. And yeah, I can somewhat understand it as well. I mean, it's 35 degrees there. They would probably kill to get some ice cream. And on the other side, we're telling them, yeah, our anti-ice doesn't work, so unfortunately we cannot climb. Alexander, hey Manuel, thank you for the stream. Regards from a cabin crew colleague. Oh, hi. Is the 737 in reality equipped with CPDLC like the Airbuses are? Yes, absolutely. However, you handle it a little bit different. So the 737 doesn't have any dedicated CPDLC panel. But indeed, what the 737 has, you go in here, and then on the menu down here, you've got the data link menu. And over that data link menu, you can access all the CPDLC features. Also, the CPDLC equipped 737s in real life have the fans CDU. And the fans MCDU has slightly different keyboard layout, and you've got the ATC COM button on it. However, as a matter of fact, in my previous airline, the ATC COM button was simply grayed out. So you couldn't, or grayed out as in you pressed the button, and then it just told you key function not supported. So you always had to go in the menu and then data link, and then from there you could access CPDLC. But yeah, the 737 has it. Indeed, in Europe, every aircraft is mandated to have CPDLC since 2020, so everybody has it. It's mandatory if you want to climb into the upper levels. So if you want to enter upper airspace, CPDLC is mandatory. Alright, let's see. We should be leaving Dutch airspace over at Misgo, so we should be able to take a couple shortcuts then as well. Probably gonna go to Comib, but let's see if anybody is online. No, there is no en route ATC online, so after Misgo we'll take a shortcut towards Comib. Okay, outside temperature minus 39. When it switches to minus 40, we can turn off the anti-ice. Once again, as I mentioned in the previous sector, at minus 40, all the water in the air is so frozen that that the ice is simply going to bounce off the airplane rather than stick on it. And Zero Taxi 1984, hello from Norway. Amsterdam is really good, but it's lacking a lot due to the Vatsum crazy traffic. Yeah, that's true. Okay, Yannick, what about old aircraft like the BAE 146 that don't even have an FMS? Well, it's quite simple. Either the airline is going to install that stuff, or they cannot fly the airplane in Europe anymore. I mean, you can always retrofit like a simple universal FMS or something the likes. Hey, minus 40 degrees, anti-ice off. So you can always retrofit that stuff, but honestly, flying without an FMS is not allowed in Europe at all anymore. So, yeah, you cannot fly the old school VOR to VOR style in real life anymore. That's something you can do in the simulator, but that's it. Okay then, direct COMAP, execute. LNAV available, LNAV. Interesting how inserting that direct has just risen our target climb speed quite a bit. An angle of bank 10. So why did the climb speed rise so much? Probably because of the winds that were in? I mean, that normally wouldn't have such a great effect. Indeed, when you're in the air, the airplane is calculating with the wind that you've got on the navigation display anyway, so it wouldn't really matter. But, well, so be it. Mike Oliver, in the 737, is there a way to program LNAV if ATC tells you to leave a waypoint at a certain heading? Well, yeah, sort of. What you can do is the following. So let's say we were told to leave COMAP on heading 180, then you could always just go COMAP 180/20, for example, so that the airplane is going to do the respective turn. You see now, out of COMAP, we've got a waypoint on a 180 heading. However, in real life, that doesn't happen. I don't think... Well, yes, there is one case where I got an instruction like leave a waypoint on a heading, and that is in Gran Canaria. They usually tell you leave Golf Delta Victor on radial 170. But otherwise, on VATSIM they do it, but in real life they don't. And honestly, I don't understand why they do it on VATSIM. You know, if you want an airplane on a certain heading, just tell it to fly that heading. No need to tell them leave waypoint so-and-so on heading so-and-so. It doesn't happen. It's a VATSIM-ism, but doesn't happen in real life. And Christoph, I bought the ProSim 737 for MSFS. It is perfect, better than PMDG. Well, I wholeheartedly disagree. I've flown the ProSim a bit on several different shows, and in my opinion it sucks. The systems aren't accurate at all. You've got that stupid trim indicator on the upper engine display. I don't know why. I don't like ProSim. I simply don't like it. And FlySim Studio, hi Emmanuel, just out of curiosity, how was the performance with this weather on your computer? It looked a little bit bleary at times. Yeah, it wasn't perfect. I believe it is when I logged onto VATSIM, and the amount of VATSIM traffic just really took the performance down. When I loaded Amsterdam offline, then performance was really good. And Milan Demister, Dutch controllers like to say leave RTIP heading so-and-so. Yeah, well, I haven't flown to Amsterdam in real life. At least not IFR. VFR I flew there already, in a Piper 28. But, I suppose that for Amsterdam you could have a look at Live ATC. I do believe they have that covered, so load up live ATC, have a look at the approach controllers and see if they say the same in real life as well. For certain, in the area where I flew, Germany, and pretty much most of Europe, I don't think I ever received the instruction to leave a waypoint on a heading. I don't think I ever received it. The only one is to leave Golf Delta Victor on radial 160 when you're flying in Gran Canaria. Vertical speed, 1000 to go. Okay, so we made it all the way up. ALB Aviation, hey, would you recommend to buy the steam gauge overall for the King Air or the TBM? Well, ultimately that's going to depend on the kind of operations you want to do. Both aircraft are really good. And obviously the King Air is a little bit, can fly a little bit higher, a little bit faster. And it's got 2 engines. While the TBM is made more for like the smaller airstrips. So it really depends on the operation you want to do. Both are great. Personally, I would go for the King Air if I wanted to do a little bit more of cruise flying, and for the TBM if I was more interested in flying into those very small airstrips like Locher or like Courchevel. VNAV. So, top of climb is reached. Conset. 157 miles to the top of descent. That looks very good. So here we are. And Milan, I meant in Vatzim, etc. I'm still in training, so don't plan to fly to Amsterdam. Too expensive. Well, do some low approaches. I believe they only charge like 20 or 30 bucks for the ATC service, and then you can do low approaches over there. That's how I did it. I mean, I didn't actually land in Amsterdam, but I just went there for low approach before then going on to Lelystad for the FS weekend. And yeah, as you said, go around due to financial reasons in Amsterdam. Exactly. Villa the Dude, hi to Sweden. Nice to see you. Okay, so let's have a very quick look into Peter, hello from Prague. Looking forward to your arrival. Well, thank you. Looking forward to come there as well. Unfortunately, no ATC online at the moment. If anybody knows someone, then I would absolutely appreciate ATC. But I do suppose if we land on Honeycomb, that's going to be fine as well. Okay, so talking about it, let's have a very quick look into the arrival already. Navigraph app. Okay, so edit, remove the sync so that we get rid of Amsterdam over here. Thank you. So, probably going to be runway 24, but what we can do, if we go here on the airport and then we've got the weather tab. ATIS, do they have a real life ATIS? No, they don't, unfortunately. Okay, 240 at 5, 10 kilometers, light rain, no significant cloud, 16 degrees, 1017. That sounds good to me. Okay, 1017 is selected. So it's going to be the ILS approach runway 24 then. But tell you what, ILS is boring. Let's fly an ANAF approach. Or shall we do NDB? You guys decide. ILS, ANAF or NDB approach. Up to you. So, do suggest something, and you'll just fly whatever they have on offer there. Okay, that is lots of NDB suggestions, so that is quite clear. So that is an absolute majority for NDB approaches, so let's do that. Okay, NDB 24 out of Erazu. And we'll take that. So it's going to be 250. No, not 280. So 250 below 100, and we put that in. Forecast, we have uplinked already. Perfect. QNH is 1017, transition altitude 5000, that means transition level is going to be 60, and 1017, here we go. Okay, rings runway 24 is going to be a 10-mile ring and a 4-mile ring. Since it is VMC, and then we'll also take a 111-mile ring for the 3 times cruise level. Okay, perfect. So another quick look into our routing, just to make sure that that is completely correct. And it does look like it. And if we take a small shortcut here from Erazu, we might be able to save a little bit. Let's calculate that out. Oh, Fox at 4000, and then Erazu gives us 250 and, yeah, say 6000. Okay, that's what we have anyway, flight level 61. Now that's interesting. Why do we have... Well, it's fine. It's completely fine. We'll just do it the way it is in here. Okay, 180 knots at the FAF is pretty much what the airplane wants to do anyway. However, I'll just make it 180 or less, as per the SOP. The ring around the runway is in vertical profile. So, overhead Lima NDB, let's see. Yeah, we're just looking for 3-degree profile. And which DME are we going to use? 109.1, I guess. Well, no, let's take it from Oscar Kilo Lima so that we don't have the ILS as a cheat. So that's going to be 12.6. Like that. Okay, 12.6 and 12.6. Lima NDB 372. And here we go. Okay, perfect. So that's all the setup we need. Alright. Minimum 1520. Oh boy, this takes so long. And it is a CDFA minima, so we are gonna add 40 feet to that. So our minimum is going to eventually become 1570. Okay, cool. And that's it. So, ADF, ADF, ADF. And that is the entire approach preparation basically done. And Yannick, see ya. Okay, Stick Harald Andreasen, at the top of climb you pushed continuous. What's that? It's basically so that the engines are able to spool all the way up to maximum continuous thrust. So if we have a look over here, then by default, if you're in cruise, you've got 96.1% N1. But the engines are capable of delivering 99%. That cruise limit here exists because limiting the N1 to a lower value is going to limit the EGT to a lower value and thereby going to increase engine life. However, my previous airline had an almost accident. It was classified as a serious incident where the plane entered very close to the optimum flight level, some moderate to severe turbulence. Well, technically speaking, they have to classify it as severe because they lost so much airspeed that they went to the backside of the power curve, and because the engines were in the cruise thrust limit, they only went up to those 96%. And ultimately, they were not able to maintain airspeed, and they had to trade significant altitude. Like, they had to descend about 10,000 feet or so in order to catch up speed again. And in the later investigation it was found that if the engines had been limited to maximum continuous thrust and not to that cruise limit, then they would have been able to recover the altitude, or rather recover the speed, without having to descend. And for that reason they made it a standard operating procedure to use MCT at all times in cruise flight. Milan, Prague ATC is online. Wow, lovely. Thank you so much, Prague. If you guys are listening to this, thank you so much for coming online. And that's the Prague Center indeed. Pedro. Villa the Dude, why is the Engine 2 EGT higher than Engine 1? Basically, you can see now it's a little bit less even. Number 1 is higher. But basically, no two engines are exactly the same. Just like with cars, you know, engines wear down over the time, and even a factory fresh engine is not going to be exactly the same as another. So what the electronic engine control does is that it applies power so that the N1 at both engines is the same. But that means that the other numbers like fuel flow, like EGT or even N2 are not going to be exactly the same. You can see it over here, like Engine 1, in order to maintain about the same N1, needs a little bit more N2. So by looking at that, we can basically determine that engine number 1 is a little bit more worn down than engine number 2. But that's totally normal, nothing to worry about. That's just how engines are. That's how they behave. Normal behavior. And Clara Lengadu, what is the star? It's the... what's it called? Let's quickly look it up. Here you go, Lomki 8 Sierra arrival. That we are going to fly today. And Gamer Clark, hello, thanks for all your videos, they're so helpful. Thank you very much, Gamer Clark. Jack, what's flying the 900 like as opposed to the 800? Mostly it's really the fact that the 800 is more slippery than the 900. So the 900 flies a little bit more stable. Apart from that, you've got higher speeds, you've got lower altitudes, and ultimately you've got higher approach speeds, which make it a little bit more interesting keeping the speed compared to, well, or rather keeping the glide, as everything is going a little bit faster compared to flying the 800. But mostly it's a bit more stable. I would say that's the main point. And it is a little bit more prone to tail strike. But, yeah, there's that. The good thing is that on the 900, the tail skid over here comes as standard equipment, while on the 800 it's optional. So on the 900, if you do tail strike it, then at least you're protected. Makes it a little bit more relaxed, I suppose. Okay, so let's go ahead with the approach briefing so that we got that thing out of the way. Threats for the arrival. QNH blunder error is the main threat, seeing that we've got a non-precision approach. Let's quickly grab the ATIS 122.150 just to rule out the blunder error.
QNH 1017 hectopascal. No you have received status information line. Good afternoon, Busan ATIS information line ILS 1500 approach, runway and use 24, transition level 60 meter Bahan issued at 1500, wind 240 degrees 5 knots, visibility 10 kilometers, or more light rain, no significant clouds, temperature 162.13 QNH 1017 hectopascal. No you have received ATIS information line.
Okay, QNH 1017, ATIS information Lima. So, QNH blunder error, 1017 is pre-selected, so that is basically ruled out. So, what we are going to do is an NDB approach runway 24. And for that, we have 250 below 100, forecast page is filled in, Rings, runway 24, 10 miles, 4 miles. And for the approach itself, let's have a quick look into the chart. Come on. It is, so, Lomki 8 Sierra arrival. That's Lomki to Papa Romeo 511. Then a left-hand turn, Papa Romeo 512, 513, 518, and Erazu. And after Erazu, we continue on present heading. And that's what we have in here as well. Okay, then for the approach, that's the wrong chart. This is the one we're looking for. NDB approach. For the approach after Erazu, Papa Romeo 531, Papa Romeo 532, and then we join the final at 9 DME, or at 9.6 DME Oscar Kilo Lima. We are going to start our descent out of 4,000 feet, so that's the Fox 4,000 feet, and down to the locator, which is 0.6 miles ahead of the runway. That altitude over here does look rather fine, 8.2 miles, but let's quickly do a calculation here. 0.6 miles, the runway is 1,158. So we should be roughly 200 feet higher. Yeah, the altitude over Lima over here checks, and that means that we will be able to use the VNAV profile for the descent. Now, from there on, missed approach is fairly straightforward in Prague. In the truest sense of the word, climb at 240 degrees to 4,000, radar vectoring will be provided. And that is what we have in here. Okay, what else are we gonna do? Fuel on landing 2.6, and the minimum diversion fuel for Dresden is 2.4. So that's just 5 minutes extra fuel, but I am fine with that. 400 kilos to burn is a landing weight of 61.2. 61.2. Here we go. Flaps. Let's see. We might want to make. Yeah, we'll probably leave via Delta. So in that case, flaps 30 and auto brakes 3. About 1,900 meters landing run. And then we're going to leave via Delta, cross runway 12 and taxi in, and then going somewhere to the main apron, not 100% sure where yet. For the approach itself, the big question is going to be, how are we going to fly it? The standard is LNAV VNAV, but we could also just dump all of that and just make it a vertical speed approach, making things a little bit more interesting even. But ultimately I am going to decide that based on the traffic situation. So if there is really no traffic whatsoever, then we are going to fly it as vertical speed and heading. And we're going to dump all the automatics and just fly conventional NDB approach. If there is traffic, however, so if we need to maintain higher speeds on the way down and stuff like that, then we are going to fly it the way we would in real life, which is LNAV and VNAV, but we'd still do all the cross-checking with the raw data. Alessandro, thank you very much for the 25 Swedish crowns, I believe, donation. A small thank you for your incredible content. Thank you very much, Alessandro. That is much appreciated. Okay, cool. So, I do suppose that is pretty much it. And Alexander, isn't there one more emergency exit on the 900 between the overwings and the rear exit? No, there isn't. Let's have a look over here. You can see on the 900 there is not. On the 900 ER, that's where the additional exit is. And for that reason, the 900 has not really sold very well. So the 900 has only sold like 50 pieces or so, mostly to airlines which wanted greater legroom. The same amount of emergency exits on the 900 as on the 800 means that you're only allowed to carry the same 189 passengers maximum. Which, well, basically means you simply have more legroom. The 737-800, oh sorry, the 900 ER, that has the additional emergency exit and therefore has the greater capacity as well.
Unit 1000.
Pass Center, very good afternoon. KLM 73 Whiskey, flight level 370 inbound Ironic, ready for descent.
Hello, Emmanuel, identified, staff radar, direct to Erasu, descent to flight level 170.
Direct Erasu, descent flight level 170, KLM 73 Whiskey, and we'll be requesting the NDB approach.
problem.
Okay, set 170 checked and direct to Erasu. Okay, in that case we're not flying the star, so here we go. A little bit high, let's correct for that. Say 280 knots. .285 knots. Bit too fast already. 282. What is it doing now? Why is it reducing speed? Oh, because I inserted 232. Oopsie. 282. Here we go. Okay, so plane should be able to catch up with that. Let's make it 285 and don't bother with it anymore. Okay, cool. So, should be able to catch that profile easily like that.
Via Zulu to holding runway 24, Postman 917, call it back.
Okay, so 400 above the profile, but still increasing speed, so we should be catching the profile any moment now. In the meantime, descent checklist, pressurization, land out 1250, anti-ice off, approach brim fuel discussed, IS and outbox checked and set, and that's the checklist complete. Metal Eye, thank you so much for the $23.99 donation. You know I had to once again, 5 hours in and still flying. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much, that's really appreciated. And Presemo G37, first of all, my apologies for not pronouncing your name correctly, probably. Just flew in the Max 8 for 10 hours and the lack of legroom made the flight uncomfy as hell. I can totally understand that, my friend. I can totally understand that. You know, when I'm flying long haul, then I would typically book either a more legroom seat or the premium economy, just for the simple fact that legroom really starts to matter. On a 2-hour European flight, I really don't care. You know, then I can fit in a Ryanair seat, no problem. But if I'm flying long haul, then I absolutely want to fly those on those a little bit more legroom seats. And Alessandro, hi, nice to see you back here. Yeah, I thought I'd missed the stream when I went for lecture, but luckily I was wrong. Indeed. Alright. Even though I do have to say that this is going to be the last sector, hopefully tomorrow I'll have a little bit of time to do another live stream for you guys. But for today, this is going to be the third and last. But let's see it from another perspective. Looking into Flight Radar, it seems that KLM pilots do seem to fly mostly 3 or 5 sector days. Mostly 3 sectors. So in those regards, we're doing as realistic as possible, and then tomorrow we might be doing a couple more sectors based on where we're stopping today. But we'll see about that. No promise yet, but there is a good chance we might. Is he calling us? Not 100% sure. It sounded like something like 73 Whiskey, but call sign didn't sound like ours. But he's going to call again. Okay, LM 73 Whiskey, go ahead.
Thompson 3 Whiskey, radio check for now.
Read you 5, KLM 73 Whiskey.
Perfect. So Thompson 3 Whiskey, 4 NDP approach, would you like to obstruct your lima?
We're happy with radar vectors onto final, KLM 73 Whiskey.
Okay, so then we'll proceed direct to RF2, descend to flight level 130, no speed restriction.
Direct Erasu, descend flight level 130, no speed restriction, KLM 73 Whiskey. Okay, set. Flight level 130 checked, and we continue towards Erasu. So very quick comment there, because it seems to apply to this controller as well. On VATSIM, lots of pilots and controllers seem to think that you can only fly NDB approaches as standard approaches. For that reason, he asked us if we wanted to fly from Prague VOR out here to the 9 DME point and then do the procedure turn inbound. Now, that is one way to fly those approaches, but it is not necessary. You can just take vectors onto final as well. Now, it's very nice that the controller has asked us if we wanted to do it, but it's not necessary. That's just a small comment there. It's good that he cares, and it's good that he's asking, but normally if I wanted to fly an approach out, or a standard approach out of a VOR, I would make that request directly to ATC. Otherwise I would expect just to take, you know, the normal way to the final. Like you can see, there is even a standard ANAV arrival onto the NDB approach published there. Okay, let's turn the fast belts on. This looks like it might get a little bit bumpy over here. Engine anti-ice is on as well already. And Prasemo G37, comparing the Max 8 and the 800, acoustic comfort was a lot better from the passenger's perspective. Absolutely, my friend. Not just from the passenger's perspective, also from the pilot's perspective. The Max is nicer to fly. Absolutely. Absolutely is. And so let's see, probably going to keep the anti-ice for a bit, but I do suppose once we're going in here, well, small difference there between real life and the simulator. In real life, when you enter some clouds, the temperature always drops a couple of degrees. So, looking at this, with the temperature at 9 degrees now, by the time we enter those clouds, the simulator will probably have reached 10 degrees, so technically speaking we wouldn't need anti-ice anymore. KLM 73 Whiskey, descend 4000, QNH 1017, Lima is on board. Okay, set, 4000 checked, set altimeter 1017, passing 16,000, now. Checked. Alright, so in real life, when we enter those clouds, right now you can see temperature is plus 10. So, technically speaking, we could turn off the anti-ice. Now it's even 11. In real life, when you enter this, with 11 degrees here right now, I would say the temperature goes back to about 7 degrees, maybe 8. Because whenever you enter clouds, there is moisture in the air, and the moisture can carry part of the energy. And that means part of the heat in the air that makes the temperature when you're outside clouds, part of that heat gets converted, or rather gets absorbed by the water, which can absorb a lot more heat than which can absorb a lot more heat than air can. So for that reason the temperature is dropping as you enter clouds in real life, compared to what happens in the simulator, where the temperature is not affected by moisture in the clouds. Goes to tell us something about the physics model going into the Microsoft Flight Simulator weather, which certainly does seem to be a little bit, Funnily enough, though, I watched.
disregard NDB approach and request now ILS.
KLM 73 Whiskey, negative. We still request the NDB approach.
Roger, so in this case, now right heading 100.
Right, 100, KLM 73 Whiskey, but we are happy to make a standard right hand downwind and take vectors onto the final as well.
Perfect, no problem there. Disregard, continue and
Okay, we continue to Eraso and expect vectors to final, KLM 73 Whiskey. Alright, so anti-ice off. So passengers should be in their seats by now. Okay, let's do a frisk check. Frequencies. We've got 372 and Oscar Kilo Lima, which is 12.6. Fixed rings, runway 24, 10 miles, 4 miles. Idents, we've got Lima and Oscar Kilo Lima. Standby instruments set, courses. Yeah, I do suppose we can set the final approach course here.
Flight level 283 for
should be 240.
Over Utevo.
Okay, course is 240, and that is
continue climb flight level 320,
and that is the the first completed approach checklist. Altimeters and instruments set and cross-checked. Approach rates checked and set. Approach checklist complete. So VSD on, and then altimeters 10,000 for 4,000, 10 checks, and the speed is a little high. Let's get those speed brakes out. So fuel balanced, 4 pumps on, lights on, angular bearing 25, air cannon press 2.6 descending set, fast modes on, recall checked, and 1 to 1.5 is deselected, and that is the 10 checks complete. Alright, speed is back under control. Here we go. Ah, we're still a bit high. Okay. Getting that speed brake lever out again. Okay, looks like the sun is slowly setting already. Look at that though. Isn't that beautiful? Really think it is. Okay then, approaching Eraso, we'll need some radar vectors. But look at how well the airplane descends with the speed brake out. I mean, how well is relative. The A330 would give you 3,000 feet a minute, but KLM 73 Whiskey, continue present heading. Heading select. So, I cannot see any other traffic currently approaching. That means we are going to fly it as we're going to fly it the old school way. So let's take the Fox active. VNAV is reducing target speed. I'm happy with that. But I am going to stow the speed brakes because our energy profile is basically good as it is right now. So, let's fly it the conventional way then. Right heading 150, KLM 73 Whiskey. Okay, so quick look at the chart. I might just increase rate of descent a little bit. The approach itself starts at 9.6 DME, and we've got to lose a little bit of altitude and airspeed still. Flaps 1, speed checked.
KLM 3 skipper now, right heading 220, 34 NDB approach runway 24.
KLM 73 Whiskey, turn right heading 220, cleared NDB approach 24. Okay, I'm just going to detune the VOR, because I don't want anything to cheat with. But that looks pretty good, coming up on a nice intercept heading. Let's go straight on to the final. Okay, so 9.6 DME, we need to leave 4,000. Speed and event, flaps 5. Let's get the airplane down. So now the challenge is to read the exact numbers up there. Say again? We'll go KLM 73 Whiskey. So we are within 5 degrees of the published final approach course. That means we are legal to start our descent. Okay, VNAV Alta's captured. Let's take the target speed down.
Down 73 Whiskey, then left by 5 degrees.
KLM 73 Whiskey left by 5 and confirm the approach clearance is cancelled.
Affirm, so approach clearance cancel and turn now right heading 220.
Okay, KLM 73 Whiskey, approach clearance is cancelled, turn right heading 320. Okay, I wonder why that is. So, Command A, I accidentally disengaged the autopilot there. So I wonder what's going on now that we have to discontinue the approach. I mean, we would have been perfectly on profile. Can't see any traffic either. Well, let's ask him. And KLM 73 Whiskey, what is the reason for the discontinued approach? KLM 73 Whiskey.
KLM 73 Whiskey, apologize, my internet connection just crashed, so now right heading to 060.
Turn right heading 060 KLM 73 Whiskey, and just wondering what is the reason for the discontinued approach? Doesn't he want to talk to us anymore?
Okay, there was another aircraft who is just joined to the VATSIM, sorry about that.
Ah, so somebody just connected on final, is that correct? Well, I suppose nothing we can do about it.
That's correct.
Roger. And for that very reason, you are not supposed to connect without checking if there is other traffic that you are influencing when you log onto the network. Part of the code of conduct there. And Julius rules. Tell to approach that you're low on fuel and need to land ASAP. Well, no, we are not. But Pseudo Andy, think you understood your confirmed approach clearance is cancelled as you requesting to cancel the approach. Yeah, that's a possibility as well. But
Alpha 3 Whiskey to the right heading 150.
Right heading 150, KLM 73 Whiskey. Yeah, that possibility existed as well, that there might have been a misunderstanding, but looks like there wasn't. But I kinda thought about it. But this turn left by 5 degrees, I suppose you wanted to vector us onto the center line there. The thing is, just when you do something like that, then you basically cancel the approach clearance if you give a vector after an approach clearance has been given. For that reason I asked. But in the end, don't need to be concerned with it, because well, basically we've discussed this now.
KLM 73 Whiskey to now right heading 200 feet for a DB approach runway 24.
KLM 73 Whiskey, turn right heading 200, cleared NDB 24. Okay, so 9.6 DME is where we are going to start the descent, and we are slowly approaching the final course. So just waiting for that NDB to line up with the track 240 there. And at 9.6 we're going to start the descent. Okay, let's start the turn. So 9.6 is where the descent starts. That means 11.6 is where we are going to start slowing down to final approach speed, and thereafter we're going to do something like 140 knots, so that's 750 feet a minute rate of descent for our vertical profile down here. Okay, we're established. KLM 73 Whiskey established, final track.
KLM 73 Whiskey, thank you very much. So contractor unit number 134.550 and one more plan to guys for the cancel approach, but EU flight
Okay, 134.550 KLM 73 Whiskey, thank you very much, and see you next time.
Yeah, bye bye.
Okay then, gear down, flaps 15, approaching descent. So that's 1,600 feet set. Flaps 30. VRF plus 5. But why is it? Dude, don't descend. Why did it do that? That was stupid. Okay, so 9.6. I'm gonna start the descent point 3 miles later now, since we're a little bit lower. Vertical speed. Here we go. Virginia Tower, good evening KLM 9R3 Whiskey NDB approach runway 24.
Station calling, confirm call sign KLM 73 Whiskey.
Hey phone.
KLM 73 Whiskey, start key, thank you, runway 24, clear land, 200 degrees, 5 knots.
Runway 24, clear land, KLM 73 Whiskey. Okay, so 8 DME, we should be in 3,690. Wow. Wait a moment. It's 8.6 DME. 7.7, 3,370. That looks better, so we are like 50 feet low. Correcting. Okay then, 6.7 DME, 3,060. And in the meantime, landing checklist. Start switches, continuous, recall, check, speed brake arm, green light, landing gear down 3 green, auto brake 3 set, flaps 30 green light, landing lights on, landing checks complete.
Confirm to holding point, runway 25.
Okay, 6.7 miles, 3060, so we are 50 low. So the NDB is about 1 degree displaced. Let's do it slight left turn. Yes, we can see the runway down there, but no, we don't. We don't care about it.
Skytrail 64 Charlie, requesting push and start.
Okay then, 5.7, 2740.
Skytrail 64 Charlie, squawk on, push and
So 5.7,
Squawk on, push and
30
start.
high. Let's set 750 feet a minute again. So it is a slight offset approach, as you can see. Okay, 4.7 miles, 2420. 4.7, 20 high. Okay. $4,000 feet go around altitude set. Okay, and we're visual, and that is all I need. Checked. So, recycle flight directors. So you can see lovely little offset NDB approach. But as you can see, as long as you get everything under control early, 500 continue, it is quite easy to fly something like this. Checked. Continue.
Easy 19 Alpha, requesting taxi to runway 24. Easy 19 Alpha, I contact to holding point runway 24 by Hotel Alpha.
Via Hotel and Alpha to holding point runway 24, easy 19 Alpha. Go.
Speed brake up, thrust reverse normal. Idle reverse. 100 knots. Okay, reaching 60 knots, manual brakes. Auto brake disarm. KLM 73 Whiskey, can we vacate into Lima or runway 12?
KLM 73 Whiskey, you can vacate by runway 12, no problem.
Roger.
Turn out to Papa Charlie, land on runway 24.
So, before you vacate into a runway, always ask ATC. It's just the same like entering any other runway, you need a clearance to do so. But, when you have asked ATC, it is absolutely a valid possibility that you can consider for vacating another runway. Okay, here we go.
KLM 73 Whiskey, welcome to Prague, Emmanuel, taxi to stand 18 via Foxtrot Golf Juliet.
Thank you so much, taxi stand 18 via Foxtrot, Golf and Juliet, KLM 73 Whiskey, and thank you very much for coming online for the live stream, that's really appreciated, guys.
I didn't even know we are streaming, but it's nice.
Oh, really? I thought they... okay. Well, anyway, thank you very much for controlling, my friend, and see you next time.
Thanks for flying, see ya.
Alright, so, Foxtrot, Golf, and Juliet, stand number 18. That's gonna be at the end over there. So, did we just miss Foxtrot? No, that gotta be the one before. Foxtrot gotta be the next one, huh? At least I think so. Okay, clear right. And that gotta be it. Okay then, slightly to the left onto Golf. And then straight across the apron, right onto Juliet, stand 1-8. Okay, we can certainly do that. So Golf should be over here on the left side.
Easy 19 Alpha Echo line up runway 24.
Whatever, runway 24.
Alright, cool.
Easy 19 Alpha Echo.
So with that, our taxi route is understood. Don't need those charts anymore. GSX. Terminal... Oh no, that's not it. Let's try once more. Terminal 2. Stand 1-8. Follow me, no thanks. Handling by, check airlines, sounds good.
Easy 19 Alpha Corona 24, clear for takeoff, wind 210 degrees, 5 knots.
Clear for takeoff, easy 19 Alpha Echo.
Alright. So, Juliet is next to the right, I believe. No, Golf is next to the right. We are on Juliet, that way around. Anyway, we know where we are going. That's the important thing. Okay, systems and brakes are normal. And the recall's checked as well. Okay, clear right side. Gonna stay clear of that Air France 777 over there. And then Juliet is the second from the end over here.
Patron for Charlie requesting taxi.
Control 6 for Charlie, taxi to holding point runway 24 by Hope. Alpha.
Taxi to
Milan Demister, you got an ad in the flare, really? Man, YouTube sucks at times. So, someone's asking, what are those blue lines? Well, we've got an orange one on the left, a blue one on the right, and basically, if you could put one medium-sized aircraft on the blue line and one on the orange. Compared to that, if you're putting aircraft on the yellow center lines here, then, well, you know, there is just one center line here. Okay, starting APU.
You too, thanks.
And here we go. So, looks like the docking system isn't working. But then we're just gonna stop ourselves over here. Like that. Okay, brake set. APU is in its last couple moments. Well, shutdown number 2. And the APU start should be completed any moment now. Here it is. 2 blue, 1 red, engines dead. Cabin crew, all doors in park. Okay, and we've got both engines below 20%. Alright, cool. So, shutdown checklist. Electrical on APU. Fasten belts off, window heat off, probe heat off, anti-ice off, hydraulic pumps off. Voice recorder auto, air compacts off, engine bleeds on, APU bleed off, exterior lights set, start switches off, auto brake off, speed brake down to 10, flaps up no light, parking brake set, start levers cut off, weather radar off, transponder 2 times standby, And that's the parking checklist complete. Right, so let's start the deboarding, and then that is going to be it for this live stream already. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank you very much for flying with us today. Hope that you've enjoyed this one. If you did, do let me know in the comments below. As always though, most importantly over here, let's go ahead and get that thing moving. Connecting the jetway, and then that's gonna be it. So, thank you very much guys. I do hope you enjoyed this one. Now I gotta go and, well, apologize for my girlfriend for taking a little bit longer on the live stream than I originally expected it to take, but I suppose that little orbit we did on the final there was just unplanned, let's call it that way. And Metal Eye, thanks, see you tomorrow maybe. I do absolutely hope so, but we'll see about it tomorrow. So thank you for flying everyone, and then again, I do see you all again on the next one.